Tradoon. Tradoon. Tradoon.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Very happy Friday to you, for all of the viewers for whom it is Friday today. If you're watching live and in a time zone relatively similar to mine, then happy Friday. But if it's Saturday or if it's some other day, if you're watching later on in the VOD or on YouTube, well, I'm glad you're here too. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We've got some exciting news to discuss today. We've got some brand new dinosaurs to talk about. So I hope you're as excited about that as I am. Anyway, for anybody here for the very, very first time, well, let me introduce myself real quick.
You're feeling a bit cheated? Try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Hogan698, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that, Hogan. Thank you. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So you probably know already a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. I work on fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils, mostly, hence dinosaur paleontologist. I study dinosaurs. I publish on them in the scientific literature. I dig up dinosaurs out in the field during the summers. We were actually live streaming that this year. It was a ton of fun. Check out the YouTube page if you want to see our recordings of those live streams this summer in Utah and Wyoming, digging up at least 3 new species of dinosaur. That was a ton of fun. Anyway, and now every weekday, I stream here on Twitch. This is how I make my living as a scientist, believe it or not, by doing outreach here full time. Talking about fossils, talking about new discoveries in paleontology, answering viewer questions, all that good stuff. I consider it to be my duty as a scientist to do public outreach, and this is the best way I know of doing that right now, so welcome to Paleontologizing. Let me know if you've got any questions, huh? That's what this thing's all about. Today we're going to be talking about 2 new species of Pachycephalosaur, just published on by friend and colleague Carrie Woodruff. I used to dig dinosaurs with Carrie back in Montana, back in my Rocky Mountain days. Anyway, Carrie finished his PhD on Pachycephalosaurs about a year ago, and yeah, 2 new species of Pachycephalosaur just published as of the other day. Another exciting, interesting paper suggesting that Troodon may have been omnivorous based on isotopic data. We'll be talking about that too. And then we'll be talking about the dinosaur bird link in preparation for Thanksgiving next week. Old Turkey Day. But before we get to any of that, I'm going to go through chat here real quick, and we are going to say hello to everybody in the chat. Kodali appears to have been first today. Howdy, Kodali. I hope things are good with you. It's good to see you. Matt M33, what's shakin'? Claire Burr, I'm glad you are here. And Matt M33 and Claire Burr, thanks for bringing that video to my attention. That's funny. Gotta love a YouTube video like that where someone basically, like, just paraphrases the Wikipedia article. But, you know, it's better than nothing. Wikipedia is generally a pretty good source for dinosaur information. Can't be mad at that. XF Kirsten's here, says happy Friday. You too, Kirsten. Welcome. Steely Dan, it's good to see you. Glad you could make it. Oh, and Matt M33 was wondering about the Mother's Day quarry. Remind me in a little bit, and I'll show you a little clip from the Mother's Day quarry. or at least the Mother's Day quarry that I'm familiar with. I think there are several different quarries with the same moniker. But the one I'm thinking of is near Livingston, Montana. It's got a lot of sauropods that come out of it. Some people say they're Diplodocus. I think Gallimiopus, the type specimen from that, might be from the same place, so it might not actually be Diplodocus per se, but remind me in a little bit, and we'll talk about it. Chappie Jenkins, hello, hello. Sandwich Nom Nom, good to see you. Go for Fluffernut. How are you doing? Lenina, hope you're ready for the weekend, Lenina. It's great to see you, as always, Lenina. Holy Lifton, how are you doing? I hope this day finds you well. Neverwinter, I'm glad you're here also. Welcome, welcome, Neverwinter. Lugnudo, what's shaking with you? Tony is my baby. Hello, hello. Glad you're back. And Neilf, how are you doing, Neilf? Hello, hello to you. Hope things are good. We've got GamerL007. How are you doing, GamerL? What's shaking? Says, there it is, not. Oh, you mean when the video started? Was that it? Dr. Irrefutable, I'm glad you're here. Welcome, welcome. Hogan698, howdy, howdy. Scrolling. Mayor of Space says hi. Hi to you, Mayor of Space. I hope your Friday has been going well so far. And Savaged says hello, Danny. Hello, Savaged. What is shaking with you? I hope things are all fine and good where you are. Creatrix Brit, salute to you too. Welcome, welcome, Brit. Hope things are good. And notes from Krautland. Omnivorous, darn it, now I have to worry about another dinosaur eating. There you go. Howdy, howdy. Notes from Krautland. Good to have you here. Paleo Admiral says, I thought Troodon was a dubious taxon. Taxon is the singular, Paleo Admiral. It depends on who you ask. The name Troodon still gets used a lot. If I had access to this paper, then maybe we could see what name they use for the critter. But yeah, Troodon formosus, named in 1856 by Joseph Leidy, is a tooth taxon. So it's based on some fairly undiagnostic material. I think there's currently there's a debate going on, an ongoing debate about whether or not we should use the name Troodon. Doesn't seem like we've really got a great alternative so far, which is why a lot of paleontologists, including myself, still use the word Troodon. So yeah. Flying Spaghetti Monster, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Lady Fiend, what's shaking with you? It's good to have you here. And a Southern Gentleman. The D is silent, isn't it? Welcome, Southern Gentleman. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Let me know if you've got any fossil questions for me. Yeah. And Notes from Krautland says, well, most interesting Twitch channel. You make the choice easy? Krautland. I'm flattered. Thank you for saying so. That's a high honor. That's high praise. Thank you. Yeah. And we can use Tradoon. There you go, Kirsten, yeah. Yeah, Troodon. Tradoon. Interesting critter. Interesting critter. Here's that paper right here that we're going to talk about. And this is actually, lead author in this is Thomas Cullen. I used to run into him in the field all the time in Montana. I think he was doing his doctorate under Dave Evans from the University of Toronto, I believe. Anyway, yeah. Cool to see that he's published this interesting stuff. Somebody was just asking the other day about omnivorous dinosaurs, and I brought Troodontids up and said there's a chance that they were omnivorous. And then we've got hard evidence that supports this idea, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. And Southern Gentleman says, doing well, and thanks. Glad to be back. I'm glad you're back, too. Was gifted a sub a while back. Might renew. Let's see what the future holds. All right, Southern Gentleman. I would be delighted if my content meets your standards for subscription. It's good to have you here. And Otto the Potato, hello to you too. Welcome back. Well, for those of you who are not familiar with this dinosaur, Troodon, because I guess we might as well just jump right into this, huh? Yeah, maybe we'll talk about that first. But yeah. Here we go. By way of introduction, let's talk about this critter. This is from an old episode of Paleo World right here.
The fossilized teeth. In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana.
And man, there's a lot packed into that. So 1856, this was one of the very earliest dinosaurs discovered in North America. In fact, it might be the first dinosaur name published from a dinosaur from North America that's still in use today is Troodon formosus. The name means wounding tooth. Formosus means like shapely or beautiful. But at first it wasn't recognized as a dinosaur. It was thought to have been a lizard. It's, yeah. The
species was aptly named Troodon, which means wounding teeth. Few related fossils were ever found, and for more than a century, Troodon sparked little interest among dinosaur experts.
I don't have that book, Notes from Krautland, but I've heard of it before. Very influential book. Wasn't that from like the Time Life series or something? Krautland, the world we live in? Yeah. Maybe I can get my hands on a copy of that. Here, brief tangent, everyone. We're going to step away from Troodon for just a minute here. And, let's find it on thrift books. Nope, not seeing it on thrift books. Claire, if you can find it, I would be grateful. Troodon.
All that would change when Dale Russell came upon the skull cap of a Troodon in a museum collection. The more he studied the fossil, the more it amazed him.
Holiday in Cambodia. I think it was,
Gamers,
Gamers, yeah.
Skull back and forward in my hands for probably 5 minutes. And then my heartbeat started going up. And I realized that I was seeing something that nobody noticed before.
Got a big old brain in there.
Dinosaurs' brains did not fill their brain cavities, but the Troodon brain was so large, it left impressions on the inside of the skull.
Welcome, Smorphosaurus. How you doing?
Troodon was every inch the predator.
Was it, though? We're going to be talking about that today. Every inch the predator, except for all the inches involved with acquiring food, maybe. This dinosaur may have been omnivorous, which is a really interesting idea. It's been suggested before because their teeth are fairly... Ooh, they've been described as almost leaf-shaped. Keyboard. There we go. Like this. They've got these big serrations on them, these big old denticles. And these have been interpreted as maybe an adaptation for slicing plants. We do see this in plant-eating animals. The teeth of an iguana, for instance. Also have similar denticles like this. They're not as sharp. Iguana teeth don't have that same kind of recurved quality like Troodons do. But those kinds of denticles on them are adaptations for processing plants. It's interesting to think about, right? Iguanas, of course, are plant-eating lizards. We know that because we can observe what they eat today. And they eat plants. So Troodon, having teeth like that. There's Joseph Leidy's original illustration, that single tooth that the name Troodon was based on. Yeah. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. So before, it had been almost kind of speculative or kind of loosey-goosey. It's like, yeah, the teeth look vaguely like a plant-eating animal's teeth. So I wonder if they ate any plants.
With razor-sharp serrated teeth and large hook-like claws. Unique among the dinosaurs, Troodon had an opposable finger.
That's not
that gave
unique
it a firm
among dinosaurs.
grasp on its prey.
And the finger may not have actually been opposable like that, but whatever. It's not an iguanodon, she and Charlie's Dragon,
belonged
no.
to a family of dinosaurs called the theropods, all bipedal predators.
And no, we now know, since this came out, that not all theropods are predators. We've got plenty of herbivorous theropods. We've got critters like Caudipteryx, which was almost certainly mostly a plant-eating dinosaur, even though it's a two-legged theropod. We've got Erlikosaurus and the other therizinosaurs. These are big, kind of slow-moving plant-eating dinosaurs. It's also a theropod. Think of it kind of like a giant sloth, but from long before giant sloths existed. A giant sloth is more like this, I suppose. You know, these guys were first. Critters like that. We've got a lot of plant-eating theropods at this point. Dinosaurs like Limiosaurus as well. This is a plant-eating dinosaur. Limiosaurus here. At least we think they were mostly plant-eating animals. There's a baby one eating a lizard, but the adult is eating a plant. They may have actually switched diets as they grew and matured, like changed their diet through ontogeny. But yeah. Anyway, Troodon.
Tyrannosaurus rex.
Ontogeny.
But with a skull just 7 inches long, Troodon would have been dwarfed by its giant cousin. Consider their vital statistics. Troodon, 5 feet tall, under 100 pounds. Tyrannosaurus
And it's 5 feet tall is maybe a little too tall for it.
rex, nearly 40 feet tall, over
Not 40 feet tall. No, it's nearly 40 feet long. About 12 feet tall. Yeah.
6 tons.
They are so interesting because they are so highly evolved, so uncommon, so difficult
Highly
to find,
evolved.
and so anatomically interesting. This dinosaur may be small, but its significance is very large.
Yeah, we're not going to get into the whole, like, dinosauroid hypothesis and all that nonsense here, but, yeah, there's Troodon for you there. And, let's see, just the
Tradoon.
other day, we were taking a look at this here. This is a talk by my old undergrad advisor, Dave Verricchio. He's talking about Troodon, too.
Velociraptor of Hollywood fame. Everything, all the theropod dinosaurs are there, all the carnivorous dinosaurs are there. Troodon is not a particularly big dinosaur, it's sort of a person-sized, I say sort of small person-sized.
Not a big animal.
Its hips would be about level with our own hips. Might weigh something about 125 pounds. It does have unusual teeth.
Yep. We're going to be talking about those teeth.
People think that that the teeth. Oh, there it goes. The teeth have these big serrations. That
Yep,
may
big old
be
denticles.
plants, or maybe it's an omnivore, or maybe it's something else. And then Troodon's kind of famous for having a big brain. So this is part of the brain case. So this space in here houses its brain. And so for its body mass, Troodon is one of the brainiest dinosaurs. So maybe that means it's one of the smarter dinosaurs. This reconstruction shows it to have lots of feathers. Probably it should have feathers, but we really don't know how they should be arranged, or the colors, or the ornamentations. It is a raptor. You can't really see it in this picture. So it does have this enlarged claw.
Here, I'll show you a better image of this critter. Yeah, let's find you a better troodontid illustration. Yeah, there's Sauronithoides, a very slender one from Mongolia. These are extraordinarily bird-like dinosaurs. That's a pretty decent reconstruction of Troodon itself, it looks like, or a close relative. Yeah. There's a lovely one. Oh, I like that a lot. So think of these guys, they're similar to dinosaurs like Velociraptor or Deinonychus or Utahraptor. They're just a little bit smaller, a little bit more lightly built. Probably faster runners. They might have been a bit more intelligent. That's actually a pretty decent one right there. I like that a lot.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures you might think of as inhabiting another planet.
Yogurt
Or
Garrel?
the kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Holy cow.
30 months. So close to a whole year.
So close indeed, Yogurt Garrel. Thank you for your ongoing support. I really appreciate that. Garrel, thank you very, very much. By the way, it's wonderful hanging out with you in person at TwitchCon. I hope you're going next year. I'm going to try and go next year, too. Thank you for supporting this channel for as long as you have. I really appreciate it, Yogurt Garrel. Thank you. Spaces, they look like roadrunners. I mean, sort of, yeah. They may have had a similar kind of lifestyle. Ooh, here's a Troodontid facing off against a woolly-looking Pachycephalosaurus there. I like that. I like that a lot. But yeah, Troodontids have got shorter arms than Dromaeosaurs do. So here's Velociraptor right here. It's got longer arms. Troodon has got shorter arms. Still got those nice three-fingered hands, but the arms are proportionally shorter. And so whatever they're doing, they're probably using their arms less than their Dromaeosaur cousins. Maybe I have to search... Lieutenant. There we go. That's a really nice reconstruction of a Troodontid right there. That's beautiful. So yeah, it's a lot like Velociraptor, but just more lightly built. Or more lightly built than some of the larger Dromaeosaurs, at least.
There are fewer than 40 full-time dinosaurs.
And Holy Lifton, thank you for those 5 gift subs. I do really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
3 of them are leading this expedition.
Excellent. That is good stuff, Holy Lifton. There's 5 people in chat. Don't have to worry about any ads, no commercials for the next 30 days. It's going to take us almost up until Christmas. That's beautiful, Holy Lifton. Thank you, thank you. I
If you're
appreciate
feeling a
that.
bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Hogan, thank you for those 100 bits. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff, good stuff. Look, we're what, 77 subs away from our goal for the week? We'll see if we can get there. Shoot. Yeah. And we got a hype train going. Beautiful. 4.5 minutes to try and get to a level 2 here. Lovely. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway. Troodontids. Really interesting animals. And this new paper that's come out... Tommy Platicus, thank you for that gift sub. I appreciate that very much, Tommy Platicus. Thank you. This new paper, published by Thomas Cullen here, what's Thomas doing nowadays? Assistant Professor of Paleontology at Auburn University. Very nice. Yeah, using geochemical data from teeth, we reconstructed the trophic levels of terrestrial vertebrates in the Cretaceous of Alberta. So what does that mean? They looked at the teeth from different dinosaurs in southern Canada, and they're trying to figure out where do they fit in the food web based on chemical analysis of their teeth. So our most interesting result, troodontids were likely omnivores with large plant components to their diet. Interesting stuff. Yeah. So that's very interesting. Troodontids plot almost up there with ankylosaurs. Holy moly. Very interesting. I don't know a great deal about stable isotope analysis. Yeah. Thomas's ratios of trace elements. For example, what's SR? Is that strontium? And Ba is barium, right? To major elements, for example, calcium, have been used to track trophic levels before, though rarely applied in deep time components like the Mesozoic. Our results confirm these approaches can work in much older fossils when sufficiently unaltered. Very cool stuff. So this is also kind of a methods paper. Really, really neat. I bet you Balint would get a kick out of this, actually. We were talking about how do we learn things about creatures that lived tens of millions of years ago. How do we actually test hypotheses? Sometimes we can use chemical means to do that. A lot of this stuff goes over my head because I'm not a chemist myself, but it's really cool to see. It's really cool to see. And Yoga Girl says that sketch is ridiculously cute. These are dinosaurs that they would have had big, probably expressive eyes. They probably would have been fairly cute, you know? Like a big, cute bird. You know? And Paleo Admiral says, could the diets be regional for different troodontids? I suppose so, sure. I mean, it could be, or it might not be. I'm sure it'll. That's a question that you could test, you know? Yeah. Yeah, Swims with Whales, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Yeah. Yeah, very neat. Troodontids. And it's interesting that Thomas Cullen is using the word troodontids and not stenonychosaurs. A lot of the people, especially in Canada, who want to get rid of the name Troodon, they'll instead say Stenonychosaurus. But it's interesting that doesn't seem to be catching on. And here is the paper right here. Very cool. The Cretaceous Paleo communities of North America provide a rich record of biodiversity that suggests many species occupied narrow biogeographic ranges in comparison to their ecological equivalents in extant systems. I think I actually might disagree with that. This is one of the hypotheses we were trying to test in Wyoming this year. I think a lot of these things are actually stratigraphically separated rather than being biogeographically separated. But anyway, so how different critters and these systems partitioned their niches, how they each did their own little ecological job in these environments, how they structured their communities can be difficult to determine from fossils alone, which had led to a variety of hypotheses concerning diets and habitat use. Here we examine element ratios, strontium calcium and barium calcium, and the enamel of a suite of co-occurring vertebrate taxa sampled from a spatio-temporally constrained interval on the Old Man Formation of Alberta, Canada. So these are rocks that are going to be about 79 million years old, give or take. To reconstruct trophic structure, basically figure out the food web. You know? Who's eaten what, and who's eaten whom. And you use those isotopic compositions to test for niche partitioning. That's like critters separating themselves into different niches. And habitat use among hadrosaurs, ceratopsians, or ankylosaurs. We also test previously proposed dietary hypotheses of troodontid dinosaurs. Very cool. So in large ornithischians, those are the large beaky plant-eating dinosaurs, we find barium calcium and strontium calcium ratios that are consistent with herbivory. So no surprises there. The big plant-eating dinosaurs were big and they ate plants. With hadrosaurs distinct, so duck-billed dinosaurs distinct from the horned dinosaurs and the armored dinosaurs, and their 87 strontium, 86 strontium ranges. A pattern that is indicative of differences in habitat use and breadth, dietary plant sources, and feeding height. This is really interesting. It's cool that they can use this to actually test this hypothesis. For a long time, there's been this idea that, well, shoot, let's look at, say, Lambeosaurus. I'm not sure if Lambeosaurus is from the Old Fen Formation. Brachylophosaurus, let's say. This dinosaur here, Brachylophosaurus, as a duck-billed dinosaur, they may have been capable of feeding kind of at ground level. They could just bend their head, you know, bend their neck down and feed on ground level ferns and horsetails and stuff. Or reach a little bit higher up. Or if they stood up on their hind legs, they could reach taller trees. Like, basically reach into the lower canopy of large trees. Whereas some of your other dinosaurs, like Chasmosaurus here, they may not have been able to rear up as easily. They're probably mostly eating at ground level, or like shoulder height for them. Although maybe they could also knock over plants, like knock down a tree to be able to eat it if they wanted to. But it's interesting to think about, like, different browsing heights for these different dinosaurs. And it's cool that you can actually see that in their teeth. Chemical signatures on their teeth show that they're eating different things. That's super, super cool. Yeah. And Steely Dan says, is this similar to what Jim talked about in the field, where oxygen isotopes were used to determine drinking water sources? It is similar to that. It's a similar kind of methodology, I think. Yeah. Yeah. So very, very cool stuff here. So they also looked at mammals, varanoid lizards, that's like monitor lizards, dromaeosaurids, these are the Jurassic Park raptors, dromaeosaurids, and tyrannosaurs, you know them. They preserve a gradient of lower strontium to calcium and barium to calcium ratios that is consistent with animal-dominated omnivorous to faunivorous diets. So these guys are eating meat, more so than the plant eaters are, at least. From what you can tell, just by the isotopes in here, that's what they're doing. No surprises there whatsoever. The meat-eating critters, they're eating meat from other critters. Troodontids, ding ding ding, which have been variably hypothesized as either faunivorous, either eating other critters, omnivorous, or herbivorous, plant-eating, due to their distinct and unusual dentition, which we saw earlier. They preserve strontium, calcium, and barium calcium ratios that fall between those of ornithischians and the dromaeosaurids. That is really crazy. So these guys seem to be kind of in the middle, between the plant eaters and the meat eaters. Interesting stuff. Very interesting. These proxies represent a valuable tool for understanding the trophic and community ecology of Cretaceous ecosystems and hold enormous potential for future research in paleobiology. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Unfortunately, GSA Bulletin is a paywalled journal, so I can't access the paper right now. But there's the abstract, and that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Charlie's Dragon says, you are what you eat, or at least the isotopes in your teeth are. There you go. Let's see if we can dive a little bit deeper into the methodology here and talk about how this sort of thing is done. Well, here we go. This might not be paleontology centered. It might be more archaeology centered, but same kind of idea here. Let's check this out. How does this sort of thing work?
So, my name is Michelle Alexander. I am a lecturer here at the University of York. I am a specialist in stable isotope analysis to understand the diet of people in the past. When you're looking at isotopes that we use in terms of diet, they're stable. So when you eat something, the signature of that food in terms of its isotopes is retained and stays the same once it reaches your body tissues.
That's why it's stable isotopes. Steely Dance is very cool science here. It is. Seems like paleontologists don't often get opportunities to analyze this kind of heavily quantitative data. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it can be really difficult to try and get good numbers on stuff like this. And sometimes if you try too hard to get good numbers, it leads you astray because you've got very limited data in the first place. So yeah, yeah. I'm usually much more on the qualitative side of things in paleontology, but I really admire when they can do a cool quantitative study, very numbers heavy, like this. So anyway, Dr. Alexander here is going to tell you about stable isotope analysis in archaeology.
You are continuously renewing your bone. So when you eat something, that signature will stay for as long as it takes that bone to completely be replaced. And that usually takes about 10 or so years. Teeth, on the other hand, are a little bit different. They form in sort of layers, if you like, all the way down to the bottom of the root. So if I look at this tooth root, what it will tell me is what someone's diet was like between the time that that tooth was forming. If we're looking at a first molar, that might be between sort of 0 years and sort of 10 years of life. What we're interested in is looking at the protein within bones. To do that, we need to dissolve away the hard part of the bone, so the mineral, and then we filter the protein to make sure that we get just the protein. We weigh it out into tiny tin capsules and we burn it.
Well, well, well. Dyson Dinosaur.
Dyson Dinosaur and their 19 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Welcome, welcome, Dyson Dinosaur. How did your stream go? I hope it was really, really good. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. How are things? Hello there to you too, Dyson Dinosaur. How did everything go? All good? Glad to hear it. We're just talking about this new study that suggests that troodontid dinosaurs may have been omnivorous by looking at stable isotope data. So, really, really cool. This is something that I've kind of long suspected. Just given those big denticles that troodontids have on their teeth. Yeah. Troodontids are famous for having these big old denticles. There's Joseph Leidy's original illustration of the holotype troodon tooth. But yeah, big old denticles, big old serrations that almost look like those of an iguana lizard or something. So it's been suggested that these guys may have been omnivorous. And now, stable isotope data. It's given us some hard evidence of this. It's pretty cool. And Thomas's paper, yeah, do you know Thomas Cullen? Very cool. I used to run into him in the field all the time back in Montana. And Nitrous Saturn, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. You're so close to being Thomas's postdoc. Didn't work out at the end, unfortunately. Oh, shoot. Well, small world there. Dyson Dinosaur, small world. Holy cow. Yeah. Anyway, Thomas Cullen. Cool guy. Yeah. Back when he was doing his, I think, doctorate? His doctorate? Under Dave Evans in Toronto. He used to come out into the field, and we'd run into him and Dave and some of his other students all the time up in Malta, Montana. They were doing some digging around there near the town of Havre and Malta and those areas. And we were digging down in the American Prairie Reserve, south of, like, I guess south of Glasgow, Montana, at the time. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. I wish I had access to the actual paper right now, because it's paywalled. But yeah, we were just watching this little video. I can rewind to the beginning. About stable isotope analysis in archaeology. And Zenobia Bellet, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Dyson Dinosaur says, cool. I tried to get into Evans's lab since forever. It's my dream lab, actually. Very cool. Wow. Dave's a cool guy. Yeah. We used to run into him like almost every week because we had the same town day that they had in the field. Or maybe they had multiple town days. But, you know, it seemed like every week we would go into town to stock up on supplies and get water and everything. Actually, that year we didn't have to get water. We had running water in camp, which was amazing. But yeah, we used to run into them all the time. And usually go out for pizza with them at the one pizza parlor in Malta, Montana. But yeah. Jim says, amazing stream yesterday. Hope you can do that more often. Jim, you telling about the crossover with Balint? Because we have plans to do that. I think this next Tuesday we might do that again. Is that what I said to Balint? Let's see here. No, I said the week after Thanksgiving. Yeah, I'm going to be too busy next week, and it's Thanksgiving, and yeah. But yeah, we're going to be trying to do that, make that a weekly thing. After I move, it might become a Wednesday night thing. We raid into Science Streams' channel. Just talk about some different papers. Yeah. But yeah. Charlie's Dragon says, running water in camp? How bourgeois. I know, right? We even had electricity. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah. Let's watch this video.
Alexander. I am a lecturer here at the University of York. I am a specialist in stable isotope analysis to understand the diet of people in the past. When you're looking
so
at
this is archaeology,
used in terms of diet,
not paleontology, but still
so when
cool.
You eat something, the signature of that food in terms of its isotopes is retained and stays the same once it reaches your body tissues. You are continuously renewing your bone. So when you eat something, that signature will stay for as long as it takes that bone to completely be replaced. And that usually takes about 10 or so years. Teeth, on the other hand, are a little bit different. They form in sort of layers, if you like, all the way down to the bottom.
Teeth are excellent for getting stable isotopes out of.
So if I look at this tooth root, what it will tell me is what someone's diet was like between the time that that tooth was forming. If we're looking at a first molar, that might be between sort of 0 years and sort of 10 years of life. What we're interested in is looking at the protein within bones. To do that, we need to dissolve away the hard part of the bone, so the mineral, and then we filter the protein to make sure that we get just the protein. We weigh it out into tiny tin capsules and we burn it in a mass spectrometer. The burning it just releases it as a gas to measure the isotope ratios. We look at carbon and we look at nitrogen. If you're plotting down here on the graph with a kind of low carbon and low nitrogen, then you're probably eating plant-based diet with some probably animal foods in there. High carbon, high nitrogen puts you over here where you're looking at seafood. If you are eating a bit of seafood and a bit of kind of land animal protein, you'd plot right in the middle. So what we wanted to understand was there a change in diet between childhood, and remember that comes from the tooth, and adulthood, which comes from the bone. All of the triangles plot quite close to their partner crosses.
Steely Dan says, we are what we eat. Uh-oh. Yeah, if you exclusively eat Hungry Man frozen TV dinners, you'll plot over here. And none of these ancient people were doing that. Yeah. Dr. Irrefutable says, I thought the fossilization process would have eliminated all the original material. No, definitely not. Especially not with stable isotopes like this. Yeah, they can be pretty hardy. But we even have evidence, I mean, we've got soft tissue, like the remains of ancient proteins and collagen and stuff like that in some very, very well-preserved fossils. If you've got a very crummily preserved fossil, if preservation is not good, you're not going to have, it's not going to be a good candidate for isotope analysis. Definitely not for something like soft tissue. But occasionally, you've got a very, very well-preserved fossil and you can do this kind of analysis. Much more rarely, you can actually get soft tissue out of it. And we can talk about that in a few minutes.
So
Hey,
what
Jody
we're
Fish,
seeing
welcome.
is
Yeah.
Diet between childhood and adulthood at these sites in this Brighton area didn't change that much. And one of the things we think is going on in the Roman period is you might be seeing these higher nitrogen values associated with people of higher status, so higher.
And there you go,
health.
Javasaurus can
And the
confirm
people
that.
with
Yeah.
low nitrogen values, these are people who can't afford to have a lot of animal protein. So when we look at this Brighton
Or
individual,
maybe they
we
choose
can
not
see
to
that
have
they
it.
plot not among the people with the least amount of kind of protein in their diet, relatively lowish status, but still with animal protein in their diet. And so by looking at the diet and seeing what people were eating in the past, it can tell us something about society. When you compare them to other people, we can understand that person's place in society and something about the culture of that society as well.
Cool stuff. You know, transferring it back to dinosaurs. We can use this to determine who's eating what and who's eating, well, not who's eating whom, but I guess who's eating what. Meat versus plants in these environments. Very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. And it's interesting that troodontids plot pretty high there, like in between dromaeosaurs and ankylosaurs. Kind of wild. Kind of wild. Yeah. Neat stuff. Very neat stuff. Pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. We don't have any press releases or anything on this, do we? This is really cool stuff. I really hope they go big with the news on this. We're catching this like the day after it was published, or maybe the same day. I think it is the same day, actually. So I don't think this has actually made the news yet. Here, let's search. Troodontid. Nope. No. Yeah, not yet. But other paleontologists are posting stuff on Twitter. For Fossil Friday, in honor of the recent paper by Thomas Cullen and Cousins, type specimen of Troodon formosus at the Academy of Natural Sciences in Philadelphia. That's the original Troodon tooth right there. It doesn't look like much. It's not the prettiest thing in the world. Yeah. And the old mound of the two-medicine Troodontid, aka Troodon formosus. Just designate a neotype. Call it Troodon montanensis or something. I don't know. But cool stuff. Very cool stuff. Yeah. And ANSP. Oh, was that the acronym you were using? Was it yesterday, Paleo Admiral? Is that where you volunteered? That's super cool. Yeah. That might be one of the oldest museums in the United States.
What you're doing?
Let's see if we can find a video on that. Here we go.
Look who it is, Marina, one of the vice presidents here. What's your title?
Vice President, Experience and Engagement.
Oh man, that's a great title. So let's go through the floors. Obviously, this is the main floor, the dinosaurs, right?
Yes, very popular. Dinosaur
Yeah.
Hall.
There's Hadrosaurus back there. These are going to be casts of the original fossils. These are not going to be the original bones themselves. But Hadrosaurus was, at the time, it was thought to be the first dinosaur discovered in North America. It's before they realized that Troodon was a dinosaur. But yeah. One of the first dinosaurs named from North America, Hadrosaurus Folk eye.
The stairs, and we have our dioramas, North American Hall, and then on the next floor we have Asia and Africa Hall, and our Dietrich Gallery with temporary exhibitions as well.
This kind of has to be the star, isn't it?
It is. It's so popular. Everyone loves dinosaurs.
Especially with the kids.
Which Tyrannosaurus specimen is that? That's not the Wonkelrex. It doesn't look like Stan. The teeth don't look all doofy like Stan's teeth. This might be Eamon H. 5027. This might be the American Museum of Natural History Tyrannosaurus cast. It's definitely not Sue Moonrise Rabbit. No. No. This might be 5027. Yeah. I think it probably is. Although the forelimbs look different. I wonder if this is the same one that they have at the museum in Rock Springs, Wyoming. Gimplex says 5027 needs a name? It has a name. It's Eamon H. 5027. I'm personally not in love with the idea of giving dinosaur specimens nicknames like that. Because to me, I associate that with commercial digs. Sue and Stan both being sold to the highest bidder, you know? But yeah, I don't know. Charlie's Dragon says, I like that museum just from the video. I'd like going there. I would like to go there too. Holy cow. Yeah.
Loves dinosaurs.
Especially with the kids.
Absolutely.
There's that Acrocanthosaurus skull. The original is in North Carolina.
But I gotta tell you, you mentioned the second floor. It looks
copy.
real. Some of them look really real. Like it looks like you're out looking on the Serengeti.
It transports you to Africa. You really feel you're there. They're works of art, the dioramas.
It's in Philadelphia, Risa Dego.
These incredible works of art.
How now is the gorilla new?
The gorilla is not new, but it was recently restored, as was our takin, and we actually have 3 more dioramas that are going to be restored next year.
Excellent. And then also a great feature is the 3rd floor where kids can actually touch things.
Ooh, a skink.
Outside in, and it's
very
a
cool.
Urban nature lab for children.
Okay. Tell me about the new exhibit outside. It's all about water.
Right, so this is Water Year at the Academy, and we have a big project opening August 3rd called Watershed Moment.
Yeah, neat. See if I can find you another video. There was one with Ted Deschler. And Hadrosaurus. There we go, the New Jersey dinosaur that started it all. Good stuff. SV Harkin, she did say Urban Nature Lab, yeah. Yeah. Gimpleg, you recognize the Wonkelrex, Sue, and Stan on site. Probably because they have names? No, I also recognize Eamon H. 5027 anywhere. Well, Black Beauty also has a name. She could be a little trickier, but yeah. There are other dinosaur specimens. MOR 3027, for instance. The Triceratops from the Yoshi's Trike site. I'd recognize that critter anywhere. And help dig that one up. Yeah. I do agree, Gimpleg, that having a name for the specimen feels gauche. It feels commercial. It feels exploitative. But having a name for the site, like the Yoshi's Trike site, the Chompa Rex site, Anki Breaky Heart, or the Rocky site, or Count Tricula. This is a Triceratops site that I found in the Hell Creek in 2015. Those are names for the sites. The sites also have a number, but, like, it's easy to forget a number. But, like, for the actual specimens, you know, a site could have multiple dinosaurs from it, and they all, you know, will share that same site number and share that site name. But, like, to name the individual dinosaurs just feels a little commercialized, you know? It's like you want to sell them or something. It's like how every dinosaur that goes up for auction somewhere at Sotheby's or Crookston's or Thievington's or whatever those gross auction houses are called. All of those have names, you know? They've been given a name because they know that'll that'll boost the purchase price. So, yeah, it's... I don't know. I feel... Not every dinosaur needs to have a nickname, you know? Yeah. And yeah, Anki Breaky Heart, that was an Ankylosaur site, Beats International. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, and Trek Nerd says numbers sound more like serious science, which they should. Yeah. They're harder to remember than a name, but like we give names to sites. We don't really give names to specimens in science usually. Yeah. Ratherbees. I'd rather be in a museum. I like that, SV Harkin. I like that. Yeah. And Javasaurus says, same in genomics. Genes with actual names are considered rebellious rockstar genes. Really, like Sonic Hedgehog? That's a rebellious rockstar gene? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Moonrise Arbit says, I think you're asking too much of the human race who also name things like computers and pet rocks. To me, like, giving a dinosaur a name when it doesn't necessarily need one, giving the individual specimen, giving the bones a nickname, rather than the actual site itself where it's from. It might not seem like... To those of you watching, I realize that might not seem like a big distinction, but it's a big distinction to me and to other paleontologists. And if you're giving the actual specimen a nickname, that kind of reeks of... It feels mercenary. It feels like, oh yeah, you know, we're just naming this because we're gonna sell it, you know? We're just fattening it up for market, you know? I don't know, that's what it feels like to me, like, ugh. Just let it be what it is, you know? Yeah. And Hugin, there's only one species of Tyrannosaurus? That's up for debate, Hugin, yeah. We could talk about this in a little bit, Hugin. But, I think that there would have been multiple, like, chrono species of Tyrannosaurus. But we don't have enough specimens to really demonstrate that yet. I feel like Greg Paul... He had the right idea in that paper where he splits Tyrannosaurus into 3 species, but I don't know if the... I kind of disagree with his execution of that. You know? So far, it's not been picked up by other researchers, and that's what actually matters. Yeah. Peter Steve says, what would happen if 2 specimens have the same name? That happens all the time, Peter Steves. There's a bunch of like, commercial groups that have found a dinosaur, and they're like, oh yeah, they call it Dinosaur Bob. I think there have been, like, 3 of those. I think there have been, like, 6 different big Als before, different Allosaurus specimens. You know, stuff like that. When it gets dug up by a commercial group, it's... You know how I feel about selling dinosaur fossils. You know, my view on that,
That belongs in a museum!
So anyway. But let's get back to Philae Delphi right here. And let's talk about Hadrosaurus, the New Jersey dinosaur that started it all. From Philadelphia, New Jersey. No, not really. It's from across the river.
The dinosaur fossil, known as Hadrosaurus fulci, is so historically important that its image is built into the State House complex in Trenton,
Really?
New Jersey. The
Oh.
state capitol's ornate stained glass window features the creature as well as the farm in Haddonfield, New Jersey, where its bones were discovered in 1858.
That's
Today, that
pretty
heavily wooded
cool.
discovery site in Camden.
Whoop. That is pretty darn cool. It really is. This is a fine use of taxpayer dollars. Very nice. I like it a lot. Ash Rubber says, I want a window like that. I wish we had this in the State House of California. We had a celebration of our California dinosaurs here. You know? Yeah. Scree at that one. Yeah, there you go, Alex Vixen. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah.
Features the creature as well as the farm in Haddonfield, New Jersey, where its bones were discovered in 1858. Today, that heavily wooded discovery site in Camden County is a National Historic Landmark and the place where a collective fascination with dinosaurs really began. The town of Haddonfield celebrates Hadrosaurus folki with a massive bronze sculpture in the center of its business
That's
district.
very cool.
And across the Delaware River at the Philadelphia Academy of Natural Sciences,
There we go.
enthusiastic crowds continue to visit the history-making skeleton 140 years after it was first mounted for public display here. The Academy, America's oldest natural sciences museum, has long considered...
So it is America's oldest natural science museum. Very nice. I'm glad I remembered that.
Hadrosaurus folki, one of its core treasures. But why is this particular creature so important to the Academy as well as to the history of dinosaur discovery in general? We asked paleontologist Dr. Ted Dashler. He's the chairman of the Academy's Department of Vertebrate Zoology.
Hadrosaurus folki was an animal that had profound impacts on our understanding of dinosaurs. When it was discovered in 1858, it was the most
Real Sugar, welcome back.
skeleton
Good to have you
of a
here.
dinosaur that had ever been found in the history of the world. So for the first time, we were able to see how a dinosaur skeleton could be put together fully, what the proportions of the body were, and reconstruct the animal into a reasonable reconstruction of how the animal actually looked in life. And then imagine it with skin and color and as a living animal instead of just a skeleton.
Nice.
It did finally give people the ability to imagine what a dinosaur actually looked like. Although the fossils that were found earlier were proof of dinosaurs, these large prehistoric reptiles, they didn't quite allow people to relate to them as living animals because the bits and pieces that were found were isolated.
Oh, and we were talking about... Oh, there's the Troodon tooth right there, illustrated by Joseph Leidy. And this looks like a... Is this a big hadrosaur tooth? That looks like an ankylosaur tooth to me. But yeah, you see those serrations on it like that? They almost look like the serrations on a leaf. Those big serrations right there, too. That's a clue that these animals, you know, were chowing down on plants. Yeah, and is that an iguanodon tooth? It looks iguanodon-y, I guess. Yeah, it doesn't look super hadrosaur-y. This looks like could be a ceratopsian tooth up here. And this looks like either a fish tooth or could be a crocodile tooth.
Isolated bones or isolated teeth, and the whole animal really could not be easily imagined. But when Hadrosaurus folki was discovered, finally, and then reassembled, I should say, so the discovery came in 1858, the mount of the skeleton of Hadrosaurus folki was put on display in 1868, and that's finally when the public was able, for the first time, to see a complete dinosaur skeleton and sort of awaken that imagination in
this was a big deal.
About the size, the scale, and the way that dinosaurs lived.
Pretty cool. This was the first one in the entire world, the first mounted dinosaur skeleton ever put on display. Pretty neat.
Hadrosaurus folki was displayed here at the Academy. It was a phenomenon. The attendance of the Academy skyrocketed far beyond anything that had
It's the power of dinosaurs, baby.
And it was a little bit of a problem handling all those crowds. And so, in that sense, Hadrosaurus folki really did change the history of the Academy of Natural Sciences, and for the first time introduced this mass audience to the science, to the exhibitions that the Academy was doing. If we go back in time 80 million years and we go to the geographic area that is now southern New Jersey, it was a shallow ocean or lagoons close to the shore. The marl that I speak of, also called green sand, is the organic rich sediment that slowly but surely built up, and because it was so organic rich, in the 1800s, farmers learned that if you dug it up and spread it out on your fields, it was a good fertilizer. So that's what happened in the...
By the way, this area right here, I think this might be where Balint is streaming from today or yesterday. No, today? Tomorrow? When? Let's see. Videos. Who's this jabroni right here? Who's this jabroni right here? I guess it might be later. No, shoot. Right there. This is 4 hours ago. There's baby Alona right there. And this might be...
Fossils. This is a site that we came yesterday. Not yesterday, last time. 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, maybe.
Big Brook.
Lordy,
search for Cretaceous
tell us all
fossils.
about it.
Big
I went to all the
Brook.
fancy things. It's great to see you, Lordy. Lordy, it was so fun. We were chatting with
That's cool,
Danny
Lordy.
last night about dinosaurs and rats and all kinds of craziness. It was a fun crossover stream last night.
It was a fun crossover stream.
Here's hoping to many more.
Yeah, let's do them.
Luminology, hello. Snakes and earthquakes, yes.
Here.
Come on, Gimbal.
Big Brook fossils of New Jersey.
There we go, hold on. There we go.
Monmouth County.
Enjoyed the stream last night. I thought it was very fun, Ferret Fawcett. I liked the very difference of opinion we had. But in like the good way of like different approaches for the different papers. Yeah, Lori, I thought, we have very good chemistry. It was like, we were just bouncing off ideas of each other. And
Big Brook Nature Preserve.
All right, come on, little one. We're going to push on through. Whee! Hi, Munch Munch.
There we go. So Balint was just there earlier today, I think.
Well, of course, Ferret Fawcett. We weren't monsters.
In New Jersey.
Smike says hi, even though he's in a meeting.
Okay, this is in a different area.
Yeah, probably. Because he said hi, Lita. I just didn't see the Lita part.
There we go.
I just assumed.
So yeah, Balint was up here, whereas Haddonfield is right over there. Yeah.
You like the bouncing munchkin?
Cool. But we're going to look for some fossils here. Very nice. So if you're on the East Coast and you want to go look for fossils...
Oh, that's true. Smike says that because of your plain old Trey shirt, he can't use any of this for TikTok.
Oh, really? No, we just tagged Trey in it. It's fine.
But is it a drug reference?
No. Plain old Trey. What do you think it stands for? Some kind of craziness?
Yeah, I love that fossil hunting doesn't require fancy equipment. It is one of the neatest things. So Kitefish
She's right.
has gotten us into fossil hunting and rock hounding. It's something we used to do when we were younger as well, but not quite as seriously. So you can get some real serious equipment.
You don't need that.
And waders and all sorts of things, but yeah, also the baby's making, she's blowing some raspberries at chat.
Water.
But it's definitely something, and it's definitely textured.
Ooh, it looks like a fish spine. Could be a hybodont shark or something.
Fun to figure out on stream. You guys will have to come back on Monday.
That's cool.
Right? I mean, very unusual. I don't know. Haven't seen anything like it yet.
Nice. Woosa says hi.
Hi, Woosa.
Park, so super creepy. Oh, that is kind of terrifying traffic.
this.
That's what we saw earlier. Very cool.
I don't know what it is.
Let's go back a little bit.
Sorry, woozah!
Where's baby Alona?
Are embedded in the fish, so we can
Decide later.
We can decide later, but I'm gonna put this one in with the shark teeth because I think it's a little bit more delicate.
Very nice.
Well, what if the pieces are tasty?
Anyway, here's a link if you want to watch that VOD at Science Streams.
Yeah, I think we're in
Cool
a
stuff.
place
Sorry,
where I'm gonna say don't lick.
I could watch this all day. But I've got a stream to do, so let's do that. Anyway, fossils in New Jersey. You heard that correctly. Mayor Spaces, I go fossil hunting with my sister and her kids all the time. I'm sure you're a great uncle, Mayor Space. That's so cool. Anytime we go swimming in the springs, we just reach down and pick up a handful of rocks, sift through them until we find a shark tooth or a stingray mouth plate. That's super cool, Mayor Space. That's super cool. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. And Dr. Tara, thank you for the fossil news there. We're going to be talking about Kerry Woodruff's 2 new Pachycephalosaurus species in just a little bit. Kerry's a friend and colleague of mine, and I actually got to see him talk about this a year ago during his doctoral thesis defense last November. Uncle Florida Man. There you go, Mayor Space. Uncle Florida Man, powerful man. Florida Man, Florida Man. Let's continue.
1800s, people were digging marl pits, digging into this organic, muddy, sandy, soft rock and spreading it out on their fields. And by digging down into that soft rock, they were exposing the bones of animals that had died and been buried in that soft rock 80 million years earlier. So that's how fossils like Hadrosaurus folci and many, many other sorts of fossils, shark's teeth, mosasaur teeth, crocodile skeletons, that's how those were discovered and then brought, many of them, to museums or other institutions where they were studied, and that's how we've learned so much about ancient New Jersey. One of the really neat aspects of Hadrosaurus folci and its place in history is that it's a great example of minds coming together, of the right people being in the right place at the right time.
Yeah.
So it seems that back in the early to mid 1800s, bones like the Hadrosaurus folci bones were actually found in Haddonfield by people working in these marl pits, maybe even parts of the skeleton of Hadrosaurus folci. But no one really was there to say these might be important. These may have an interest.
Speaking of not being
in
there, I'll be right back. Hang on a
somewhere
sec.
in Philadelphia, so let's show them these things. Instead, fossil bones were treated as curiosities and items to kind of look at and ponder and then put on the shelf. But in 1858, as coincidence would have it, William Parker Folk was vacationing in Haddonfield and learned about some of these discoveries on Hopkins Farm and went there and asked questions and started an excavation at the site where some of these bones had been found 20 years earlier. So Folk was finally someone who sort of had the wherewithal to say, these might be important. And then Folk also had connections with Dr. Joseph Leidy here at the Academy, probably the only person in North America at the time who was able to receive them and understand what they were and their scientific value. So that was just the right people at the right time at the right place. And you can add another layer onto that. 10 years later, Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins learned of these wonderful skeletons.
We'll be talking all about Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins on New Year's Eve this year. Which, holy cow, is that coming up? That's just next month. Month and a half from now. But we'll be talking all about Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins and his remarkable dinosaur sculptures in Crystal Palace Park outside of London. Speaking of which, did I not show this off yet? I finished the Megalosaurus print the other day. You want to see that? Here we go. This is a Victorian conception of what Megalosaurus would have looked like. This looks, of course, nothing like actual Megalosaurus. Completely different, but this was remarkable for its time. Megalosaurus is only known from a small handful of bones, and from that small handful of bones, nobody had any idea what a dinosaur looked like at the time. But they're able to come up with this. And there's all kinds of cool anatomical details in this that just make total sense for an animal that would look like this big shoulder hump right here, like that of a bison or something, with these elongate neural spines. There's no fossil evidence of this, but Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins, depicted right here, he realized that if this animal's got a big heavy head like this, and if it walked on all fours, it would most likely need a big hump right here, supported by these neural spines, to have ligaments to hold that heavy head up. So even though he had extremely limited information, he was able to make really cool inferences and try and figure out how it would work as a living creature. So I know that people love to clown on the Crystal Palace dinosaurs and say, oh, they look so wrong and everything, and today, of course, we realize they looked completely different. Like, Megalosaurus, for instance, would have looked a lot more like, trying to find you a decent one here. That's not terrible at all. Oh, I like that a lot. It's a pretty lovely Megalosaurus. So very different from this, but at the time... Oh, and there's a gorgeous one right there from PNSO. Lovely. Oh, that's gorgeous. I like that a lot. But yeah, for, you know, people who had never seen a dinosaur before, they had no idea what these animals were supposed to look like, and they only had the bones here that are represented in white. They only had the white bones right there. At least figuring out that the animal had upright limbs? This was huge. They realized it was a reptile, but unlike all modern reptiles with sprawling limbs, except for birds, they decided to depict this animal with upright limbs, because that's what the limbs showed. They had a femur and some hip bones there, and they realized this is an animal with an upright stance, not with sprawling limbs, but limbs held directly under its body. So that, in and of itself, is remarkable. So we'll be talking all about this on a special stream for New Year's Eve. And I'll show you a quick clip. I know we've already seen this a few times, but I'm going to do it again because I like the clip. There we go. This is what we'll be celebrating on New Year's Eve this year, the 170th anniversary. 170th? Hang on. 18. Nope, hang on. Clear. 2023 minus 1853 equals 170th anniversary. I had it right.
Owen hired the leading sculptor of the day, Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins, to bring dinosaurs to life. From the fragmentary evidence, Hawkins built models that thrilled Victorian England. They were destined for Crystal Palace in London. It was the first dinosaur theme park ever built, and it still attracts the public today. Ever the publicist, Owen celebrated the achievement by hosting the most bizarre dinner party ever held.
This is a... Sorry, volume. This is a New Year's Eve celebration that would go down in history, and we're going to be replicating it to a certain extent on this channel on New Year's Eve this year for the 170th anniversary.
On New Year's Eve, 1854, he invited the
1853. New Year's Eve, 1853. Being that January 1st after would be 1954.
leading scientists of the day to wine and dine in the belly of Hawkins' still unfinished model of iguanodon.
Here's the iguanodon here. Yeah. Oh, I get emotional just watching this.
Through an alcoholic haze, the world's most eminent scholars could now picture prehistory in all its terrifying glory.
Oh, you gotta love it. Ileosaurus, Iguanodon, Ileosaurus again. Yeah. So that was Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins was kind of the genius behind this work. Owen gets a lot of the credit, but apparently Owen was like kind of absent from the site. Hawkins really did all of the hard work, it seems. We'll be talking about that too. I got a marvelous book about this, which I'm not sure where it went. I'm in the process of getting things together to move right now. So some of my books are not as locatable as they should be. But anyway, yeah.
At the right place, and you can add another layer onto that. 10 years later, Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins learned of these wonderful skeletal materials of a dinosaur that had come out of Haddonfield.
Yep.
And Waterhouse Hawkins was in New York and came down to Philadelphia. He had the knowledge about how to create these huge sculptures. And so naturally, he was the right person to work with Joseph Leidy, who was the right person to understand the anatomy. And so those two, that collaboration, resulted in the first
all-star team
skeleton mounted and put on display in 1968.
Beautiful.
And it was the first one in the entire world, and it was a coming together of great minds in the right place at the right time.
Pretty
For
extraordinary.
more information about Hadrosaurus folki, see the Academy's website at www.ansp.org.
When did this video come out? 14 years ago. www. Anyway, I'll give you a link to this video. Good stuff. Yeah. And somebody was posting earlier, Ted Deschler, wasn't he involved with Tiktaalik? He didn't discover Tiktaalik, but he had worked with Neil Shubin before on that critter, or on early tetrapods at least. Ted Deschler does study the transition from fish to tetrapods. Let's see. And let me see if I can find that. The original Tiktaalik specimen is actually going to be on display in Philadelphia for the next several months. If anybody happens to be in that area and you have a chance to see it, there it is. Yeah. Beautiful. Neil Shubin says, want to see the original type fossil of Tiktaalik? It's on display at the Academy of Natural Sciences in Philadelphia, on loan from the Canadian Museum of Nature until summer 2024. There it is right there. Tiktaalik rosei. Incredibly important fossil. Like all of those fishopods are important. It's funny, I was actually talking with some fishopod researchers a couple weeks ago at Berkeley. And I said, I know Tiktaalik gets all of this attention. And, you know, it's very well known to the general public. But is it really that special? Is it that important for fishopod evolution? And These other fishapod researchers told me, like, well, not... It's important, but it's not the most important. You know? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. I like this one a lot. Yeah. Anyway.
He called it an iguanodon.
Iguanodon. Beautiful. We were just talking about iguanodon. Gazebo baklava. What a wonderful name. Thank you for the follow. 2 extremely fun words, and you've combined them with an underscore there. It's like what was that other... There's a word that some people say is the most beautiful word in the English language, and it's a synonym for a spittoon. What was it again? It sounds beautiful, even though it's not a beautiful thing.
Tradoon.
Not tradoon, no. Oh, I spelled spittoon wrong. Okay, that's why it didn't come up. There we go. Cuspidor. Cuspidor. Some people say that is the most beautiful word in the English language. I've also heard that to non-English speakers, like if you're just hearing the sounds of the word and don't know what it means, that's a 50-cent word, all right, says Gazebo. Yeah, did 50 Cent use that in any of his songs? Any of his tracks? Oh, Cuspidor. No, but I've also heard that to a non-English speaker, if you're only hearing the sounds and taking them in as sounds and not understanding the meanings of the words, that the word diarrhea is also one of the most beautiful words in the English language. Spartan?
So Spartan Zero is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, Spartan, for those gift subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. That's extraordinary, and I appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you, Spartan. Thank you very much. Yeah. Does have a smooth float to it. Ew. Steely Dan. Yeah. And it's more than a 50-cent word, says Spartan? I would agree. You know what's more than a 50-cent word, too, is those 5 gift subs. Thank you, Spartan, for your generosity. Thank you for helping 5 people not have to watch any ads for the next 30 days. 5 times 30, that's 150 days of ad-free viewing that you've just bestowed upon this community. And I appreciate you very much for that, Spartan. Thank you. And welcome, Gazebo Baklava. Oh, your name is so fun. I'm gonna relish saying that. Gazebo Baklava. And, Pacha Pequeña. Claro que sí. Just received a sub from Spartan. Thank you, Spartan. Good stuff. Yeah, and not watching ads is a very noble goal. It can also be achieved through the use of a blindfold. But that's not as fun as having a gift sub, because a blindfold usually doesn't come with emotes, too. Or with a channel points boost. But you still hear them, says Spartan. Well, you can press the mute button. Or you can pour a cup of tea on your speakers. I wouldn't recommend that, actually. Chris TS says, the great thing about the name can be enjoyed simultaneously. You mean a gazebo and baklava? Or do you mean a cuspidor and diarrhea, Chris TS? Again. I suppose if you wanted to get real ambitious, you could experience all 4 at once. SB, yeah, there you go. Would not recommend. Yeah. The baklava in a gazebo. There we go. Yeah. But if you eat too much baklava in the gazebo, then you better go look for a cuspidor before... Yeah. Anyway, a cuspidor is... So everyone, this is a science and a vocabulary adventure here. A cuspidor is, well, I guess it's something in a dental context as well? When the dentist says rinse and spit, I guess it's called a cuspidor. But there we go. There's a vintage brass cuspidor there. It's a spittoon. It's something you spit into. Or in a pinch, I suppose it could also be an emergency bedpan. But yeah. Yeah. Oh, there you go, Christy S. Yeah. Anyway, how did we get to this point? I feel like we need to consider what choices have brought us to this point here. Anyway, for anybody just tuning in, I feel like I should do like a station break kind of deal right here. If you're just tuning in, welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So a paleontologist, as you probably know already, hopefully, you know that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. I work on dinosaurs in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. I study dinosaurs, I dig them up, I publish on dinosaurs in the scientific literature, and I talk about dinosaurs every weekday here on Twitch. This is how I make my living, believe it or not. And that's only because of the generosity and enthusiasm of this community that's possible. So thank you. Thank you, community. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Anyway. Gimpleg says, did you cover the Morrison sauropod paper earlier this week? Which one was that, Gimpleg? I'm not sure if I did. I was talking about the toothmark paper with Balint last night when we did our crossover stream, which was pretty cool. That was also in the Morrison Formation. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Here's some objects.
Athena Cat.
And authentic.
Well, well, well.
They died out so long ago, their fossil bones remain, so we know just what they were like and can even sculpt them into still, or rather, extinct life.
There we go, Athena Cat. Thank you for those 17 months of support. I appreciate that very much. I really do. Yeah. And yeah, we did talk about that. Let me talk about that really briefly, Gimpleg. Because we did cover this on Science Streams' channel last night, actually. I did a special crossover stream. Oh, be quiet, you. That was here. With their teeth. And this new paper shows that that's not the case. So it's like, it's kind of opening up a new field of study in that sense. Like, these guys did leave tooth marks. They're not as common as in Tyrannosaurs, but we do have tooth marks from these critters now, and that's kind of exciting. It's a new thing that we can look at to try and get some more information It is exciting. About how these animals were feeding.
So, given the skepticism in the field, like you were describing before this paper, are you convinced by the data of the scratches in the bone that it is in fact an Allosaurus tooth that's doing the scratching?
I think... Here, let me go put this down, because this is really heavy and my arm's getting tired. But yeah, I'm pretty convinced. It's not that heavy. Come on, Danny. Anyway, we talked about that paper last night. So here's a link if you want to watch that. But we can cover this again briefly. There we go. Bite and tooth marks on sauropod dinosaurs from the Morrison Formation. Really cool paper here. And let me pull this up. Downloads folder. Bingo. Binger. This is really neat because tooth marks from the Morrison have not been extensively studied before. Tooth marks are how we figure out sometimes whether certain dinosaurs were eating other dinosaurs. And that was kind of the point here. They didn't have very strong conclusions, and I think that's a strength of the paper. And that they didn't get too crazy about what they were claiming here. But we've got a bunch of different theropods, different meat-eating dinosaurs from the Morrison Formation. Theropods like this. There we go. The Almighty Kaiju, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Hello to you too, Almighty Kaiju. In Kaiju we trust, says Clever. I'm actually, no joke, I'm a big Godzilla fan, going way back to childhood. And, yeah. In fact, Almighty Kaiju, you and any other giant Japanese monster fans might appreciate this. Let me show you something real quick. I did some sculpting and 3D printing a while ago, and I think you might get a kick out of this. Especially if you happen to be an art fan as well. Do you, do you get it? Yeah. And Lenina says, I'd seriously pay for that STL file. Just send me an email, Lenina, and I'll send it to you. But yeah, Rodin's The Thinker, or The Thinker's Rodin? Yeah, what a niche pun. Thank you, Maximum Darnage. Yeah. Here. Do I have to explain the joke? Let's explain the joke. So, The Thinker, you know this famous sculpture by Rodin? Rodin is the artist of The Thinker. Le Penseur. As a bronze sculpture by Auguste Rodin.
He'll tell you that in nature.
And thank you, Kibosh Keith. I appreciate that follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Thanks for not putting the kibosh on the follow. It's good to have you. So The Thinker. Yeah. Anyway, by Auguste Rodin. Rodin is how you actually pronounce his name. And, here we go.
Is a skyscraper. When he moves, the whole earth quivers and quakes, and an abyss of horror opens up. See these prehistoric beasts emerge from the bowels of the earth after 200 million years.
That should be a good alert right there. Yeah. You love this documentary, SB? I like how he just flies past things and then they're destroyed.
Supersonic jets cannot catch him.
Not even F-86 Sabres? Rodan.
Armored tanks are helpless before him.
200 million years would be early Jurassic. Yeah, weird adult. Latest Triassic?
Even guided missiles are powerless.
Yeah. Rodan, anyway.
See Rodan destroy a modern city, leveling it to the earth with a killing airstream of his mighty wings.
Anyway, you get the idea. But yeah, hence Rodan's thinker. Oh man. Yeah. We must have that statue in the store, says Maxim Darnage. I mean, I could make that happen. I should probably set up a store and charge a modest fee to be able to download this and print it. I might need to make some modifications though, because it was kind of a pain in the butt to print. Yeah, we'll see. Anyway, it's good to have you here, Almighty Kaiju. Welcome to Paleontologizing. You know, scientists can have a sense of humor too. Albeit a goofy one sometimes. But yeah, we were talking about this paper here. Yeah. Looking at bite marks to figure out what's going on in this ancient ecosystem and who's eating what. It's cool stuff. It's cool stuff. And I love that they actually looked at the premaxillae of these different animals here. From Ceratosaurus. Interesting. Marshiosaurus and Torvosaurus looking very similar to one another. Allosaurus and another Allosaurus there. And how those teeth would scrape across the bones, comparing those to the actual bite marks. It's cool stuff. Let's go down to the conclusions. Although the survey here was not exhaustive, it reveals that there are numerous bite marks present on large sauropod bones. Sauropods are the large, long-necked, four-legged plant-eating dinosaurs. Like Diplodocus. Right here. That's one of your classic Jurassic Morrison sauropods. One of the most common sauropods. I think Camarasaurus is the most common. But yeah. So large sauropod bones. A lot of them had bite marks from theropod dinosaurs. These are generally unrepresented in the scientific literature. There's potentially a rich source of data present here to help better understand the feeding habits and ecology of the late Jurassic theropods, both in the Morrison Formation and likely other formations as well. Interpreting the bite traces on sauropod bones remains difficult. I'm glad that they're so honest about that in this paper. Despite the extensive survey here, the presence of multiple candidate theropod trace makers and the variation in time, space, deposit, and taxonomy of the sauropod faunas, as well as taphonomic and behavioral factors, means that drawing conclusions from this data set as a whole is potentially problematic. However, it is clear that bite marks are more frequently produced on sauropods than previously realized, and there is wear to theropod teeth as a result of bone-on-tooth contact. Very cool stuff. Anyway, really neat paper that just came out the other day. Very cool stuff. Published November 14th, just 3 days ago. Yeah. Almighty Kaiju says, it's good to be here. I love dinosaurs and paleontology. You're in the right place. Welcome. Oh, this is a good song. I dig it. And Kennedy, Michael Dorn owns an F-86 Sabre. Wait, seriously? Michael Dorn from Star Trek? He has an F-86 Sabre fighter jet? Is this Worf? Yes, it is. Man, this is so cool. That's really neat. Kennedy, actually, do we need to look that up right now? Is there a YouTube video? There can't be. No, that's okay. We don't have a clip. That's all right. And Patrick Crusader says, is it true that some footprints show that some sauropod babies walked on 2 legs? That might kind of make some sort of sense, but I also wonder...
Big fella,
Speaking of sauropods...
70 feet long. Tips the scales at a substantial 35 tons.
XSC125, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Baby sauropods. Like a baby apatosaurus there. Yeah. We think they probably walked on all 4s. It might just be that if there are trackways from them, it could be that the particular gait of a baby apatosaurus just means that their hind feet are stepping in the footprints of their forefeet. And so, like, the back feet are essentially erasing the footprints from the front legs as they walk. If they're stepping in the same place. Because the hind feet are so much bigger than the forelegs, you know? So that could be the case there. That would be my first guess, but I really don't know. In fact, I wanna look this up real quick. Yeah, here's a depiction of this idea. Some of them kind of running on 2 legs to try and get out of the way. But if anything, it would be kind of surprising because we've got evidence from other dinosaurs, like Mosaurus, that the babies walked on all 4s and then later switched to walking on just 2 legs. So like here. So, some baby dinosaurs crawled before learning to walk on 2 legs. This is the opposite, you know? Mosaurus switched from 4 legs to 2. So as an adult, it's walking around on 2 legs, but as a baby, it's walking around on 4 legs, we think. Yeah. This is a cool dinosaur because it's featured in, oh, shoot. I think it's on the back cover of this book. It is indeed. It's on the back cover of Hunting Dinosaurs right there by Luis C. Hoyos. Yeah. That's just a hatchling Mosaurus right there. Very, very small. Extraordinary specimen. Just gorgeous. And it seems like some people were kind of confused by this animal and thought that that's how big the adult dinosaur was. Like, that seems to have happened in Michael Crichton's sequel to the novel Jurassic Park, The Lost World, where Mosaurus is described as being a super, super tiny dinosaur. I don't think it was even explicitly mentioned as a baby. I think it was just supposed to be an adult, I think. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, and were they prosauropods? They were, Hugin, although prosauropod is not a term that we really use that often anymore. It's kind of fallen by the wayside because it turns out that prosauropod is not really a group of dinosaurs. It's just that's what sauropods looked like early on. So prosauropods are not actually each other's closest relatives. Prosauropod is like it's just a term that people would throw out for being like this. They'd use this term for, like, that's a primitive looking sauropodomorph. Yeah, so Plateosauridae is what prosauropod redirects to nowadays on Wikipedia. Yeah. Show you another book. From from a long time ago. This was one way to classify dinosaurs back in the day. And we've got the proper sauropods here. And then prosauropods. Prosauropods. Right here. Plateosaurus, Riojasaurus, and Herrerasaurus, which is now considered to be a theropod. Anyway, yeah. Interesting stuff. Yeah. They walk in single file to hide their numbers. There you go, Espe, yes. Those blaster shots, they're too precise for sauropods. And I requested a dinosaur deep dive of Protoceratops to ask about facultative bipedalism. Oh, thank you, Gimpleg. Thank you, Claire Burr, for reposting that. That was an hour ago. I totally missed that. We can talk about Protoceratops a little bit. Yeah. Why not? We don't think that Protoceratops was bipedal. But, not even facultatively bipedal. Other dinosaurs like Leptoceratops, it's more likely. But they've got such heavy heads that maybe not, anyway. But, let's talk about Protoceratops here. So, Protoceratops. Well, shoot, I have a Protoceratops right up there. I'll show you that in a minute. But first, let me give you kind of a taste for what this dinosaur may have looked like in life. This is not really, it's not a bad depiction here from the, I think, 2004 series Dinosaur Planet. Check it out. So there's Velociraptor there. And Protoceratops. So this is a pretty good depiction of Protoceratops. I really like the proportions and everything. I think this is one of the better dinosaurs from Prehistoric Planet, or Dinosaur Planet. Yeah. So, overall body plan of this animal, like, that's well done. It is a cute show, Mommy does, yeah. Yeah, I really like the shape of the tail and everything. That's kind of weird how the arm is oriented here. But, yeah, it looks better right there. Anyway, this animal's got a huge, heavy head. It's difficult for me to imagine these animals walking on their hind legs at all, being facultatively bipedal. And by the way, facultatively bipedal, for those of you wondering what that means. That means being able to walk on your hind legs some of the time, like maybe a chimp. Or, another good example would be, like a pangolin. There we go. One of these guys. Most of the time they're walking around on all fours. Like this. But they've got such a long, heavy tail that they can also rear up on their hind legs. Like this. This is what we call facultative bipedalism. Bears can do the same thing, Red Bulwark, yeah. Yeah. Giant pangolin bipedal. Check this out. I'm talking about. So facultative bipedalism, did you see how it's walking on its hind legs, but it kind of like, whoop, has to steady itself with its hand right there? Yeah. See? Just like this. See that? So this is an animal that evolved from four-legged ancestors, but it can kind of walk around, it could tool around on its hind legs if it wants to, and when it wants to. Riley says they're mammals? Oh yeah, 1,000%. These are mammals. So yeah, pangolins are, let's find them on the old Tree of Life, shall we? Giant pangolin. Yeah, they are 1,000,000% a mammal. Menace gigantea, the giant ground pangolin. But, yeah, they are mammals. So let's jump out to Mammalia here. The mammals. There you go. See? Pangolins are over there. So... They're not Boroeutherians. They are... Shoot, where do they go? They're not related to armadillos. Although they were once thought to be related to armadillos. There we go. Yeah. That's crazy that these are not... None of these are evaluated. These should all be endangered or critically endangered. Pangolins are such cool critters, and they're among the most trafficked of all mammals nowadays. It's really, really sad, honestly. Yeah. Yeah. Here, let's see if I can find a video. Here we go. So this is, I think, some sort of Asian pangolin here. Lizard-like. Doesn't look anything like a lizard. And they're actually related to both cats and dogs. They're related to carnivorous mammals, like we saw here. So pangolins are just outside of carnivora. Critters like martens, mongoose, dogs, hyenas, seals, and bears. Oh, sorry. There you go. Yeah, pangolins are just outside of that group that gives rise to all of these animals. So it's fairly close to dogs and cats and bears, lions and tigers and seals. Oh my. Yeah. And it does look close to a shingleback. I mean, but it also looks like a pine cone. It doesn't mean it's related, Dinosaur Dave. I see what you mean, but I want to push back against this idea that, like, just because animals look vaguely similar to each other if you stand on your head and squint and also put on a blindfold, that they have to be related, you know? So yeah, it's coniferous thing, Claire. Yeah, I don't know. You know, it looks like an artichoke, you know? Doesn't mean it's an artichoke. They're, I don't know. I think it was that the narrator said lizard in particular, like, oh, you know, even though they look lizard-like, like, no, it does. People say that all kinds of different critters look like lizards that are not anything close to lizards. People say that dinosaurs look lizard-like, and they don't look anything at all like lizards. Lizards are a very specific group of animals, and yeah, here. Let's go to Squamata over here. lizards and snakes, which are also lizards. They're way over there. Yeah. So this is a specific group of animals. Other critters, like tuataras, are not lizards. This animal right here is not a lizard. It's not even... It is 1,000,000% not a lizard. This is not a lizard. Lizards are a specific group of creatures that all share a common ancestor. Tuatara is outside of that. Yeah. But does it quack like an artichoke? I don't think it does, Adosha. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah, pangolins. They're cool critters. They are very cool critters. Yep. Yep. They're not related to anteaters, Miss Yvette. No. And Chatty One, tuataras are not lizards. A tuatara is not a lizard. Very, very, very much not a lizard. This is a group of creatures that evolved long before the lizards ever did. Yeah, now we're going to go off on a rabbit hole about tuataras too, aren't we? I want you to become well acquainted with these critters because they're also really important and interesting. They have a third eye, which is pretty neat. Take a look at this.
The tuatara is the last survivor of a 200-million-year-old order.
Yep.
Their spiny vertebrae more closely resemble those of fish and amphibians than lizards.
Oh, yeah.
And they have a unique hemoglobin that is strikingly inefficient at carrying oxygen around their bloodstream.
Dude, they're not the most active of animals. They can be extremely long-lived as a result, though.
You see, the thing about tuatara is...
Extinction is no
they are
shame,
very...
no sign of disgrace or failure. In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become
Still love
extinct.
The content.
Bliss9, thank you for the 7 months of support. Even after 7 months, you still love the content? I appreciate that. Appreciate your support, Bliss9. And I appreciate your follow, Pixchian. Thanks for following. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Bliss9, thank you. It's good to have you here. Miss Yvette says, what about newt? Newts are amphibians. They're super, super far away. They're not lizards even more than tuatara are not lizards. A newt is going to be way over here. No, not nets. Newts. Newts. There we go. Caudata are salamanders and newts. And they're way over there. They're amphibians.
This is a herbivore and that's the
Dinosaur man.
And Miss Geriatric, 2 months of support. Thank you, Miss Geriatric. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah. See how newts, 1 billion% are not, they're not lizards. They're not even reptiles. Newts are part of a totally different group. If you want to get to, lizards, you got to go way over here outside of amphibia to squamata. Tuataras are lepidosaurs, but they're not lizards. There should be a ton of other branches in between these. We should have, like, to zoom in super, super far. But there's only one... There is only one species of this whole group left. They are the last surviving species of this once grand empire of rhynchocephalian ancestors. this was a whole sprawling dynasty of reptiles. The rhynchosaurs. Did I say rhynchocephalian? I meant rhynchosaur. Tuatara are the last ones, which is nuts.
You see, the thing about Tuatara is
what?
They are very
cool?
Very
awesome.
Slow.
That's true.
Tuatara only grow to 2 pounds, but they are actually the largest native reptile species in the whole country.
Huh.
There was so little competition in New Zealand that they hold the title of top endemic terrestrial predator. Their only threat comes from large birds of prey.
And Jack's facts. Oh yeah. Jack's facts. There's that hot new sound again. How did your stream go, Jack? I hope it was really good. Welcome back to Paleontologizing.
Sound for their 4 listeners.
How are things? How did your stream go? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. We're talking about Tuatara right now, because we got off on a tangent about how they're not lizards. Because they're not. You already know that, Jack. Tuatara are super cool. Yeah, before we were talking about pangolins, and before that we were talking about Protoceratops. We'll work our way back to Protoceratops for a dinosaur deep dive and facultative bipedalism. But we're talking about Tuatara for right now. So, yeah. Tuataras are not lizards, but they are fish. Well, so are lizards, though, Charlie's Dragon. So are we. Vertebrate animals in general are fish. Vertebrates and fish is essentially synonymous, you know? Yeah.
The Tuatara diet is mostly made up of invertebrates.
Yum.
But if they don't make a kill, it's no big deal. Their metabolism is so slow that one meal will last them for a long time.
Nice. I wish I were like that.
They live for
Only
up
had
to
eat once a
100
month.
years, only reaching sexual maturity between 10 and 20.
Huh.
Females produce 1 egg every 2 to 7 years and incubate it for over a year.
Hey, Science Streams, welcome. Belinda, we were checking out your fossil discovery stream earlier, because we were talking about fossils from New Jersey. Anyway, yeah. Oh, Tuatara, not lizards.
Wrong to call a Tuatara a lizard. Sure, they look like our 4-legged scaly friends.
Kind of.
However, they aren't really related to them.
Nope.
Tuataras are from their own unique order of reptiles, to which no other living reptiles belong.
It's true, they're the only ones.
Argue that Tuataras should be separated into different species, but as it currently stands, there is only one living species of
Sphenodon
Tuatara,
punctatus,
though
yeah.
they don't seem to be really aware of what some might consider a lonely existence. Apparently,
Patrick Crusader.
Tuataras aren't against bullying one another for good identifies.
Excuse me. Patrick Crusader says, how close to bearded dragons are Tuatara on the Tree of Life? They're very far away. So, if I remember correctly, shoot, a Tuatara to a bearded dragon would be kind of like a... It'd be like comparing a... I don't know. A flying fox to a platypus. You know, they're extremely different animals. Maybe that's probably not even far enough away. It would be like comparing a, I don't know, a blue whale to a crocodile? I'm not sure. They're very, very, very different animals. Let me show you. So Tuatara are right here. The what? I'm sorry. Again? The what? I didn't catch that. Could you speak up? One more time? I keep talking over you. I'm sorry. What was it again? Sheridanicus, 13 months, and what was it again? The what? The who? I'm sorry, I'm just not getting it. But Sheridanicus, you know what I am getting is those, well, real feelings of appreciation for those 13 months of support, Sheridanicus. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate you. Here, so Tuatara, jumping from them to bearded dragons. Bearded dragons, I think, are agamid lizards. But let's see. They are wildly different creatures. Wildly different. So zoom, way over there to get to bearded dragons. Very far away. So bearded dragons look like this. Yeah, you've got that classic lizard body plan. You've got those flared nostrils right there. That external ear. Yeah, very, very different animal. I mean, Tuataras do not have external ears. Their nostrils look completely different. Their eyes are totally different. Their arms are totally different. They've got this really cool wrinkly skin. You've got those spines on the back like that that are also totally different. And their skull looks totally wildly different too. So Tuatara don't have socketed teeth. So Tuatara teeth are just like weird pointy bits of their jawbone. They're not like teeth in a socket, like lizard teeth or like dinosaur teeth or like our teeth. It's basically just like, they're like pseudo teeth. They're just pointy bits of the jaw that project out. There you go. Yeah, they've got, I think, what we call acrodont teeth. Yeah, pretty wild. Acrodont, what's this? It's anatomical placement of the teeth at the summit of the alveolar ridge of the jaw without sockets. A characteristic of bony fish. So, just extremely different from any kind of lizard, you know? Yeah. So the jaw has a serrated edge. There you go, Sculpin. Yeah, yeah. And tuatars are fish. Well, but so are lizards. Charlie. Every vertebrate animal is a fish. Yeah. Anyway, they're extremely different from lizards.
And they may even engage in combat during the breeding season. Also, they can be like super old. So personally,
Yep.
I see these guys as the grandpa reptiles who just want to live in peace and keep everybody else off their lawn. Tuataras are found in New Zealand. They once populated the mainland of the country, but at this point, their populations are limited to remote islands off the coast. These islands are difficult to access, and even if someone went through the trouble of getting to one of these islands, that person wouldn't be able to take a Tuatara home. Tuataras are legally protected and have been
As they
for
should
more
be.
than 100
Yeah.
years. Only recently have zoos been allowed to exhibit Tuataras, and even that is limited, considering their peculiar lifestyles.
And let's see if we can find a video of a tuatara in a zoo. Here, let me give you a link to this video because it's a cool one. I just love tuatara. They're super neat. There we go. All right.
The ancient tuatara, our very own living dinosaur.
It's not a dinosaur. Oh, it's not a dinosaur. It's actually even further from dinosaurs than it is from lizards. But yeah.
Despite being so well known, we'd be very lucky to meet one. Why is that? Well, tuatara are now extinct on the mainland and can only be found on offshore islands or in sanctuaries.
Yeah, and I'm afraid I might get DMCA'd for that song there. But let's try this.
Throughout New Zealand. After the introduction of people and predators, these ancient reptiles were relegated to offshore islands, like this one, Hauturu in the Hauraki Gulf. But they were still at risk from predators here. In 2006, Kiori or Polynesian rats were removed from Hauturu. Every last predator is gone. Let's find out how the tuatara are doing now.
Yeah. It's music. I better not get clapped on YouTube for this. Anyway, what a cool critter, tuatara. Tuatara. I really want to 3D print a tuatara, but I can't find a single good file anywhere online. It just doesn't exist, you know? Like, this one I don't really like. You've got a bunch of these stupid cars. God, that thing's ugly. Anyway, this looks really, really nice, and I'd love to be able to print that. But it's not available. Although, at the San Francisco Zoo, you can find this sculpture there. I might just have to photogrammetrize that with my phone camera. Generate a 3D model, and then see if I can print that. So, let's see if I can make my way to the San Francisco Zoo sometime soon. Anyway. Yeah... Pinky Giblet says, are tuataras slower than sloths? I think sloths are probably still slower. Yeah. Anyway, and Mr. J. Glockta, I'm sorry you've got a broken hip. That's really lousy. I hope everything goes well there, Mr. J. Glockta. And I believe Casey Snowart had a question, too, before we get back to pangolins and then back to Protoceratops. Casey Snowart, where was your question? I may have already lost it. Chat messages expire here on OBS. Oh, Casey Snowart says, have there been any animals that have been drastically reclassified lately? Like from one end of the tree to another totally different category? Or is that just not a thing with modern DNA testing? It hasn't really been a thing. Like, I think since the early 2000s, or maybe the mid-2000s, around 2005 or so, we've had a pretty good idea of where most vertebrate animals belong on the Tree of Life. The biggest change recently, by which I mean like after the year 2000, might have been, might have been this here. Might have been whales. So realizing that whales are artiodactyls, they are even-toed ungulates, they're hoofed mammals, evolved from an ancestor like this. That was a pretty cool shake-up. Realizing that that's what's going on with whales. Oh, also pangolins. Pangolins are a good example, too. Pangolins used to be thought to be related to anteaters and sloths, what we call xenarthran mammals. But molecular data has shown pretty conclusively that they are their own group, and they should be much closer to carnivoran mammals.
According to some estimates, million pangolins in the past decade. Here in Africa are now at risk of extinction.
Yep. Medicine. It's not medicine. It's snake oil. It's, you know, here's parts of a dead pangolin. Snort these and it'll give you magical powers or whatever. It's just, it's not medicine. Don't call it that. It's an insult to, well, to pangolins. And it's not traditional. That's another thing. Chinese traditional medicine is neither Chinese, nor is it traditional, nor is it medicine. It really, really gets my goat. Don't get me started on this, you know? Yeah. Yeah, none of this stuff works. Nope. No scientific basis. Yeah.
In fact,
Yep. Yeah. Like a lot of things that wealthy people do, it's disgusting and shameful. And anyway, pangolins, they're these remarkable animals that we're like barely able to understand these critters at all, and they're already going extinct because some people are horrible, you know? It just the incredible disregard and cruelty toward these animals is despicable. Anyway, pangolins are another one of those critters, like Casey Snart was asking about, where we've reclassified them recently. They used to be considered part of Xenarthra, so related to things like anteaters and sloths. And that was basically like a grab bag group for all kinds of weird mammals. It was like anteaters, sloths, armadillos, and aardvarks were all considered to be xenarthran mammals. Now it turns out aardvarks are actually afrotheres. They're closer to elephants. And pangolins are their own weird group. They're not related to sloths or anteaters or armadillos. They're part of Pholidota. That's their own group right there. And their closest relatives are the carnivorans. Carnivorans are right here. I actually once did a video on carnivorans a long time ago. Let me see if I can find that. On the old YouTube page. This was from way back in the day. Long before I had ever heard of Twitch. Video update. Here we go. Yeah. This is my old office in Montana. And anyway, here. Should we just watch this? And yeah, aardvarks are related to elephants, Casey Snowart. Yeah, you bet. Here, let's look at that real quick. They're aardvarks. Aardvarks are aardvark. There we go. They are afrotheres. So there's the aardvark right there. So they're related to critters like sengis, elephant shrews, and golden moles. And also manatees, and dugongs, and elephants. There we go. Elephants, elephant shrews, and more. This is Afrotheria. This is the group that aardvarks belong to. There's the aardvark right there. It doesn't show an elephant here, but elephants are part of this group, and so are dugongs and manatees. Yeah. And hyraxes too, yeah, Casey Snowart. Yep. Yeah. So the hyrax is closer to an elephant than an aardvark is, but aardvarks are still part of Afrotheria. Here, there's a cool video on Afrotheres.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Boomir, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Yeah. Check this out.
If you were to ask the average person what an elephant, an aardvark, and a manatee had in common, they'd probably be scratching their heads. Of course, they're all mammals, but they also belong to an order of animals known as Afrotheria. This group is an ancient lineage of mammals that encompasses a wide variety of species of different sizes, shapes, and ecological niches. Afrotheria is speculated to have first emerged during the mid-Cretaceous period, roughly 105 million years ago. Africa, which had previously been connected to South America, began to split apart due to plate tectonics and was isolated from the rest of the world for about 65 million years. This extended period of isolation resulted in the mammals that are inhabiting this continent to go through their own unique processes of evolution. The extinction of the dinosaurs at the end of the Cretaceous only allowed for radiation of different and unique forms. Today, Afrotheria consists of 6 different orders: Macroskeletia, Afrosauricida, Tubulidentata, Hyracoidea, Proboscidea, and Sirenia.
Yeah, so there's your different groups of Afrotheres right there. But they all belong to the larger group Afrotheria. Here is a link for you, Casey Snowart, and anybody else who's interested. And what have we got here? And that's an okay model, Lenina. Thank you for sending that to me, of a Tuatara. It's a little... I don't know if this is going to print very well because the detail on it is really, really... There's not a lot of detail. But maybe I'll give it a shot. I also don't like that it doesn't really capture the wrinkles properly throughout the torso, and those spikes are almost absent on the top. It's not a great model. But I appreciate you sending it, Lenina. I really do. I'm picky, you know? I didn't even talk about what I'm printing right now. This is a foraminiferan. And I'm printing it for the first time. I'm using that glow-in-the-dark filament that somebody sent me off the wish list. Yeah. Foraminifera, by the way, are these microscopic ocean organisms. Well, ocean and also freshwater and stuff too. Yeah. So they're a kind of plankton, basically. And I'm going to be meeting Pacific Plankton next week in San Francisco. And so I figured she's going to be taking me to a museum there, getting me in for free, so I better do something nice for her. So I'm printing her a glow-in-the-dark foraminiferan. These are normally, like, close to microscopic. They're extremely small. So I'm printing a large one for her, and I'm happy with how that's going so far. This is good. Yeah. And Lugnudo, yes, I know. The glow-in-the-dark filament because of the... what's it? Phosphatic stuff in there or whatever? It can mess up the nozzle. It's very abrasive. But yeah. Yeah, cool stuff. She's gonna love that so thoughtful. I hope so, Casey Snowart. I hope so. Yeah, I would have printed it larger, but this model takes so long to print. There's a lot of detail in it. And, yeah. Anyway. It's cool. I'm excited about it. But where were we? We were talking about... Alright, we were talking about carnivorous mammals. Chat, it's been a long time since we've watched this. Do you want to see a previously recorded Danny from the days before Twitch? This would have been like 2017 or 2018, when I was still trying to make videos on YouTube, and they weren't getting any attention at all. Yeah. There was a thing that happened. Well, he'll explain it in the video, but there were some news articles that really kind of ticked me off.
Ontogeny.
Yeah, we will see some ontogeny there, Steely Dan. Yeah. Here. Let me just show you, and I'll go use the restroom. Hey there. This is Paleontologizing. I'm Danny Anduza, and today we're going to be exploring something pretty weird. This is not what I had planned for this week, but sometimes the best laid plans are displaced by current events, and well, duty calls. So last month, reports started to surface online about a strange-looking animal carcass discovered in northern India.
Rhinoceros. 40 feet long.
Apparently found by a worker who was cleaning out a derelict electrical facility in the city of Jaspur in the state of Uttarakhand. The carcass is still partially covered with flesh and features a longish tail, a gracefully curved neck, and a fearsome-looking skull. Local officials were called in to investigate the remarkable idea that this was a small dinosaur living in modern times. So could this really be a dinosaur? Of course not. What are you, stupid? I'm sorry. That's not the right approach. It's just that I get frustrated when sensationalistic garbage like this gets spread around just because journalists don't want to do their jobs. So even ignoring the fact that the non-bird dinosaurs went extinct 66 million years ago, it is obviously not a dinosaur because, and I'm speaking as a dinosaur paleontologist here,
it looks nothing like a dinosaur.
I'd also like to posit that this thing is not as big a mystery as it is being reported. But that didn't stop lazy journalists from latching onto the dinosaur claim anyway, without bothering to consult anybody who knows anything. They did, however, publish lots and lots of articles, and of course, this being the internet, that brought all kinds of wacky characters out of the woodwork.
This is a major discovery that's pretty much proving that dinosaurs are probably, this is just, it looks pretty authentic.
They have found a dinosaur corpse in India.
The dinos that resemble the shape of the 28 centimeters long creature.
The mystery of dinosaurs thickens. What it is, more or less, is
the Coelophysis.
We're not being told a real history of Earth here.
In the Dromaeosaurus.
Deinonychus.
Oh boy.
And the fact that the world is only 6,000 years old and man lived with dinosaurs.
Try to hide it up when you have a dinosaur that is found with flesh still on its bones.
And with the power of manipulation of the DNA.
So there's definitely aspects of our history that the mainstream scientific people in charge don't want us to know.
It tends to shake up the status quo, what they're teaching us.
Yeah, they definitely want to keep hidden.
And evolution is a false religion, pretty much manufactured by Satan, who just wants to distract people.
What will they do with the
Wow.
dino DNA? What? Especially when you start talking about Nephilim and mixing of species and the different things that's going on with the genetic manipulation. But
yeah. Oh so boy. It should be obvious to Internet's a any wild thinking place. Person that this is not a dinosaur. But you're probably wondering, what is it? Well, to find out, let's do some paleontologizing. Oh, obviously, if it still has flesh on it, then it's not a fossil. So why is this even a paleontological question? Well, paleontology is one of the broadest sciences there is, and our expertise often has bearing on other fields. For example, paleontologists will sometimes get called in to archaeological sites Oh yeah. to look at animal skeletons. I was talking about this with Balint last night, actually, how, like, nobody does osteology anymore except for paleontologists. There are, I guess, a few osteologists as well. But, like, if you're studying the anatomy of bones, paleontologists are some of the only people who actually do that nowadays. Yeah. Yeah. When you think about it, we are some of the only scientists who typically identify animals based only on their bones. It's Yeah. a practice called osteology, and it's kind of our wheelhouse. So just by looking at the bones that are visible in the Jaspur... The audio quality was so bad back then, I did not know how to... First of all, I didn't have a good microphone like I have nowadays. This was, of course, years ago. This is before I had ever heard of Twitch or anything like that. But yeah. Especially the structure of the skull, the general shape of the teeth, and the zygomatic arch. I can tell right off the bat that this thing is a carnivoran. They're the group of mammals that includes lions and tigers and bears.
Oh my.
Plus canines and hyenas, foxes, raccoons, pinnipeds, and all kinds of little weaselly guys, too. Mustelids This group split off from the rest of the mammals, probably sometime in the Eocene, about 42 million years ago. And from their common ancestor, they inherited something that we call carnassials. No, not those carnassials. I'm talking about the distinctly shaped cheek teeth that these critters use for slicing up meat and stuff like that. Yep. So there you have it. The Jasper mystery carcass is not a dinosaur. It's some variety of small carnivorous mammal. Glad we could clear that up. I'm Danny Anduza, and I'll see you around. Anyway, yeah, there was that video. I hope that was enjoyable. What's that? What? You're not satisfied with that conclusion? You expected more from me. All right. Well, challenge accepted. But wait, there's more, Clever, yeah. This thing is some kind of carnivorous. I mean, that level of identification is child's play. But what if we could narrow it down all the way to the species level? Well, let's see if we can knock this one out of the park. When I first saw this, I thought, like, looking at myself back then, too, I was so self-serious on camera. Glad I'm not like that anymore. It looks like a cat to me. But I wasn't confident about that. At least, not enough that I could really get cocky about it. You see, I am not a mammal paleontologist. Nope. I work mostly on dinosaurs, and so my knowledge of mammalian skeletal anatomy is not fantastic. So of course I reached out for help on Facebook and on Twitter from some of my paleo friends who know a lot more about mammalian osteology than I do. So how do you go about clarifying an enigma like this one? Well, it's not really that difficult. And there you go, Casey Snowart. First, we start with what we know. It's plain to see. Thank you, Joannis. I appreciate that. So it has to be a modern taxon, and it's obviously some kind of carnivorous. We know where it was found, and so we can use that to narrow it down too. With a little help from my friends, I figured out that it's definitely not a cat, and it's not an otter. Again and again, there were two possibilities that my mammal expert friends kept returning to. Either it was a herpestid, which is a mongoose, or a mustelid, which is some kind of weaselly guy. Using range data, we can come up with our most likely candidates, and then parse it down from there. The dentary seems to be the wrong shape for the Indian gray mongoose, and the limbs appear to be too long for the small Asian mongoose. The apparent lack of a sagittal crest seems to be another giveaway. I could be wrong, but I don't think this thing is a mongoose. So then, what is it? Process of elimination, that leaves us with this little guy. Yellow-throated marten. Scientific binomial, Martes flavigula. And I was not aware of these creatures before this project. Known to Russian speakers as the kharza, it's a common animal in that part of the world, and relatively well studied. As a member of the weasel family, the yellow-throated marten is closely related to the pine marten of Europe and the American marten of the western U.S. and Canada. Although it's they are super ravenous, Dr. Terry. You'll see that. Multi-gene phylogenetic analysis seems to indicate that it diverged from its relatives in the early Pliocene, and then hung around doing its thing in Asia until the current day. While it might look cute with its handsome, brightly colored coat, the yellow-throated marten also has some serious moxie, and it isn't afraid to attack and eat animals much larger than itself. Oh yeah. Apparently including small deer. Yowza. So yeah, they're... like Dr. Terry was saying, they are super ravenous. Holy cow. Yeah. That video with the monkey is actually really harrowing because it just runs up on this monkey and starts biting it. And at first the monkey's like, hey, get off. Stop playing around. And then the monkey realizes like, oh no, this is really serious. Like, I'm going to die. And then it dies. The marten just kills it and eats it. It's something else. You do not want to mess with martens. Holy cow. Yeah. Being our culprit, well, the geography is an obvious match. As for its anatomy, the length of its neck, its posture, the structure of its sacrum,
its lack of a prominent sagittal crest,
Look
and
at
the
its long
general
legs.
morphology of its skull all seem to line up beautifully with our mystery remains. And bingo, it's a match. About as perfect as we could hope for with the available evidence. Location, abundance, size, morphology of the skull, it's all there.
Yeah, you could test this idea, though.
I can't be 100% certain that I'm right about this ID, but at least now we have a falsifiable hypothesis. And if the people in possession of this carcass actually want to test this hypothesis, it should be pretty straightforward. As long as the thing is male, then all you got to do is open it up and examine its baculum.
Yep.
The yellow-throated marten has a very distinct one, different from all its relatives. So, in terms of identification, that should be your silver bullet.
So there you go. You know what a baculum is, right?
Oh, and by the way, if you don't already know what a baculum is, then I strongly suggest that you look it up.
Yeah, maybe don't type it into chat. It might get
Fun little piece
auto-modded.
of trivia to share with your friends and family.
But it's the penis bone. That's a baculum. Most mammals have it.
So anyway, I feel that this is a very fitting conclusion. It is somehow very appropriate that one of these spirited little animals would clamber into an electrical facility to keel over and shrivel up in a final act of mischief, so that years later it would fool a bunch of gullible humans into thinking that it was a dinosaur. So what can we learn from this? Well, first off, we see a dismal failure of journalism on multiple levels.
Yeah.
It starts with those first reports last month, and it continues with every instance of a credulous journalist choosing to just repeat the dinosaur
I wonder if there's
thing
still...
without bothering.
I wonder if this is still being reposted on places like Twitter and stuff like that to this day. I would not be shocked if it were. If this is just one of those evergreen things where people are like, oh yeah, do you know they found a dinosaur here? I was really hoping that by producing this video, I would help prevent that. Because when people would go to search for it on YouTube, or, you know, if editors from an online newspaper or whatever were to, like, look into this at all whatsoever, I was hoping that this would be one of the first hits that they would get. So, yeah, I don't know. I like to think that I helped put out this fire before it spread too far. But maybe we'll check in a minute.
To consult, I don't know, maybe anybody who studies dinosaurs? That would have stopped this farce right
There you
at the
go,
beginning.
Johannes, yeah.
No, I'm not suggesting that anybody should lose their job over this, but it is discouraging to see the piss-poor quality of all the reporting here.
Language,
Now, you might
Danny.
be asking
Excuse
yourself,
me.
What's the harm? Why be concerned over a bogus dinosaur corpse story? But I think you already know the answer. This kind of nonsense makes people stupider. And in this day and age, I don't think we need any more of that. So, to try and end on an optimistic note, let's focus on what you and I can do to try and improve things. Well, for one, if you see more examples of the just-spoor dinosaur corpse popping up on the news, then you can share this video in the comments section. It might not be much, but at the end of the day, it's better than nothing. Sometimes it's all you can really ask for. Anyway, until next time, I'm Danny Anduza. Keep on paleontologizing.
That catchphrase never really caught on, did it? Yeah. Here's a link to that video, if you would want that for whatever reason. There you go in the chat. And, what kind of feedback did the video get? Let's see. Let's look at, well, not a lot of comments, just 5? Yeah. Top 10 anime backstories. I swear there were more comments back in the day. What happened? 5 comments? That's it? It's only got 938 views, so yeah, I guess that's not surprising. Anyway, the YouTube series never took off. Been much more successful here on Twitch. I actually make my living doing this nowadays, so let's get that sign off again. We could do that, Mommy does. But let's do a quick search and see India dinosaur corpse, Jaspur. It's gonna be some of the same articles from before. And no, this mystery creature is not a dinosaur. This is probably after I made my video. The Sun, one of the UK's premier media outlets. Times of India. India Today, Hindustan Times. These are a lot of the same ones that I found. Coast to Coast AM. How long did it take them to report on this? Anyway. A lot of these are from November or December 2017, which is encouraging that, like, this didn't really become part of the popular mythology or anything like that. I'm hoping that with that video, I helped quell that just a little bit, and I do have some evidence of this. And this is slightly unsettling, so if you don't want to see strange phenomenon of dog stuck in tree for almost 60 years without rotting, it does look kind of spooky. Maybe close your eyes right now. 3, 2, 1. Right here. Oof. Stucky the dog is eternally grasping for freedom that will never come. This is an article from Newsweek. When loggers from the Georgia Craft Corps cut off the top of a chestnut oak tree to load it into a transport truck, they saw a brown and white hunting dog peering out at them from the hollow space in the log. The loggers were about 2 decades too late to save the canine from his woody fate. All that was left was a dried, mummified hound, petrified into an eternal struggle to escape. You know, if you're going out trying to kill animals, and then one of your dogs gets killed, it's like, what do you really expect, I suppose? It was approximately 1970 when the dog ran into a hole at the bottom of a tree and shimmied 28 feet up. He's a hunting dog, so we assumed that he was chasing something in the tree, Bertha Sue Dixon, who runs a museum called Southern Forest World, told Newsweek. But as the tree narrowed, the dog became stuck. He never caught his prey, and no one pulled him out. Unable to escape, he remains in the accidental trap and perished. Anyway, scrolling down, later on, whoever was writing this article for Newsweek, I think did a really good job. Because they actually looked at similar phenomena like this. Other animals, like a little creature that some people mistook for a dinosaur, but is actually a modern carnivore, most likely a yellow-throated marten, have also been preserved accidentally through natural desiccants like dry sand, peat, salt, or hay. And when you click this, YouTube takes forever to load, but eventually, hey there, this is Paleontology. My video comes up. So yeah, good on them. Newsweek, good stuff. But I guess my point in showing you this is that people need better education around animals and around natural history. You know, like, that should never have been a mystery in the first place, what this animal was. Like, it's very clearly some sort of carnivorous mammal. Very, very clearly. And it's like, are people this removed from nature nowadays? Is, like, nature deficit syndrome so severe? Nature deficit disorder, sorry. Check this out.
Studies show children are spending more time indoors and less time in nature. It's a phenomenon some experts have dubbed nature-deficient disorder. Researchers found even prison mates spend more time outdoors.
Nature deficit disorder.
Kids playing outside might seem like a normal occurrence, but research shows it's happening much less often. One
Yeah.
recent survey found half of all kids spend less than an hour outdoors every day, which is less time than prison inmates do. In fact, inmates
Jeez.
at maximum security prisons in the U.S. are guaranteed at least 2 hours outdoors every day. This lack of outdoor time is denying kids vital time in nature, causing them to become nature deficient.
Being in nature helps to decrease cortisol levels, decreases their stress levels, helps to improve overall health. There's a relationship between how many trees are in your neighborhood and how healthy you are.
Studies also show more time spent outdoors can lessen symptoms of behavioral disorders in kids. So how can you coax your kid into going outside? Visit local parks and playgrounds as often as you can. Limit screen time so kids will look to other activities. Invest in outdoor items like sidewalk chalk, bubbles, or balls to encourage play. And take family time outdoors. Go for a short walk or bike ride every evening.
We can't make big changes.
And Gamers Tavern Show makes some really, really good points here. This is a systemic issue, and it's caused by larger forces than just people's personal choices oftentimes. Gamers Tavern Show says there's no parks, no public transportation, kids aren't allowed outside unsupervised, and schools don't have recess because of the overt focus on studying for standardized tests over everything else. How are the kids supposed to go outside? There you go. These are like big society-wide problems. It's really frustrating to think about, you know? Yeah. And Dr. Tara says, this ain't nothing compared to what's coming. We now have iPad babies. Yeah, children who were like born with a tablet in their hands. It's wild.
But we could start making small changes.
With ways to get kids off the couch and back outdoors. Just a few minutes a day. So a 2013 study found that even viewing nature scenes can reduce stress and regulate heart rates.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's not... You see my viewership has dropped by like 20 viewers right now. People tune out, they're like, I don't want to hear about this. I'm on Twitch. But like, I know you're not supposed to say this kind of thing on Twitch, but it's really good to get away from the screen sometimes and go outside, you know? It's essential. I think that's kind of a big part of, being human. It's like going outside. Sometimes I realize it could be a struggle for some people. If you have social anxiety or agoraphobia or whatever, it can be really tricky. You might need to try harder than the average person to be able to do that, but it can be so rewarding, you know? So yeah. Anyway, that's one of the reasons why I came up with Thursday Birds Day. You know, we just had Thursday Birds Day yesterday, and it was a ton of fun. And Niscalo, thank you for the 10 months of support right there.
It's squashed completely flat. The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels. The
perfect timing there, Claire.
Well,
that's amazing.
What this thing is like.
Anyway, yeah, we're not going to do Thursday Birds Day right now. Today's Friday, after all. We just did it yesterday. But I had so much fun showing you the new opener video for Thursday Birds Day that I want to do that again real quick, in case any of you missed it. Yeah, let's check it out. Thursday Birds Day.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Thursday.
Thursday Birds Day.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday Birds Day is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday Birds Day?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday Birds Day is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday Birds Day!
Anyway, that's the Thursday Birds Day opener video. I had a lot of fun making that, as you can tell. Yeah. So yeah.
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Barzuli, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thank you for joining us here.
True.
And that Discord post, see, there you go, Lenina, yeah. And Casey Snowart says, never seen it or many other TV shows. I haven't either. I just started watching that show this past spring, and I'm in the last season of it now. I don't watch a lot of TV. I don't have time for that. I'm reading scientific papers, I'm reading books, I'm getting ready for stream. I'm going outside for walks. I went on like a 2-hour walk this morning, walked to the beach, saw some birds, all that good stuff. So don't feel bad, Casey Snowart, for not wasting your time watching TV. It's not something to be ashamed of at all. You've got other things going on. It's something to be proud of. Yeah. You're working on that paper? There you go, Trek Nerd. Yeah. Oh boy. And I gotta get ready to move in like 2.5 weeks, around December 7th, something like that. I'm moving. Yeah. Work 2 jobs, drawing as much as possible, and hiking sometimes. See, Casey Snowart, that's a good life. Be proud of that. I wish you didn't have to work 2 jobs. I wish one of those jobs paid 3 times as much, so you wouldn't have to. That would be justice for Casey Snowart. But I don't know. The world can be cruel like that. But Colorado's expensive, yeah. California too, Casey Snowart. Holy moly. It costs a lot of money to live in a beautiful place like this. Holy cow. I mean, look at this view. Look at this. You know? Yeah. Costs a pretty penny. What? A pretty penny it costs. Meaning a good sum of money. Costs a lot of money to live here. That bridge ain't cheap, I know, right, SB? But, well, I don't know. It wasn't cheap, but I got a pretty good deal on it, SB. Yeah. This guy's like, hey, I've got a bridge to sell you. And I'm like, oh, really? Can I use a coupon? And he's like, yes. He also wanted me to visit the Creation Museum in Kentucky. It had this whole thing about how, did you know dinosaurs didn't live millions of years ago and they're in the Bible, you know? And I was like, oh, really? And then he sold me the bridge. Anyway. And Casey Snowart says, I think Denver was recently ranked the least affordable city in the U.S. Holy cow. Because wages can't be very high, I would imagine, around there. You've got really, really high rent, expensive rent, and minimum wage around there is probably not very high. It's probably, what, like less than $15 an hour? It's criminal. Yeah, at least it's pretty. It is. Yeah. And there's this big pointy rock things to keep me happy. The mountains are beautiful. And you got good fossils around there, too. Casey Snowart, you know about the dinosaurs discovered in and around Denver, Colorado, right? Yeah. Steely Dan says California sets the minimum standards for many industries, so thanks for your tax dollars. You're welcome, Steely Dan. You're welcome. California has got a long, long history of propping up the rest of the United States. If California itself were its own country, it would be like the 5th wealthiest country in the world. I think the California economy is larger than that of Germany. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And there you go, Gabrielle the Equilibator. Yes. Yes. Anyway. Yeah. Well, we just watched a Thursday Birds Day video. We got to get back to our Protoceratops here. Let's talk about this critter and let's get through this. Then we'll get into our birds. McGever says, not if you include the national debt. National debt isn't real. Federal debt is not a thing. Anyway, not going to get into an economic discussion now, but like, national debt is fake. It doesn't exist. The U.S. issues its own currency, you know? It's like owing yourself money. Protoceratops. So, who was it who requested this? It was... Scrolling. Gimpleg, who requested Protoceratops. Gimpleg, I hope you're still here. Shoot. I don't think Protoceratops would have been as docile as sheep. We've got direct evidence to the contrary, actually. It's not very often that, like, sheep will get into fights with wolves and then kill the wolf and then get killed themselves. That's not something that sheep typically do, but Protoceratops and Velociraptor, we have direct evidence of this happening, you know? And Ko-Fi Streambot, holy cow, Dr. Irrefutable, what is this right now? Holy moly. Dr. Irrefutable. That's you, right? Thank you. They say, here's something for the moving fund. Dr. Irrefutable, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. A big ol' hundo there. That is extraordinary. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That really does help. I'm getting to the point where I'm thinking about needing to get moving boxes and, like... you know how expensive moving can be. I don't even have to list all the items. Thank you, kindly. Thank you very, very much for that, Dr. Irrefutable. That means so much to me. It really does. Thank you. Extraordinary. I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Thank you, Dr. Irrefutable. Thank you very, very much. Good stuff. Good stuff. Here, let's... The people want to hear about Protoceratops, so let's continue our discussion of this critter. And I'll continue doing what I do here. Thanks for supporting me, Dr. Irrefutable. I really appreciate that. Oof. Yowza. All these elephant sounds that the Foley artists use for this. And Pinky Giblet says the narrator sounds like Christian Slater. You've got sharp ears there, Pinky. That's exactly who it is. Yeah. I'm not really familiar with... This is my first introduction to Christian Slater. I'd never seen him in any movies or anything like that prior. What do you know him from? I'm curious. And Dr. Irrefutable says, so how do these relate to Triceratops? So they're a different branch that have been evolving for a long time alongside the ceratopsians. The ceratopsids, excuse me, with their horns. So Protoceratops like this... There we go. Yeah. These are marginocephalian dinosaurs. It could be that heterodontosaurs belong here. They might be like ancestral to the Pachys, the pachycephalosaurs. But Protoceratopsians here. Protoceratopsids are this branch that they come off and they continue to evolve after this branch comes off, and you've got the ceratopsids. So you've got all these guys with their remarkable horns and frills. All of these guys are all... Well, there's some, I guess, Protoceratopses there in the lower left corner. But some of these guys get really big and develop these huge frills with horns and spikes and epiossifications. Really extraordinary. Triceratops is one of the most famous of these, and it's one of the very last of the ceratopsids. Protoceratops, on the other hand, over here, is part of a group that splits off earlier, and they continue to evolve until the end of the Cretaceous period. So these guys are closer to Triceratops than Leptoceratops is. Leptoceratops, one of my most beloved dinosaurs. I've done a lot of excavation on these critters at a very important site. A couple of very important sites. Leptoceratops. So yeah, these guys are like... They're close to the ceratopsids, but they're not ceratopsids themselves. And they're doing their own thing. They're continuing to evolve, and they exist until pretty much the end of the Cretaceous period, as far as we can tell. So whatever they're doing is successful. They're having a lot of luck with it. Yeah. Thought they would be a little closer. Yeah. There's a velociraptor eager to eat this dead Protoceratops. And Almighty Kaiju says, while I enjoy the sound effects, I'm curious as to what a scientifically accurate Protoceratops would sound like. We don't really know. There's certain dinosaurs where we can actually figure out what their sounds were like. Like, Kaiju, are you familiar with Parasaurolophus and with the Hadrophone model for figuring out what it sounded like? If you're not, then I'll show you the video. But, yeah, for these guys... Oh, you are. Good. I thought you would be. These guys, we really just have to guess. We don't have any real evidence for what they would have sounded like. Oh. Yowza. Stop. Stop. He's already dead. Thanks for tenderizing the prey. There you go, Javasaurus, yeah. And there you go, Gabriel. Yeah, yeah. Oof. Oh, Wiley's still alive. Yowza. Yeah. So anyway, Protoceratops is one of those dinosaurs where we've got a pretty good idea of, well, we've got complete skeletons of this animal, and lots and lots and lots of them. In fact, for how common they are, they're actually kind of embarrassingly understudied. We've got lots and lots of different individuals from different growth stages. You could do a really, really cool study on their ontogeny. And to my knowledge, that's not been done to the extent that it could be done. We should know a lot more about Protoceratops ontogeny than we do. But when you look at this skeletal right here, what I really want to emphasize is how big and heavy that head would be, and how this animal is probably not walking around on its hind legs. This is a Protoceratops skull right here, 3D printed. This is life-size. They get bigger than this. They get significantly bigger than this, actually. Like, maybe half again as big. But it's a pretty solid piece of hardware there. Ornithischian dinosaurs, unlike their theropod and sauropod, theropod and sauropod compatriots, these guys did not have that complex avian system of air sacs and hollows, pneumaticities running through their bones. These are like heavier animals in general than their sauropod or theropod comrades. And so that, combined with how big and bulky the head is, makes me think that these guys probably wouldn't have been facultatively bipedal. Maybe when they were young, I could see young Protoceratops maybe running around on their hind legs, but that head is going to be pretty heavy on this critter. And also, I would not be surprised if there's more bulk to this animal. Here, you see the silhouette, it like hews very closely to the skeleton. I would not be surprised if the animal is actually a bit chonkier than this. So yeah, it's got a massive skull, and it probably would have been pretty heavy, Dr. Irrefutable. Yeah. 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 So the idea that these guys were... I like this. They should do the aftermath where the person is running and the Protoceratops is about to bite their shin in half. Yeah. That beak would have been a really formidable weapon, I would imagine. I mean... You look at that beak there. This could probably bite your femur in half. Your thigh bone. Probably just cleave it right in half like that. Just crunch through it like a pretzel stick. Like a baby carrot, just hum. I wouldn't want to find that out firsthand, whether or not that's possible. So, the skull itself, combined with all of the muscles and everything attaching to it, for those really, really formidable jaws, probably would have been too heavy for these animals to be able to walk around on 2 legs, I'd imagine. Yeah. And you see the famous fossil right there, the death struggle one? Let me show you that too, Dr. Javasaurus. I know you know about it, but not everyone here does. So let's get to that. Check this out. Beaks remind you of shears. I know, right? Kaiju? That's... Yeah. And they did Mr. Burns back then. Yeah. The wrists were not correct on these critters in these reconstructions. Yeah, check this out here. Chicken skin. There you go. Displacer. Nice. Oh! Yowza. Yowza. Oh. It does look like real desert footage, Dr. Irrefutable, yeah. Which is cool. We don't really know what these dinosaurs would have sounded like, Gamers Tavern Show, no. Anyway, yeah, she's got her babies with her. And then back to here. Really famous fossil specimen. Yep. Pretty extraordinary. Yep. What happened? How did this occur? Yep. Yep. Interesting stuff. I don't know if I necessarily buy that explanation for it. But at the same time, I can't really talk about what I think might be a better explanation because it has to do with a site that I excavated back in 2013 and 2014. And 2012. And, that's unpublished. But these dinosaurs may have been doing something else that's really interesting that may have led to them being buried. Can't really talk about that yet. But yeah, Paleo Secrets. There you go, Claire Burr. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Access denied.
Sorry. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah, really, really cool occurrence there. And it shows that Protoceratops would have been a pretty formidable animal in the sense that, like, it and that Velociraptor died together. You know. Let's take a look at some photos of that famous specimen there. There we go. The fighting dinosaurs specimen. That's what it looks like. There's the Wikipedia article about it. And check that out. It's actually a fairly small Protoceratops with this Velociraptor there. I think when this was first discovered, they probably found the top of the Protoceratops first, which is why the skull looks so weird. Part of that has already been destroyed by erosion. But underneath, just look at that. Exquisite. Preserved in place. Amazing. The right arm of the Velociraptor caught in the beak of the Protoceratops. The left hand of the Velociraptor clutching the cheek of the Protoceratops there, clutching that jugal horn. And then the feet of the Velociraptor, like, basically up in the guts of the Protoceratops. Those claws look like they're embedded in its body, basically. Wild stuff. Yeah. Yeah. So, it could have been a dune collapse, but I suspect it might have been something else. And I need to talk to Denver Fowler about this, see when I can finally talk to you about it, because I'm not sure when I don't know if I'm actually an author on that paper, when that's going to get published. We'll see. Yeah. And puncturing claws, not slashing, says Lenina. Looks like it. Yeah. And Dr. Irrefutable says, this is such an incredible thing. It really is. This is... It's like one of the wonders of the world here. It's really incredible. Yeah, discovered in 1971. Yeah. And there it is in situ in 1971. There's a photo from the site. Really amazing. And there's the relative size of these two critters. The Protoceratops and Velociraptor. But again, look at how big and bulky that head is. This is probably not an animal that can... Maybe it could walk on its hind legs a little bit, but it's not doing that on the regular. Probably not. Yeah. Anyway, I'll give you a link to this article if you want to read more about it. It is pretty extraordinary. Check it out. Yeah. And SB says when you can't talk about stuff like this, no, it's not. We do not have paperwork like this. It's not under a non-disclosure agreement. It's just bad paleo etiquette. Yeah. Yeah. And doing the thing, Jim? I don't... If you're suggesting what I think you're suggesting, no, Jim, no. I don't think this... I do not think that the Velociraptor and Protoceratops were star-crossed lovers. I do not think that this is an example of, you know, Romulans and Capulets having a tryst. I don't think that's the case. No. Romeo and Juliet. There you go, Steely Dan, yeah. yeah. I don't think so. There's a comic about it where they were actually hugging in fear. Oh no. Yeah. It almost reminds me of like one of those like a celebrity tabloid magazine where it could be like, oh no! Velociraptor and Protoceratops at it again! What this most recent spat might result in, you know? Yeah. I was actually just thinking about this morning for whatever reason, where, yeah. Where there's all of those magazines where it's like, Oprah Winfrey, just weeks left to live. It's like, I remember seeing those when I was a kid. Like 15 years ago. Like, man, she's been on death's door for 15 years. Strong lady. Yeah. Anyway, good video ideas, says Trek Nerd. There you go. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, Protoceratops. I think Smorphosaurus, if you don't mind, we'll do Tropiognathus tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, Monday. Tomorrow's Saturday. I don't stream on the weekends. We'll do that on Monday if that's cool with you, Smurf. Or maybe you know what? Yeah. Let's do a video. Thanksgiving is already next week. And we've not really even talked extensively about the evolution of birds from dinosaurs. So let's get back into that, shall we? Let's check out this old Nova documentary from 1991. Holy cow. That's like 40 years before I was born, everyone. Wink, wink. Continuing to go with the joke that I'm 21. Anyway. Yeah.
Tonight on Nova, are dinosaurs still among us?
They are.
The simplest interpretation has always been that birds are dinosaurs.
But scientists sifting through the evidence don't always agree on where the clues lead.
There you go, Patrick Crusader, yeah.
To explain how you can originate birds from dinosaurs, which apparently can't get up in trees.
No stone is left
R.I.P. Larry Martin.
These fossil detectives struggled to crack the case of the flying dinosaur.
The case of the flying dinosaur. And Gabrielle. Art project. Give me a link, Gabriel. Yeah. Yeah, let's take a look.
Funding for Nova is provided by Lockheed.
Lockheed. Vaporizing Yemeni children the world over. Well, mostly in Yemen. Anyway, etc. Johnson & Johnson. Associated Poisons Company. And viewers like you.
Is provided by the financial support of viewers like you.
And it's Gabriel. Oh, Gabriel, thank you. I will pronounce your name correctly from now on. Before we get into this video, let's take a look at this right here. What do we got? Neat. We've got some stop motion here. Oh, this is really neat. Are these iguanodontian dinosaurs? Like iguanodontids or hadrosaurs? This is really cool. Ooh. Stegosaurus or some sort of other pachycephalosaur? This is really neat. People don't do stop motion enough. And look at that Deinonychosaur. Very nice. Hadrosaur. This is lovely. That big Titanosaur sauropod. I like the osteoderms on your Titanosaur. And a Protoceratop or a Leptoceratopsid. Oh man, these are some of my favorite dinosaurs. This is really neat. This is really neat. Is that like Dryptosaurus there? Pachyrhinosaurus? Or maybe it's Nanosaurus. Tyrannosaurus. Speedo. Some flightless birds. Pachyrhinosaurs. Pachycephalosaur. This is really nice. Raptorosaur. Little ceratopsid. That's super, super cool. Holy cow. Really, really nice. Holy moly. Wow. I wish you had 30 times the budget for materials, because you've clearly got some skills here. Check the thread, it'll tell you everything? Alright. Dryptosaurus. Pectinodon, nice. Anzu right there. I've dug up some Anzu bones in the Hell Creek. Anatolavis, very nice. Pachyrhinosaurus. Oh, and is this a baby Pachyrhinosaurus? And Leptoceratops. Ah, one of my favorite dinosaurs. Expect some exciting things about Leptoceratops published in the next few years. Let's hope. Torosaurus. Okay. Nice. Stegosaurus. Beautiful. Hazanku. Thank you for those 21 months of support.
Very exciting stuff.
It is very exciting stuff. Also very exciting, those 21 months. If you've helped keep me here on the air, I really appreciate that. Holy cow. Edmontosaurus, nice. This is some impressive work. Gripposaurus? I've dug up some Gripposaurus in my day too. Never an Alamosaurus yet, but one of these days. Maybe. Very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah. This is excellent stuff. Yeah. Wow. Do you mind if I repost this? If I retweet it there? Gabriel? Black Tyrannosaur didn't get to edit into the vid due to rushing, but it's a juvie Albertosaurus. Also, sure, go ahead. Let's see. Somebody give this guy a sufficient budget. A full length. Campanian documentary. And let's throw some, there we go. Yeah. How's that? Very nice. I like this a lot. I like this a lot. Thank you for sharing, Gabriel. I know sometimes it can be a little nerve-wracking to, like, post something like that and be like, will you look at this? The Leptoceratops, I think, is really what clinched it for me. Leptoceratops is one of those dinosaurs that doesn't get nearly enough attention, and it's so cool, and I really wish I could share with you some of the cool things that we're going to publish about them soon. But it's not out there yet. Anyway, I'm a sucker for Leptoceratops, and this is good stuff. It's good stuff. Yeah. Very nice. And Lepto is one of my favorites, so I had to show it. Leptoceratops. Yeah. Thank you for sharing. Thank you very much for sharing. Yeah. And you also were showing Stegosaurus. Well, shoot. I actually forgot. We need to talk about, before we get back to this documentary, we gotta talk about this. About, was it here? Nope, not this one. Unfortunately, it's paywalled. Sea frog.
Actually a full year.
Holy cow, thank you for the 12 months of support, Sea frog. Do I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Good stuff. Good stuff. 12 months, that's a long time. That is almost a full year, isn't it? Yeah. Gabriel, that it is... I do kind of fear that stop motion is becoming a lost art. So it's really cool to see someone passionate about this. And kind of using a very simple approach to stop motion. It's where it's just like that raw talent just comes through, you know? Yeah. It's like no big bells and whistles or anything, just the heart of the medium right there. It's lovely. Yeah. It's good stuff. Thank you for sharing, Gabriel. Thank you very much. Here, let's get to... We've got some new Pachycephalosaurs to discuss. Let's talk about them real quick. I know I was talking about these with Balint last night, but I figured some of you were not there, and you might want to talk about this, so let's get to it. A friend of mine, Carrie Woodruff, who might be better known as a sauropod person, but he finished his doctorate on Pachycephalosaurs recently. It's about a year ago. And I'm trying to find this. Where did it go? Where is that? There we go. Yeah. Lovely. So, oh my god, guys, it's finally out. It's been a long time coming, but let me introduce you to two new species of Pachycephalosaurid, the dome-headed dinosaurs. Spherotholus triregnum and Spherotholus lion's eye. From Alberta and Montana. The Montana one is from the Hell Creek Formation, which means we've got a brand new dinosaur from the Hell Creek. That is 2 new species of Pachycephalosaur from the Hell Creek just this year, 2023, which is nuts. So here's the paper there. He says, this is chapter 2 of my dissertation at the University of Toronto and the Royal Ontario Museum. A massive shout out to my, and thanks to my co-authors Ryan Schott and Dave Evans. We were talking about Dave Evans earlier. Dyson Dinosaur was talking about how they really want to get into Dave Evans' lab. Dave Evans, we'd run into him all the time in the field back in 2015, 2016. Yeah. So the genus Spherotholus, and let me show you what this animal would look like. Spherotholus. So like, something like this. It's a Pachycephalosaur. Not the biggest of dinosaurs. And do we have footage of it from here? Dinosaur Revolution? Let's look. Come on, YouTube. You can do it. Yeah. I've never seen this before. That's funny. Some troodontids chasing it? Yeah. Anyway, cool critter. Spherotholus. So it's a little Pachycephalosaur dinosaur from the late Cretaceous of North America. There's Platytholus, which may actually be a descendant? I'm not sure. Spherotholus seems to be closer to Prenocephaly than Stegosaurus, though. Platytholus might be a Stegosaurus descendant. So yeah, really, really cool critter. And it's known mostly from these skull domes, like most Pachycephalosaurs are, and that's what's going on here, too. Carrie says, the genus Spherotholus is now the most species-rich Pachycephalosaurid with 5 species. S. goodwini, S. buchholzi, S. edmontonensis, S. triregnum, and S. lyonsi. And there are several neat things other than being so species-rich. As previously hypothesized, and subsequently loads of supportive data, there was a greater diversity in smaller-bodied dinosaurs. So small dinosaurs were more common in terms of numbers, and also more common in terms of speciosity. More species of small dinosaurs than of big dinosaurs in any given environment. We can still make new dinosaur discoveries, albeit small-bodied, from heavily sampled or studied formations, like the Hell Creek Formation, which we've been studying since the 1870s. It's like 160 years almost. We've been studying the Hell Creek, and there's still new dinosaurs coming out of there, usually small ones. So Spherotholus documents really good evidence for anagenesis, and this is super exciting. Anagenesis is one of those things that I get really excited about. This is one lineage of dinosaurs just slowly changing over time without branching events. It's a really neat story of diversity and evolution in a North American Pachycephalosaurid. Yeah. Very cool stuff. This is really, really neat. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Dr. Terra says, what would make such similar creatures be able to coexist with competition? That's a good question, Dr. Terra. Well, for one thing, and Megady Marty, thank you for those 5 gift subs. I do really appreciate that. I appreciate that very, very much, Megady Marty. Thank you for those 5 gift subs. Extraordinary. Thank you. 5 people in chat. Won't have to worry about ads at all for the next, 30 days. That's a combined 150 viewer days of no ads. Thanks to you, Megan Marty. Thank you, thank you. And, we are... I don't know if we'll make our sub-goal for this week. This is our last stream of the week. But you just got us 5 closer, so thank you, Megan Marty. I appreciate that. I really do. Just gonna get this out. This is the skull of Stegosaurus, printed life-size. This is a small pachycephalosaur from the late Cretaceous of North America. A little bit older than Spherotholus. Slightly different lineage, too. Spherotholus is probably not a descendant of these guys. Spherotholus probably evolved from Prenocephaly. Or is from the same lineage as Prenocephaly, at least. From Mongolia. But this is about the size of our new pachycephalosaurs that Carrie is publishing on. This is a very, very large Pachycephalosaurus skull. This is about the size of a... Yeah. I did print it pretty large, but this is about the size of the biggest Pachycephalosaurus skulls we have. So here's a relative, Pachycephalosaurus, from the same environment, but a lot bigger. Probably eating different things, maybe living in a slightly different part of the environment. It's doing a different ecological job. Maybe, probably multiple ecological jobs as it grows and matures. So yeah, so little Spherotholus there, probably not in direct competition with Pachycephalosaurus. But maybe it was in competition with Platytholus, which may have evolved from Stegosaurus. This little guy here. But the thing is, the smaller you are, the easier it is for you to be able to carve out a different niche. If you're a big animal, you might need several niches throughout your lifespan. You might need several niches, like, as an adult. If you're a smaller critter, not so much. It's much easier to make a living. Animals with smaller bodies, you can have more of them in a given environment. You can have more individuals in a given environment. And because they take up less space, require less food, require smaller habitats, stuff like that, it's easier to speciate. It's easier to have multiple species evolve and coexist in the same kind of space, just because everybody's smaller. You know, you might have one species of big ceratopsian, Triceratops, in this environment at the end of the, say, the Upper Hell Creek Formation. So only room for, like, one big ceratopsian. But you've got lots of room for several species of small Pachycephalosaur. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anyway. And do smaller dinosaurs lay more eggs? Probably not, Sparky Pugwash. But they may... Well... No. We don't think so. Smaller dinosaurs laying more eggs? We don't think that's the case, no. No. Yeah. And Emulise's boy, that looked like a dragon skull? Well, the difference is... This is real. You know? Pachycephalosaurus is a real animal. But there's a juvenile Pachycephalosaurus. When that was found, doesn't have the big inflated dome on it. But yeah, when that was found, they held a naming contest. They originally thought this was a different kind of dinosaur rather than just a juvenile Pachycephalosaurus. So they held a naming contest at the Indianapolis Children's Museum in Indiana. And the name that won was Dracorex. Dracorex Hogwartsia was the name that won. It means the Dragon King of Hogwarts. Then it turns out it's just a juvenile Pachycephalosaurus. So, yeah. Sparky Pugwar says it does look like a dragon. I mean, a dragon looks like this. This is real. So yeah, I don't know. I'm always, I feel the need to push back against stuff like that. It's like, okay, you know, like, oh, this looks like this fictional creature. It's like, well, this one's actually real though. The fictional creature looks like this real thing that's actually real, and we can dig up its fossils. You know, how cool is that? Very cool. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, and it does look really cool. It's a cool animal. Anyway, it turns out that pachycephalosaurs are probably more diverse than we realized in the Hell Creek Formation and in other geological formations. With this right here, Spherotholus lion's eye is from, I think, it's the Dinosaur Park Formation. So it's older than Spherotholus triregnum. And the idea is that this critter evolved from this critter. So this would be one continuous lineage of these dinosaurs evolving over time. Cool to think about. Really cool to think about. Oh yeah, yeah. Anyway, pretty neat stuff. And Emu Lee says, lol, I get it. I can see why the designs of legendary dragons came from if ancient people stumbled upon fossils that looked like that. I don't even think that happened. Because we don't have these animals in places like Europe where they had dragon legends like that. I don't know. I'm not going to get into a huge tangent about this, but I think modern pictures of dragons are based on dinosaur fossils, not like ancient conceptions of dragons. Ancient conceptions of dragons are based on things like worms and lizards and salamanders and stuff. Things that, like, people of that time would have encountered in their daily lives, you know? It's like dragons in movies and stuff. When concept artists are designing these, they're like drawing on dinosaurs a little bit. They're taking design elements from dinosaurs. I think that's kind of where that comes from. Yeah. So yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says it looks much more like a modern video game depiction of a dragon, not medieval dragons. Okay, there you go. Yeah. But by the way, if you're interested in this kind of thing, and the idea of like ancient people looking at fossils and maybe that influencing myths and legends about legendary creatures, check out this book there in the chat. The First Fossil Hunters by Adrian Mayor. It's cool stuff. Yeah. It's hard to test a lot of these ideas scientifically, but they're, you know, it's fun to think about. And Adrian Mayer is she does really cool work in terms of folklore and stuff. I think if this sort of thing sparks your imagination, check out that book, and maybe that'll also lead you to Fossil Legends of the First Americans. Book about, you know, First Nations people and Native Americans, how maybe some of their myths and legends, if they weren't influenced by fossil discoveries that ancient people had, then at least it's cool to think about, like, how those kind of dovetail with real fossils in interesting ways. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anyway, Kerry Woodruff and his Pachycephalosaurs. This is neat stuff, and I'd love to be able to interview Kerry about this at some point. We'll see if that's possible. Gonna put both those on your reading list. They're good work, Emily. I think you'll like them. I think you'll like them. One of them's right here. The First Fossil Hunters by Adrian Mayor. Paleontology in Greek and Roman times. If that sounds intriguing to you, I encourage you to check it out. Anywho, ancient peoples for a long time had wondered where these remarkable animals, the birds, came from. And this is only a mystery that we've solved, I guess, conclusively in the last, really, like 25 years? Check this out. And that's actually after this documentary came out, which is why this is so interesting. This came out in 1991. So this is when this was still kind of a mystery, which is what makes this, I think, so interesting. Weird Adult, you did get the right song there.
This room is one of the great treasures of Europe.
Yep. Yes, indeed. Chat, what do you think it is? Which great treasure of Europe is inside this room? Is it the Eiffel Tower? Is it the Leaning Tower of Pisa? Is it the Cup of Christ, the Holy Grail? Actually, that'd be from the Middle East, wouldn't it? Although it'd probably end up in Europe. A giant German pretzel, says Dr. Irrefutable. There's that old joke, why are the pyramids in Egypt? It's like, oh, because they were too big to carry to the British Museum. Yeah. Anyway, this one's actually from Europe.
Jealously guarded for 130 years, it's rarely removed from its vault in the State Treasury Building.
Oh, somebody may have gotten in there, though.
It is among the strangest and most unlikely of the world's precious antiquities. Not jewels or art or ancient documents, but something far more rare. It is, in fact, a fossil.
Yes,
the
indeed.
most valuable, enigmatic, and disputed fossil ever found. If it were for sale, it would bring millions of dollars.
Don't say that.
But its scientific value is beyond computation.
There you go.
Because this is Exhibit A in one of the great mysteries of evolution.
No longer really a mystery.
The origin of birds and flight.
Extraordinarily valuable specimen, and how in the world did I get my hands on it right here? Well, obviously mine is a 3D print. Here, there's the back of it right there. But yeah, this is the Berlin specimen of Archaeopteryx. Yeah. Good stuff.
For the scientist whose goal is to reconstruct the history of life, birds have always been something of a puzzle.
Yeah, where did they come from?
They are
Where did you come from? Where did you
any
go?
other living animals.
Whom did you evolve from, Birdie-Eyed
Who were
Joe?
their ancestors, and how did they learn to fly? Birds have scales on their legs, like reptiles. And they lay hard-shelled eggs, also like reptiles. These things betray a relationship. But how does one connect a sprawling, cold-blooded crocodile with a hot-blooded feathered flyer?
Through dinosaurs is how you do it.
That question has intrigued the historians of life for more than a century and inspired one of the longest-running detective stories in science. The first clues were found long ago in the Sollenhofen limestone quarries of southern Germany. When polished, this stone shines like marble. It's been a prized building material ever since the Romans worked these quarries 2,000 years ago.
Holy cow, it's a long time ago.
The stone itself was laid down 140 million years ago, when this region was a tropical lagoon behind a barrier reef. Over a period of 500,000 years, countless layers of marine sediment settled to the bottom of the lagoon, slowly hardening to stone.
I guess that's how you do it, though.
In the late 1700s, the invention of lithographic printing created a huge demand for limestone. Production stepped up to meet the demand, and unexpectedly opened a window on the history of life when the quarrymen began to find unusual images in the stone.
Ooh. That looks like a proper lizard
Such
there.
things had been seen before, though never understood. But in the late 1700s, scientists were just beginning to grasp the great antiquity of the Earth, and fossils were recognized as messages from the deep past.
One of your favorites? One of mine too, Hazanku, yeah. Beautiful ray-finned fish there. Lovely turtle.
At the time, no one realized just how deep the past was. That these were pictures of life, 140 million years old.
A dagron fly.
That ancient lagoon had been a perfect fossil-making environment.
Another ray-finned fish.
The ultrafine sediment captured victims quickly and recorded them in extraordinary detail.
Mayfly? Exquisite fossils, just gorgeous. Look at that. Ah, be still my heart.
One day in 1783, a fossil turned up that was like nothing ever seen on Earth before.
Yeah, a pterosaur.
It was the size of a small bird, but it seemed to defy placement in any animal group then known. Georges Cuvier, the renowned...
And who is this guy? Does anybody remember what Georges Cuvier discovered? The idea that he put forth that kind of changed the way that we think about the world forever? What was the idea? Does anybody remember? Georges Cuvier? Yeah. If you said extinction, you are correct. Yes. The crazy thing is, extinction, the idea that living things can go extinct is, it's actually like a fairly new idea in the sciences. It was only, I think Cuvier published his ideas in like 1803 or something like that. There had already been scientists publishing models of the atom, like the interior makeup of atoms, before Cuvier proposed his idea of extinction, which is nuts that we've had a concept of atomic structure before we really had a scientific concept of extinction. It's crazy to think about. And it kind of shows how recent paleontology is, how new it is as a science, that like nuclear physics goes back further than paleontology does, really, you know? Yeah. Then 1813 Essay on the Theory of the Earth. Is that the publication there, Spartan? Is it later than I thought? Am I off by 10 years? Criminy.
French anatomist finally made the correct identification some 20 years later. The skull, claws, and other features were those...
There you go, 1796, says Charlie's Dragon. I'm sure this idea had been bopping around in his head for a while, and he'd told it to various people. I don't think it was until like maybe 1815 or something like that, that the idea of extinction was actually like accepted by the scientific community. Because at the time, everybody had a very like theological approach to things, where they're like, well, you know, if we want to know how the Earth got here, you got to look at religious texts. And, you know, God would never let creatures go extinct. That idea is preposterous. People really thought that at the time. Like, this was a deeply, deeply held belief, even among the, you know, natural historians or natural philosophers, today we would call scientists of the day, is that, like, well, you know, living things, no species can go extinct. That's crazy. God would never let that happen. Preposterous. Cuvier was really the one who kind of introduced this idea to the scientific mainstream.
Of a reptile, he said. But the strangely elongated fourth finger must have supported a wing. He named it pterodactyl.
And hey, Harissa, welcome. Good to have you here. And atoms are more readily available than fossils. Indeed, fossils... Chat, did you realize this? Fossils are made of atoms. Wow. Wow. Holy cow. In fact, most things are made of atoms. Easy Temptation says, mind blown. Yeah. Most things are made out of atoms. Most. I remember back when I was teaching early childhood education, at some point, the idea of atoms had come up for my students. And so I'm talking to them about atoms and just getting peppered with questions. And I'm like, yeah, you know, pretty much everything's made out of atoms. And the kids would go, what? Really? Everything is made out of atoms? And they started asking me questions. They're like, even dinosaurs? I'm like, yep. Even dinosaurs. And they'd go, even butts? Yeah. Even butts. And then one student asked me, even space? And that really made me, like, sit back for a minute and go, you know what? Shoot. Come to think of it, space isn't made of atoms. Space is the space between atoms, I suppose. So, yeah, you know what? Kids, says Lyndon. Yeah. Sharp kids there. Yeah. Also, things like ideas. Are ideas made out of atoms? Matter is made out of atoms, and I was trying to explain the concept of matter to them, and yeah. But I think they've got a good head start on this for later on in school, you know? What even is space? Says Yoshila. Good question. You can think of it in its purest form. Space is nothing, you know? It's the space between atoms, between matter. It's nothingness. Yeah, and is dark matter made of atoms? So, films, don't ask me. I'm a paleontologist, not a physicist or a cosmologist. Anything and everything I say about dark matter on these streams will be uninformed. This is outside my area of expertise. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And we have LIGO now, so we can measure space. That's really cool, Steely Dan. I don't know what that is. My knowledge of this sort of thing is probably around the same level of scientists' knowledge of pterosaurs when they were first discovered. Like, you know, next to zero understanding. Let's continue.
Another fossil from the quarry proved him right. A beautifully preserved pterosaur wing with the impression of a membrane.
Perturbations in space. Interesting. LIGO. Okay.
A flying reptile was an idea so bizarre, it was hard to believe that such a thing had ever existed.
I mean, imagine this, being a person back then, and you're, you know, living your life in your village, tanning leather, or whatever people did back then, you know, to make a living. This is long before Twitch, you know. You have no concept of fossils or of extinction or of creatures that lived long before you, and you hear about this, yes, a flying reptile. You probably don't know what a reptile is either, but Anyway, a creature from the, like a lizard or a snake or a turtle, but it could fly. Your mind would be blown by this, And Pack the Man, hey, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Yeah. They watched black and white TV. You know what, Patrick Crusader? They didn't even have black and white TV back then. They would watch tapestries back then, and they rarely moved those tapestries, Imagine that. Like, oh, I had a long day at work at the rock factory. Like we saw with those guys earlier, long day at work at the...
Huge demand for limestone.
At the rock factory. Now it's finally time to eat some gruel and watch the tapestry. They had only unicolor TV. It wasn't very interesting. They hadn't invented white yet. Their TVs are just black, says Mayor Space. There you go. Yeah. Anywho, I'm being facetious. People back then had rich and interesting lives. They had a lot of cool stuff to do. And one of the things was looking for fossils.
Beautifully preserved pterosaur wing with the impression of a membrane.
Yep.
It was an idea so bizarre, it was hard to...
There we go.
A flying reptile was an idea so bizarre, it was hard to believe that such a thing had ever existed.
But it did.
But the limestone quarries kept turning up new evidence of what became known as pterosaurs, winged lizards. Pterosaurs have long been cast as prehistoric villains.
Avaris Clary gifted a tier 1.
Avaris Clary, thank you, Avaris, for that gift sub. I really appreciate that. Look, getting us ever closer to our goal for the week. I don't know if we'll make it, because this is the last stream.
He'll tell you that in nature.
And Pack the Man, thank you for the follow, Pack the Man. I appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Anyway, I don't know if we'll get there this week, but we tried, We tried. And Spartan, a copy of Georges Cuvier's essay on the theory of Earth has been digitized and is available with illustrations for free. Well, take a look at this. Holy moly. Ooh, boy. This is what people used to watch back then. This is actually really lovely. And there you go, right there, a pterosaur skeleton. Extraordinary animal named Ornithocephalus, name means bird head, found in Eichstätt in Germany. Essay on the theory of the Earth. I have a theory that there is Earth. No, that's not what the word theory means. I like that they're using theory and the proper scientific context even back then. Yeah. Essay on the Theory of the Earth by M. Cuvier. I think that's supposed to be like Master Cuvier. Perpetual Secretary of the French Institute, Professor and Administrator of the Museum of Natural History, etc., with mineralogical notes and an account of Cuvier's geological discoveries by Professor Jameson, to which are now added observations of the geology of North America. Well. Very nice. This is actually super cool. This is actually really super cool. Thank you for posting there, so Spartan. This is good stuff. Yeah. Huh. Very neat. Very neat. Anyway, from pterosaurs to pterosaurs.
Pterosaurs have long been cast as prehistoric
Monsieur,
villains.
you're probably rock detector irrefutable. Thank you.
But their image is beginning to improve as we learn more about this astonishingly diverse and successful clan.
Oh, yeah.
Some were as small as sparrows, but others were
that's
the
a baby.
largest creatures that ever flew. This is the upper arm bone of a pterosaur called Quetzalcoatlus. It had a wingspan of at least 40 feet, the size of a twin-engine airplane.
Oh yeah, these were big critters right there. I'll take this opportunity to give you a sense for that. Enormous animals. Look at that. Quetzalcoatlus. Its beak was even larger than they show in that documentary clip there. Huge, huge, huge critters. This is a flying animal like is taller than a giraffe when it's standing on the ground. You know? Amazing. Quetzalcoatlus. Ugh. Would not want to run into that critter in a dark alley or a well-lit airfield or anywhere else.
Engine airplane.
And Patrick Crusader says, how can an animal have a head larger than its body? Shoot, a lot of dinosaurs are like that, Patrick Crusader. Yeah. Lots of animals have heads larger than their bodies. That's actually like typical for pterosaurs. Even Pteranodon, which you're probably familiar with. You know, Pteranodon. Pteranodon, its head is so much bigger than its body. The skeleton at UCMP in Berkeley has got, it shows this. Its head is like 3 times longer than its body is. This is typical for animals like this, you know? Yeah, it's because, yeah, airheads, says Weird Adult, they're all full of air. Hollow bones. Extraordinarily thin bones. Extraordinarily thin bones. Yeah, here, check this out here.
Paleontologist Kevin Padian is an expert on the evolution of flight and the anatomy of pterosaurs.
First thing to know about pterosaur bones is that they have the thinnest bones of any vertebrates. This one's squashed completely flat as pancake, and it's like it was just like it was run over by an 18-wheeler sometime in the Cretaceous there in the middle of the ocean, right? And it's this bone comes from the upper arm, like
it's a humerus.
It's squashed completely flat.
So that's actually the same bone that you saw in the other clip right there, the humerus, right there. Yeah, Quetzalcoatlus is a lot bigger than Pteranodon. This might not be Pteranodon, it might be a relative. Might be Nyctosaurus or something, I'm not sure.
The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir. And well, that's what this thing is like, except there's nothing in the middle of it. I mean, it's just completely air-filled, and it's squashed flat, and the bone walls are very, very thin. Now, you might think this would make it a very weak bone, but in fact, we checked this out with some engineers at Stanford, and we're working with them, and they showed us that, in fact, the big diameter of this arm is what really makes it strong.
Cool stuff.
It had a wingspan of at least 40 feet.
So an animal like this would weigh only maybe a little bit more than this guy right here. Because this is mostly skin and hollow air-filled bones. Extraordinarily thin, lightweight bones that are also very strong. So yeah, an animal with a 40-foot wingspan probably wouldn't weigh very much more than that guy right there.
The size of a twin-engine airplane. Pterosaurs appeared about the time of the first dinosaurs, and they thrived for 160 million
Not much to bring home for Thanksgiving. There you go, Patrick Crusader, yeah.
Jurassic and Cretaceous periods of the Mesozoic.
If you're a meat-eating creature, not much to eat on them.
Dinosaurs 65 million years ago. But if we're looking for the ancestors of birds, pterosaurs are a false lead.
Yep, they're not ancestors of birds.
The proof is in their wings, which reveal very different evolutionary histories. The pterosaur's wing was a membrane supported by a hand with a long fourth finger.
Yep.
But the bird's wing is feathers.
That's where the word pterodactyl comes from. It means wing finger. So there's the hand right there. This is the fourth finger, the ring finger right here. It is super, super long. So they've got a ring finger that's longer than their whole body. That's what supports the wing membrane. Pretty cool, right? Pac-the-Man says, like bats, a little bit different from bats. So bats, their wing membranes are made of like, their fingers stretch out across the whole wing membrane. Yeah. So in a bat, you've got those fingers that spread out like that. Only the thumb sticks out forward, and they've got that little claw on it. But yeah, like all of their fingers contribute to the wing membrane there. Does that make sense? For a pterosaur, it's just digit 4. It's just the ring finger. Cool, right? Yeah. Really neat. Really, really neat. And birds have got a totally different structure.
By a hand with a long fourth finger. But the bird's wing is feathers attached to the forearm and a hand with just the second and third fingers. Two different solutions to the same problem.
First, second, and third fingers. Thumb, first finger. Oh, yeah, thumb, index finger, middle finger for birds.
So the discovery of pterosaurs did not solve the mystery of bird origins.
Nope.
But there were more clues yet to come. For 200 years, the Sollenhofen stone cutters have kept an eye out for fossils. Selling them on the black market is a way to make some extra money. In 1860, the local doctor was Carl Haberlein. At his home near the quarries, he accepted fossils as payment for medical treatment. And one day he came into possession of something very strange. It had a long, bony tail, like a reptile. But among the jumbled bones were impressions of feathers. Whatever it was seemed to be part reptile and part bird. It was given the Latin name Archaeopteryx lithographica, ancient wing from lithographic limestone.
Yep. And Murph, when are pterosaurs always shown? So yeah, but we do know that pterosaurs had filamentous stuff, almost kind of like feathers, pycnofibers, but those are clearly not part of the wing membrane. We've got lots of pterosaur specimens that have that skin membrane, and we know that they had that, so it's preserved in the fossils. We don't have any evidence of any long, like, filamentous feathers like in Archaeopteryx or in birds. Or any like, flight feathers. Yeah.
In 1877, the same quarries produced a second Archaeopteryx, the one
and there you go,
in the
Helgrim. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
An exquisite specimen
you want
with
super smooth stuff for
wings
lithography.
And a jaw full of sharp reptilian teeth.
Yeah.
The timing couldn't have been better for Charles Darwin, who had just published The Origin of Species.
Old Chucky D.
That all forms of life were derived from earlier forms. He was being challenged to prove it with evidence of intermediate forms, the missing links between major classes of animals.
Yep.
There was a problem.
And hang on, that's actually, I want to dwell on that for a second. Helgrim, that's really cool that you've handled a bunch of stones from Solnhofen in Bavaria. That's super, super cool. Holy moly. Small world, you know? Small world.
Between major classes of animals.
There was a problem, in a sense, posed by birds, because birds didn't seem to be particularly similar, particularly like any of the other animals that laid eggs, crocodiles, turtles.
Evolutionary biologist Jacques Gautier.
They seem to be off there out by themselves, and probably next to the question of the origin of humans, the origin of birds is probably one of the most serious impediments to a general.
Tradoon.
And Excalibursaurus Rex, sounds like you're in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing here. It's good to have you. We're talking about the origin of birds and how In this documentary from 1991, a lot of paleontologists had already come around to the idea that birds evolved from dinosaurs, but it wasn't a done deal yet. And so this documentary is from a really interesting time. And Murph, thank you for gifting Pack the Man. I appreciate
Murph
that.
gifted a tier 1 sub to Pack_Taman.
I really do. Thank you, Murph. Good stuff. So yeah, we're watching this right now, and it's a good springboard for discussion.
Acceptance of Darwin's idea of the transmutation of species. Well, just a few years after the publication of The Origin of Species, Darwin had his first and perhaps greatest triumph in the sense that Archaeopteryx lithographica was found. It clearly had feathers like modern birds, but it had teeth and a long tail, features that no living bird has. It was intermediate in form, and it was exactly what Darwin predicted. He said, yes, things may be very different when they're alive today, or very distant from a common ancestor, but as you go back down their lines, or earlier and earlier in time, you will eventually converge on a form. And Archaeopteryx was a perfect test of that.
There you go.
It was a clear case of evolution caught in the act. The problem for science now was not whether birds had descended from reptiles, but which reptile. A young scientist named Thomas Huxley proposed a startling solution.
Murph, thank you for gifting Das Collective. I appreciate that, Murph. Thank you.
To the mystery. Perhaps birds were descended from the dinosaurs. Huxley knew that some dinosaurs were upright bipedal walkers.
Yep.
He noticed that flightless birds like the ostrich resembled certain dinosaurs in the legs and feet.
Smart guy, Huxley.
And he knew of one dinosaur as small as a chicken called Compsognathus, from the same quarry as Archaeopteryx.
Also from Solnhofen in Bavaria, yeah.
But Huxley's case for a dinosaur origin of birds had one major weakness.
1869, before the Geological Society in London, he lists 12 characteristics that birds and dinosaurs share that crocodiles do not. In the back of the audience is George Seeley. And at the end of this lecture, George says, well...
He says, where's the furcula, right? The wishbone. Where's those clavicle bones? Is that the idea here? I think it is.
Isn't it possible that the reason birds and dinosaurs look like one another is because both of them run around on their back legs? Not because they're related, see, but because they function the same way.
So convergent evolution is what George Seeley was talking about, and he did ask about the clavicles, I think.
When unrelated animals evolve similar form because they have a similar mode of life, it's called convergence, a common phenomenon in the history of life.
It is a fair question, Dr. Irrefutable. Yeah, absolutely.
Prove or disprove,
yeah.
And Huxley's theory became widely accepted in the 19th century. But the convergence argument made a strong comeback in 1927 in The Origin of Birds by
Yep. I actually was privileged enough to leaf through this book last week. Not this past Tuesday, but the Tuesday before. I was in Berkeley at the Biosciences Laboratory, Biosciences Library, excuse me, and they have an original copy of this. It's funny, you look it up, you try and find like a decent copy of this, and they'll go for like $700, $800, $900. Very rare book from a long time ago by Gerhard Heilmann. But I was actually able to do some scanning of this book.
Look at this graph.
A beautiful graph there, Queen of Cyanide. Thank you for the follow. It's good to have you here. Yeah. There it is right there, The Origin of Birds. I scanned, I think, the last chapter of it. Come on. There we go. Coelurosaurs. Lovely illustrations in here. And this is really kind of what what led to paleontologists and other evolutionary biologists kind of abandoning the idea that birds evolved from dinosaurs early on in time, back on. Instead, the idea that these critters, like Ornithosuchus, pseudotsuchian reptiles, these were thought to be the ancestors of the birds instead, because we'd found collarbones from these guys, and we didn't have collarbones, clavicles from any dinosaur yet. They'd actually been discovered, but they had been misidentified. They'd just been sitting in museum drawers with the wrong label on them for a long time. So yeah, really, really influential book here. There's Ornithosuchus, whose name means bird crocodile. And this is what Gerhard Heilmann kind of proposed as the ancestor of the birds at the time.
Gerhard Heilmann. He agreed that some dinosaurs looked a lot like birds.
You just saw that illustration.
But argued that they were too specialized in their anatomy to be the ancestors of birds. Any similarities must be due to bipedal posture. The true avian ancestor would be found further back in time among the thecodonts.
Birdodile. There you go, Queen of
Ancestral
Silence.
stock of primitive reptiles, which also gave rise to the dinosaurs, pterosaurs, and crocodiles. Birds may have shared a common ancestor with dinosaurs, but they evolved on a separate line, more like cousins than direct descendants.
And so this is the old idea. And back in 1991, when this documentary was made, there were a lot of paleontologists who still held this idea. They're like, yeah. And you'll actually see some of them in this documentary. People like Larry Martin.
Heilmann's argument won the day. Case closed. Or was it? "50 years later, a new piece of evidence came to light that would reopen the case.
Yep.
The
They had
expedition
film
from
footage from
Yale
this?
University was looking for
Oh,
dinosaurs.
cool. I need to grab some of this footage for an upcoming video.
Revolutionized our view of dinosaurs. It was a foot with a wicked-looking claw. Which belonged to a small meat-eating dinosaur.
Who can tell me who this is, chat? Chatty says Velo, short for Velociraptor, perhaps? Not quite, but also kind of yes. Well, well, well. Soak Films, Dr. Irrefutable, and Muscari. You all got it. It's Deinonychus.
It was a foot with a wicked-looking claw, which belonged to a small meat-eating dinosaur, perhaps 6 feet high. Expedition leader John Ostrom knew he'd found something important.
Its killing devices were on its feet, and yet it could only walk on its hind legs. It couldn't walk on all
With
fours.
its terrible claw. There you go, Smurf, yeah.
Imagine an animal carrying its switchblade on its feet. And how do you use your switchblades on your feet? You've got to be pretty agile.
I was reading about this today. Very nice, Dr. Irrefutable.
I call those claws, for which I gave its name Deinonychus, that's what it means. I call those claws can openers, because that's certainly the way they were used, to slice open whatever got in its way.
The leaping...
Look at that animation. This should be an alert.
Slice open whatever got in its way.
The leaping, slashing style of Deinonychus was a new image for dinosaurs.
We no longer think they did that. Those claws are probably for holding down prey while standing on top of it. But they're even more bird-like, though, for another reason. As we approach Thanksgiving next week, we'll be talking all about this. So, yeah. But anyway, Deinonychus, this is actually the Velociraptor from Jurassic Park. The Velociraptor from Jurassic Park Here we go. Is actually based on Deinonychus. This is Deinonychus right here. Like, this is an illustration of Deinonychus. We talked about this last week, why that switch with the name happened for the novel and then the movie Jurassic Park. But this is Deinonychus here. Velociraptor is smaller, more slender. It's got a much more depressed skull. Yeah. Like this. Why am I showing you a picture? I have a Velociraptor skull right here. Yeah. Much more dorso-ventrally compressed skull. It's kind of more squished from top to bottom like that. And we've got a lot of specimens of Velociraptors, so we know that this is the natural shape for it. It's not like one specimen just got squished and it looks like that. No, that's how they're supposed to look. And yeah, and also this is the actual size. It's not a very big animal. So yeah, Deinonychus.
It's always been assumed that if they were reptiles, they were cold-blooded and sluggish, like modern reptiles, who derive a large part of their energy from the heat of the sun. Warm-blooded animals like birds can be more active because they generate their own heat, fueled by a large intake of food. Could the same have been true for some dinosaurs? The many different kinds of dinosaur are grouped in a few basic lineages. All the meat-eaters, from the giant Tyrannosaurus rex to the many smaller types, belong to the lineage known as theropod dinosaurs.
Yep.
Ostrom began to suspect that some of these smaller theropods might have been more like birds than reptiles. Quick, agile, maybe even warm-blooded.
Really spectacular. Spared no
Then
Murph,
a
thank you
chance
for that gift
discovery
sub.
revealed another.
I appreciate that, Murph. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, Colin, I don't get her sluggish to its face. I know, right? Soak films? They can have a sudden burst of speed when they need to.
Connection
Oh, yeah.
between birds and dinosaurs.
Yeah.
In a Dutch museum, Ostrom found a fragmentary fossil of what was supposed.
Oh, and, yeah, shoot. Chatty1 wanted to know why the name changed. Thank you, Patrick Crusader, for bringing that up. There's a book that Michael Crichton used as a reference when he was writing the novel Jurassic Park. I don't have to find you an image. I have the book right here. This book, Predatory Dinosaurs of the World, published in 1988. Crichton was working on his book Jurassic Park in 88 and 89. It was published in 1990, I think. And this was like cutting edge stuff, but the author of this, Greg Paul, he sometimes gets a little bit creative with names, which I appreciate about him. He's not scared of trying to shake things up a little bit, and usually he's on the right track with stuff like this. But in this case, with yeah, here we've got Deinonychus attacking Tenontosaurus, just like you saw earlier, but he doesn't call it Deinonychus, he calls it Velociraptor. Velociraptor Enteropus, instead of Deinonychus Enteropus. And so, basically, he sinks the genus Deinonychus into Velociraptor. And, yeah. Velociraptor Enteropus, right here. Synonym of Deinonychus Enteropus. And so that's where it came from. Was from this book. And so this was, you know, it's because of that that the Deinonychus in Jurassic Park get called Velociraptor. Also, I think Michael Crichton and Steven Spielberg both agreed that Velociraptor sounded like a cooler name than Deinonychus. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, that's where that comes from, that name change. Anyway.
To be a pterosaur from the discovery revealed another connection between birds and dinosaurs. In a Dutch museum, Ostrom found a fragmentary fossil of what was supposed to be a pterosaur from the limestone quarries of Germany.
And I picked it up and I looked at it for a second. I said, that's not a pterosaur. It's not a pterosaur at all. No way. And I said, well, what is it? And it took me a minute or two to figure out all of the anatomical features that were preserved on these two small slabs of limestone. And all of a sudden I realized, coming from Solenhofen limestone, it could be Archaeopteryx. And then I said, wait a minute, I've seen that same kind of anatomical configuration before. And of course it flashed through my head right away. I've seen it in Deinonychus, and I've seen it in several other of the small carnivorous dinosaurs. So then I said, well, how do I tell which it is? I was really not distraught, but I couldn't tell at that moment whether I had Archaeopteryx or whether I had a small carnivorous dinosaur. And I said, does it have any feathers? And I tipped it up at a low-angle light to see if there were any feather impressions there, and there were.
Yeah.
Ostrom left the museum with Archaeopteryx in a shoebox.
Oh boy, this is a harrowing story here, so get ready for it. Urgh. Yeah. Thank you, by the way, Smurfosaurus, for gifting Hugan9129. I appreciate that, Smurf. Thank you, thank you. Hugan says, is Caudipteryx on the avian lineage? So Caudipteryx is generally classified as an oviraptorosaur, Hugan? But we could have another discussion as to whether oviraptorosaurs and other maniraptorans are birds or not, you know? But yeah, I appreciate you, Smurf. Thank you, thank you. Here.
Ostrom left the museum with Archaeopteryx in a shoebox, insured for $1 million. Back at Yale, he began a detailed study of all the Archaeopteryx specimens.
Oh, it doesn't tell the story about how he accidentally left the shoebox at a bus stop or a train station or something like that? And he's like freaking out, and he goes back hours later, and it's still there. Yeah.
To Ostrom's eye, it began to look less and less like a bird, and more like a dinosaur with feathers. The first thing he noticed were the hands. Except for the difference in size, the fingers and claws of Archaeopteryx and Deinonychus seemed very similar. In the wrists of both, he found a half-moon-shaped bone, a feature thought to occur only in birds.
Yep, the semilunate carpal
Further
bone.
Up the arm, he saw similar shape and proportions in the large bones.
Patrick Crusader says, how can someone so brilliant do something like that? I mean, he was a human being, and also... well... Rumor has it among paleontologists that, that John Ostrom... he liked to drink. That might have had something to do with it. Yeah. Yeah.
Throughout the skeleton, in the shoulder, hips, legs, ankles, and feet, Ostrom found strong resemblances to one or another theropod dinosaur. In a series of papers, he documented dozens of detailed similarities. Far too many, he argued, to be the result of convergence. According to Ostrom, Huxley was right. Birds are direct descendants of dinosaurs. Which could mean that dinosaurs did not go extinct after all.
Very cool.
They are still with us today, but we call them birds. The idea was so appealing.
Ding, ding, ding.
and the
Goganek,
case
yes.
was so
Yeah.
thoroughly made that it soon became the mainstream view among dinosaur paleontologists.
Really? That's interesting. They're saying this in 1991. I'd say it's probably about maybe like fewer than half of dinosaur paleontologists at this time actually ascribe to this idea. But it was still controversial in the early 90s. I'll say that. Yeah. But I don't know. I would love to be able to talk to somebody like Jim Kirkland about this and see what he remembers. Or Kevin Padian. Kevin would actually be a wonderful person to talk to about this, because Kevin was involved in this. We might even see him later in this documentary.
It's an almost irresistible notion. Dinosaurs, no longer a cold, ancient mystery, but a diverse and colorful clan, still thriving in our midst.
Yep.
Since Ostrom's discovery, 2 more Archaeopteryx have been found in the Sollenhofen limestones. One had been misidentified as a small dinosaur for 20 years.
If you need any further evidence of Archaeopteryx's kinship with dinosaurs, the fact that this had been misidentified as a dinosaur for decades was... There you go, you know? Yeah.
The other was discovered in 1988. Both seem to confirm a close relationship between birds and dinosaurs. One of the strongest promoters of that view is a former
I don't know who that is. Das Collective?
Kevin Padian.
And there's Kevin right there. Holy cow. Yeah. I'm so glad Kevin is in this. I saw Kevin a couple days ago on Tuesday. I saw Kevin, and I was going to ask him if he would want to appear on, you know, like early next week as an interviewee. Maybe I should still send him an email, but it feels like it's too late at this point. You know? I don't know.
Well, I think over the past 10 years, the question has evolved from being a debate that's been fully open and explored in all of its possibilities to one that's been pretty well resolved on the basis of as much evidence as people have been able to gather in 10 years. I think that at this point we have a clearer view of the ancestry of birds than we have of any evolutionary question.
But the dinosaur-bird connection is less popular with fossil bird experts like Larry Martin, who think the dinosaur people have embraced an attractive idea too easily.
It's probably a bad thing in science when all the scientists can agree on something. Because the most horrible mistakes, if you look historically, you'll find out the most horrible...
Yeah, you know, like the Earth being round, or orbiting the sun, or, you know, dinosaurs existing or something like that. If everyone agrees on something, then you know you gotta watch out for it, right? What kind of an argument is this? I don't know, man.
Because the most horrible mistakes, if you look historically,
there you go, Patrick Crusader,
the most horrible mistakes generally had wide agreement.
Martin points out that almost all the dinosaurs used to support the theory appeared in the Cretaceous. As much
and Dan the BC man, you're kidding, right? It's being facetious.
Which is 70 million years after Archaeopteryx.
Oh, you're talking to him. I don't know, Dan. I'm
Defenders
confused.
of the theory attribute this to gaps in the fossil record.
Although ultimately we'd like to go back to the fossil record and say, well, can we find any evidence of these characters coming up in the fossil record before Archaeopteryx? Still, the fact is that all these things that are from the later Cretaceous have ancestors that reach back into the late Jurassic, where Archaeopteryx comes from. So it doesn't make any difference, really.
As a former believer in the dinosaur...
And Das Collective, Flat Earthers of the 20th Century Internet... I mean, basically, yeah. Very few people in the history of the Earth, of the world, of the globe, have ever actually thought that the Earth was flat. Most ancient peoples did not think this. I mean, like, since the time of the ancient Greeks, people knew for a fact that the Earth was round, because you can run experiments to show that. Yeah. So it's really weird that that's become, like, this big thing on the internet nowadays. It's really frustrating. But to me, I think that speaks to, well, it speaks to the internet just being such a big part of people's everyday lives, where you can get sucked into like a weird community on the internet, and you could be convinced of literally anything. Like, case in point that the Earth is flat. There's a channel here on Twitch that just like runs flat Earth videos 24/7. They're in the science and technology category. I kid you not. This exists. And like, even though that's a preposterous idea, it's like some people seem to, it's hard to tell if they actually believe that in their heart of hearts. But like, it kind of doesn't matter. If you've become so cynical that it really doesn't matter to you whether what you believe is true, or that what you say online is true, if it just doesn't matter, then you're just willing to say anything because it's entertaining, I suppose. Somebody like me, that's like deeply discomforting. That's like, ugh, such a gross thought. It's like, oh yeah, I don't care what's true or false. I'm just gonna say whatever because I'm bored. And because I don't get outside often enough. Like, oh, that hurts my heart. You know? I think that's largely where the whole, like, flat earth thing comes from nowadays. Is like, it's partly that. People just don't have enough going on in their lives. And so, like, they need a way to entertain themselves, and they, like, find this community there, and it's like that gives them some twisted kind of meaning. But also, I think it's, like, a distrust of authority. And, like, that's often understandable in our world today. It's like if you become so incredibly cynical about the world that you are willing to just disregard the most basic facts about how things work. I think it's another big part of it. It's alienation, you know? People who feel they don't feel like they have any kind of control over their life. Conspiracy theories are very attractive to people who feel dispossessed, who feel like they don't have a say in how things work, even in their own lives, you know? And they want to stick it to the big man. There you go, Das Collective. Yeah, it's totally a thing. Yeah. So, yeah, it's... And also, at another point in this, too, I think it's important to bring up, is that we, as scientists, at least in some way, I think might also be responsible for this. I talked about this in my SVP talk, my SVP virtual conference talk, just a couple weeks ago. How the way that academia is structured nowadays, scientists are not encouraged to go out and talk to the public. There was once a time when some of the most famous people in the world were scientists, and everyone wanted to hear what they were doing, the discoveries that they were making. People like Albert Einstein and Marie Curie and Edwin Hubble, you know, for whom the Hubble telescope is named. He was once one of the most famous people on the planet. This planet, Earth, not the planets that he discovered. This one. He's one of the most famous people in the world. He would get invited to, like, all kinds of Hollywood parties. He was a special guest at the Academy Awards in, 1928? Something like that? Like, a huge celebrity. One of the most famous people in the world. But something happened in the 1950s, especially in the United States, like here in the US. Well, you know what? Let me just find you that video.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Find someone who talks about you the way Danny talks about paleontology.
Oh, Trappy Jenkins, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. And for the kind words. Thank you very, very much. Here we go. We have a duty to disseminate what we've learned about the natural world to the general public. So we're going to go over 3 different topics here. Let's talk about scientists in the public eye. So let's go back to the early 20th. I'm going to make myself some dinner, actually. I bring this up because this is a time when scientists were far more prominent members of society. So we all recognize the physicist Albert Einstein here. His work made him an international celebrity. He was perhaps the most recognizable person in the world in the early 20th century. Marie Curie, the discoverer of radium, was also immensely famous, major public figure. You may not know that the astronomer Edwin Hubble, for whom the Hubble telescope was named, was perhaps one of the most well-known people on Earth because of his discoveries. So Hollywood stars would visit his observatory and line up to look through the telescope. He even was a guest of honor at the 1937 Academy Awards. He was specially invited by the director Frank Capra, who won the award that year for Best Director for Mr. Deeds Goes to Town. Edwin Hubble was a big deal, very well known to the general public. And in paleontology, even our very own scientist adventurer Roy Chapman Andrews appeared worldwide in newsreels and gave immensely popular lectures. He was even on the cover of Time magazine. So early in the 20th century, the public was immensely interested in the discoveries which scientists were making, and scientists themselves were public figures, even celebrities, in a way that's generally not true today. So what happened? Well, much of the information here comes from this wonderful book by Sean Otto, and the case that he lays out for this big change is that the Cold War altered scientists' relationship with society, especially in the United States. So with nuclear weapons as a new looming threat to human civilization, many members of the public naturally started to become mistrustful of science and scientists after World War II. But a major accelerant in this change was the launch of the Soviet satellite Sputnik 1 in October of 1957. Sputnik was the first man-made object to reach Earth orbit, and it caused a panic in the US as Americans realized that the Soviets were pulling ahead in terms of science and technology. And the fear was that this could result in the United States being destroyed in a war against the Soviet Union. So in response, the US government massively increased funding to scientists. The National Science Foundation, NSF, budget increased dramatically in 1957 and would continue to rise. So it was a good time to get funding as a scientist. Lots and lots of money coming in, but this paradigm disincentivized doing outreach and interacting with regular people. So Sean Otto writes in The War on Science. Let me read this. I'm reading it off the screen. With tax money pouring in from a vastly expanding economy and the public respect affording authority of the white lab coat, 2 generations of scientists instead had only to impress their own university departments and government agencies to keep research funds coming their way. But they no longer had to impress the public, which was growing increasingly mistrustful of science. But this was a turning point. Scientists, by and large, had lost their relationship with the public, had stopped doing science outreach because of Cold War funding. But then, with the end of the Cold War, decades later, they lost the funding too. So the argument is that this is part of the reason for such poor science literacy in the United States. So there are 3 topics we're going to talk about here. There's 2 things that the public considers very controversial. These are hot topics, matters of debate in the general public, even if they're not matters of debate in the scientific community. Then I'm going to talk about why we, as paleontologists, might be able to do something about this, why we have an advantage here. Anyway, if you want to watch the rest of this, here is a link right there. It's got 15 likes already. Holy cow. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Tommy Platicus. Big fan of Danny's work. Amazing to see him give a structured talk. He's great presenting on the spot. Oh, Tommy Platicus, thank you. Anyway, yeah. Does that make sense? I got dinner now. But yeah. And Das Collective says public funding for science is not a bad thing, though. No, it's definitely not. No. But having public funding of science to the point where you disincentivize reaching out to the general public, that can have negative consequences. Yeah. So I'm all in favor, like, make the National Science Foundation budget 1,000 times bigger. Make it 1/3 of US GDP, you know? That'd be brilliant. But we also need scientists to reach out to the public, you know? Right now we're in a really bad situation because scientists don't have funding for the most part. And they're no longer interacting with the public because there's this culture of scientists being these, like, intellectually cloistered monks, you know, sequestered to their lab benches. It's the worst of both worlds nowadays, you know? But yeah. And yeah, Das Collective says, it's a problem when private companies dominate reaping the benefits of the research and studies and publications are locked behind paywalls. Absolutely, yeah. 1,000,000%. I agree with you 1,000,000% there. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to Larry Martin talking about how birds can't be related to dinosaurs.
It doesn't make any difference, really.
As a former believer in the dinosaur-bird hypothesis, Martin once accepted that argument, but a closer look at the evidence made him change his mind.
Every time that I've looked at a line of evidence that's been proposed,
and Chatty, I agree with you. Yeah,
I found out that it wasn't right in some respect, that everything looks like it's bad. And the fact of the matter is that I personally am unaware of any significant body of characters that support a theropod origin of birds that aren't in serious doubt that they're the same.
And this is really, really funny. Shoot. It's weird that even in 1991, Larry Martin could say this. Because we had things like wishbones and dinosaurs at this point. We'd even had some evidence of feathers on dinosaurs at this point. And he basically said, like, oh, I just kind of don't believe it. You know? Somebody do the turkey command here. Yeah. Casey Snort says, I wonder if this guy remembers this interview and regrets it now? He doesn't. And doesn't because, oh, that's disrespectful. Shoot, I didn't mean it like that. Anyway, he died back in 2013. Yeah. He's not around anymore. And he never came around on the idea. In fact, he kind of, whatever respect people had for Larry Martin back in the day, I think a lot of that was gone by the time he died. Because he just kind of refused to accept any of the evidence about this later on, you know? But, you know, saying stuff like this here, you know?
Body of characters that support a theropod origin of birds that aren't in serious doubt that they're the same.
This is the thing, is that, shoot, thank you, Claire and Lenina, for pulling this up. By the 1990s, we'd already known about a lot of these. This is an infographic that I put together a couple years ago. Showing, yeah, your turkey is a dinosaur. That's why we're talking about this now. Thanksgiving's coming up this next week. This is Meleagris gallopavo. This is the skeleton of a domestic turkey right here. And there's all of these different characteristics that turkeys share with theropod dinosaurs. All birds share with theropod dinosaurs. This is just a short smattering of them right here. These are only shared between birds and dinosaurs. These are not things that birds share with crocodilians, for instance. You know? Yeah. So anyway. Das Collective says, just remember to quote about how old views die out literally and young views can take over with new generations. Yeah. There's a phrase that we have in the sciences, that science progresses one funeral at a time. That wasn't really the case with dinosaur bird evolution, most paleontologists came around on that when it became really obvious, when we started finding things like feather fossils, you know, like feathered dinosaurs. It became really, really obvious. But Larry Martin and a small group of other paleontologists, like 2 or 3, I guess. Larry Martin, Alan Fiducia. Sankar Chatterjee came around eventually. It might just be Martin and Fiducia. And then some creationists, too. Creationists love this guy's arguments. But yeah. Yeah. Alan Fiducia still doesn't accept the idea that birds evolved from dinosaurs. So yeah. But most other paleontologists came around.
Same characters that birds have.
For instance, the half-moon-shaped bones Ostrom found in the wrists of his dinosaur Deinonychus and Archaeopteryx. Martin says they only look similar. The primitive reptile stock from which dinosaurs and birds evolved had a complex wrist with many bones. Ostrom says the half-moon bone in the simplified wrist of Deinonychus evolved from a certain bone in the primitive wrist, and that this character was passed along through Archaeopteryx.
I'm not sure who narrated this.
But according to Martin, the half-moon bone in a bird's wrist actually evolved from a different primitive bone.
So again, we have this idea in science called parsimony. Parsimony. So this is the idea. No, that's not the proper definition here. Yeah. Occam's razor is another example of this. Another way of putting it. It's basically... searching for explanation is constructed with the smallest possible set of elements. So it's like generally the simplest explanation is the one that is probably valid. And in the case here, it's the idea that like birds got their wrist from birds got their semilunate carpal bone in their wrist from dinosaurs who already had that. It's a pretty simple explanation there. This idea that they got it from one bone from an early crocodilian ancestor that was later modified and these other bones went away or something, that's not nearly as simple. It kind of fails Occam's razor, you know? Yeah.
If birds and dinosaurs have different...
Oh, and Dark Mock Rises, thank you for the subscription there, Dark Mock. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Bones in their wrists, they must have followed separate lines of evolution from the primitive ancestor. And the functions of the wrist were also different.
He described Deinonychus as holding its hands sort of like this. And the movement on the wrist that he described was a movement like this. Well, this makes a lot of sense if you're a predatory dinosaur. You know, you get a hold of something, you want to eat it.
You could enjoy science as much as you can, and you can't enjoy science alone. You have to share it.
Thank you, Dark Mock Rises,
Always
the 2 months.
To be listening on the latest Dino news. Thanks, Danny.
Thank you, Dark Mock Rises. This isn't exactly the newest stuff here, but we were talking about some of the newest stuff earlier in the stream. New dinosaurs discovered, new paper on troodontid stable isotope analysis. Really, really cool stuff. Dark Mock Rises, thank you for supporting me and helping me do this. You know, new stuff like this. I appreciate you. Yeah. Yeah, and Larry Martin might actually be making a really good point here about the wrist. I always talk about how, you know, if you see a dinosaur doing this, like Mr. Burns, like that's incorrect. Dinosaurs like Velociraptor, Deinonychus, they didn't do this. Instead, their palms faced each other like that. Is that what Larry Martin's about to say?
You can pick it up, and then you can turn the hand and put it in your mouth. Birds aren't able to put things in their mouths at all that way. This would be no use to a bird at all. What birds do is that when they fold their wings against their body, they actually have the arm in this posture. Well, the main wing feathers, the flight feathers, are sticking straight down.
He's right about this. That's a good point.
So what they do is they take the hand, and they rotate it like this, and this
Yep.
tucks the feathers in. Again.
And we now recognize that dinosaurs like Deinonychus did this. Like, Ostrom was wrong about how he positioned the hands of Deinonychus. So Larry Martin was actually making a good point back then. Like, gotta hand it to him. Yeah, he was right about this. That was a problem. But it's because we were misinterpreting the Deinonychus fossils, you know?
Against the body.
Yeah.
Well, this is a motion be absolutely useless to a dinosaur, and I'd be greatly surprised if any of them had it.
Martin is thoroughly unconvinced by the dinosaur origin of birds and argues, like Heilmann, that the bird line actually arose far back in the Triassic, before the dinosaurs. In fact, he suspects that birds are closer to the crocodile line than to dinosaurs, but he doesn't expect to find flying alligators in the fossil record.
Nobody, including myself, is claiming that birds are directly derived from crocodilians. What we're really arguing is that crocodilians and birds share a close common ancestor very early in their history, and this would just simply be a closer common ancestor than they share with, say, dinosaurs, so that the proto-bird, whatever it is not going to look like an alligator.
Well, I think...
And so this is assuming that there's a big, what we call ghost lineage here. So a ghost lineage is when, like, you don't have the ancestors of a particular critter, in this case, like birds, and so you go, oh, well, they must have come from something that looked like one of these Pseudotsuchian crocodiliform relative guys. And so there's a big ghost lineage. There's all these, like, missing steps in between. That's kind of a big ask there, to say, oh, yeah, there was a creature that would look a lot like a little theropod dinosaur that would have evolved into birds, but it wasn't a dinosaur at all. It's just, it's kind of a big assumption. It kind of fails Occam's razor again.
I think that there's disagreement about the interpretation of certain features of the evidence. But here you see, when a case has been put forward very explicitly as the dinosaur origin hypothesis has been done, and there's several hundred different kinds of shared derived evolutionary characters that support the idea that birds are just small carnivorous dinosaurs that evolve flight. I think it really is incumbent at this point on someone who says, well, I have a better idea, to come forth with that and use the same methods and show that another hypothesis using the same evidence and additional evidence explains all the evidence better. That's the way science works. It works by method. And we have to agree on a method. The method people are using is the method of using shared derived evolutionary characters.
The method is called cladistics.
Ooh. I've never actually seen a good, concise explanation of cladistics in a video like this before. If they're able to pull this off right here, then I will make sure that I keep a timestamp URL of this, and we use this in the future, because this is one of those concepts that's really difficult to explain off the cuff. I've talked about cladistics before, and I don't quite have a good, short and sweet summary of it yet. So this, hopefully, is going to be really good. Let's see here. Let's see.
A systematic approach to sorting out relationships based on shared characteristics. These animals are more closely related to each other than any of them are to the dragonfly, because they all have backbones, and the dragonfly does not. These three are more closely related to each other than to the fish, because they all have 4 bony limbs.
Right.
And these two are closer still because only they have feathers. The results are plotted on a branching diagram called a cladogram.
Cladogram.
Most of the features that you have are inherited from very distant ancestors. And only a
We talked about this a bunch with Neil Shubin's Your Inner Fish, with the pattern of bones in our arms and hands. Those actually match the pattern of bones in the limbs of sarcopterygian fish, lobe-finned fish. We've inherited that pattern, you know, humerus, radius, ulna, metacarpals, carpals, or carpals, metacarpals, and phalanges. You know, one bone, two bones, little bones, fingers. We've inherited that pattern from our fishy ancestors. Just like Jacques Gauthier says right here.
Are inherited from very distant ancestors. And only a few features are really unique to you. And if we wanted to find you plus your descendants, we'd have to use those unique features that arose just with you and are carried on by your descendants, and not the features that you inherited from very distant ancestors. You wouldn't want to say you're related to an ape because both of us have 5 fingers, because, gee, so does a lizard, so does a turtle. All right? You'd want to say that we're related to the great apes because we both lack tails, and we're big.
To find the closest relative of birds, Gautier programs his computer with hundreds of characters that, in his judgment, are found in modern birds, Archaeopteryx, dinosaurs, and various reptiles.
And so this is how we still do cladistics to this day. You use a computer to do this. You type in a bunch of different characteristics like this, what we call characters. You kind of code them into like a binary system where there's ones and zeros, and then you run it through a computer program, and it spits out a cladogram that is most parsimonious. We were talking about the concept of parsimony earlier. Occam's razor. What is the simplest tree it can make where there's nothing, the fewest crazy things going on? Like how do you make this, all these features fit together into a tree that makes the most sense? Yeah. And there you go, Mayor Space.
The computer then sorts through all the evidence supplied by Gautier to determine who's most closely related to whom.
And there it is.
The computer says that Archaeopteryx's closest relative was Deinonychus, which was itself
very nice. Yeah. Oh, and Alex Vixen. Yeah, I've got veggie burgers here with avocado. Yeah.
Derived from other dinosaurs.
Here.
It was Deinonychus, which was itself derived from other dinosaurs. And birds are the continuation of that line. This comes as no surprise to Gautier.
The simplest interpretation for all the evidence has always been that birds are dinosaurs.
Well, I don't have anything at all against either cladists or cladistics. I am a little bit upset by rather dogmatic statements that are sometimes made by people that would sort of imply that because you do a cladistic analysis that you've come up with the truth. Empirically, you know that's not true, because if you look at perfectly good cladists that work on the same group, they all come up with different cladograms. You know that at best only one of those cladograms can be correct. Now, the reason for this is probably has to do with how carefully people analyze and choose the characters that go into the cladograms. If you put
And Larry Martin is once again actually making a solid point here. I agree with a lot of what he's saying, in that cladograms are only as good as the data that you put into them. It's a computer program. You know, garbage in, garbage out. We all know that axiom there. And he's right. He just thinks that what they're putting in is bad data, which I would disagree with. It's not bad data.
Put garbage into a cladogram, you're going to get garbage out.
Well, they're welcome to their point of view, but they may have another agenda. They may not like cladistic analysis, as you pointed out. They may not want to think about birds as being dinosaurs. They may really think that birds must be more ancient and they must come from the far. I mean, there's always something that makes people, you know, there's something lying behind why people have ideas.
True. Martin would agree with that. He thinks dinosaur paleontologists have a strong motive to connect birds with dinosaurs.
I think that it's an enormously attractive idea. If you work on dinosaurs, and birds are closely related to dinosaurs, then we might assume that dinosaurs had avian physiology or maybe even bird feathers. So
The really funny thing is, we now know they had both of those things. We've got hard evidence of that, independent of whether or not birds evolved from dinosaurs. We've got tons of evidence that dinosaurs had an avian respiratory system. It's like birds. The theropods and sauropod dinosaurs, too, had elevated metabolisms just like birds. And we've got lots and lots and lots of evidence of feathers on dinosaurs too. Not just simple filamentous, like fuzz-like feathers. You know, not like something that might look like hair, but also full-on flight feathers with the rachis and the barbs and everything else, you know? Complex flight feathers like you only see in birds. Later on, people like Larry Martin would look at those dinosaurs, and I guess he kind of realized, I think people like Alan Fiducia realized, that they can't argue against that. It's like, oh shoot, if dinosaurs like Deinonychus had feathers, like proper, honest-to-goodness flight feathers, their response to this wasn't, oh shoot, we were wrong, and these guys must be closely related to birds. Birds must have evolved from dinosaurs. Instead, they said, oh, well, that just means Deinonychus is a bird, and it's not a dinosaur. People like Alan Fiducia today who claim that birds are not dinosaurs, that's their answer. Is that, oh, well, actually, Deinonychus is not a dinosaur at all. It's a bird. This thing evolved from, like, a crocodile-like ancestor. It's not related to dinosaurs at all. So, yeah, it's kind of crazy. But it's interesting that there's, like, basically maybe 2 or 3 people in the entire world who are willing to really argue for that idea. Everybody else is on board with the idea that birds are dinosaurs, you know? And it is really pretty art, isn't it, Casey's art? Really, really nice. Yeah. So what would they say about all the other feathered dinosaurs? Oh yeah, they say those feathered dinosaurs, well, they have feathers, so they have to be birds. They can't be dinosaurs, you know? So critters like, let's see, what would be a good example? Ornithomimus. With its feathers like this. Well, this is, oh, it can't be a dinosaur, because it has feathers. So this also has to be a bird, not related to dinosaurs. You know, it becomes kind of absurd. Yeah. And Darren Naish, who you might remember is the consultant on Prehistoric Planet. Yeah. Remember Darren Naish right there? Let's see. He actually reviewed this book by Alan Fiducia, who is one of the very, very last people who argue that birds are not dinosaurs. Alan Fiducia came out with this book recently called Romancing the Birds and Dinosaurs. Forays in Postmodern Paleontology. He says, why am I reading it? Because there's so much in it that's objectionable, where he's misframed or misinterpreted an issue, or been anti-scientific. He's also misanthropic, heaping scorn upon those kids and their social media. Anyway, it's an interesting thread, especially when he really gets into it. Was it here? If anybody's curious about this, I'll give you the link. But Darren Naish wrote about it on his blog here. So if this sort of thing is fascinating to you, check that out. Yeah. But anyway. Yeah. And Casey's Note says, so interesting that they don't make those distinctions in other animal groupings where they share traits. Maybe they do? No, they don't. It's like a special case with this. It's pretty unscientific. So Sinosauropteryx is another bird, presumably? For a while, people like Alan Fiducia were claiming that Sinosauropteryx didn't have feathers, because it was pretty clear that that's not a bird, you know? This animal, Sinosauropteryx, which we know had feathers all over its body like this. We've got exquisite fossils of this, even to the point where we can tell what colors are represented here. The idea from Alan Fiducia and Larry Martin was that those are not feathers, that they're like really scrunched up looking skin, like collagen fibers in the skin as the animal was deteriorating. Yeah, even though we've got multiple specimens of this animal, you could see the feathers in really high detail. You can even look at the coloration. You could look at the melanosomes, the pigment cells in them. So yeah. Some people just like being contrarian. My old crew chief, Denver Fowler, had a joke about that. People would say, Denver, you're a contrarian. And he'd say, well, you got the first syllable of that word, right? Yeah. Very self-effacing joke from Denver Fowler, but yeah.
So we wind up knowing a lot more about the behavior and physiology of dinosaurs than we could speculate about otherwise. If it turns out the birds are really related more closely to crocodilians, then in fact it's very difficult for us to make any speculations at all about dinosaurian physiology and behavior. So if I worked on dinosaurs, I'd certainly be attracted to the idea that birds were related to them.
But instead he works on crocodilians. Or crocodilian relatives. Pseudopsuchians.
And as far as the general public's considered, if I go home and I have a cage with a parakeet in it, it's certainly a lot more fun to think that that's a small Tyrannosaurus.
It is more fun, sure.
The idea that birds...
It's not a Tyrannosaurus, though.
...are direct descendants of dinosaurs has already influenced our view of dinosaurs. It's become a central theme.
You're losing it, Claire. I know, right?
About their favorite extinct animals.
Look at his foot. He's got a bird foot, 3 toes in front, 1 toe turned back. He's got a bird leg. He's got a plucked chicken body.
It may well be true, but if it's not, we may know less about dinosaurs than we think we do.
That's why in this exhibit we gave them such fancy colors. We wanted them to look.
These are all Dynamation dinosaurs.
A tropical bird.
Understanding the origin of birds.
Yeah. Queen of Cyanide, yeah, these are the Dynamation dinosaurs. Yeah. YouTube is so slow today to load. There we go. Come on now.
Hey, good morning. It's 7 a.m. It's another busy day here in the city. I'm Steve Wildman Roberts.
Imagine Earth as a different place. With no skyscrapers.
But lots of smoke machines. Let's get to the dinosaurs, shall we?
Imagine Earth with no freeways.
That sounds awful nice.
Earth. Huge Earth.
There we go.
Dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs. Spell it out for us. Dynamation's dinosaurs in the wild. Wow.
Dinosaurs were evolving from earlier reptiles, long before the powerful Tyrannosaurus rex ever set foot on Earth.
Why are you showing mammals?
To help us unlock the mysteries of life found on Earth.
Anyway, let's get to the robotic dinosaurs, please.
Just Brontosaurus walked on all fours and grew to about 75 feet long. From its nose, Ceratops walked on all fours and browsed for plant life.
So let's look at how these were made.
Artists, sculptors, engineers, welders, mold makers, computer experts, and many others. The team members work together to ensure the accuracy of all Dynamation creatures. When a new Dynamation replica is created,
Casey Snort,
many questions
these
must
were
be
all
answered.
over the place.
To determine a creature's appearance,
Queen
paleontologists
of
must consider the size and the shape of bones and skeletons, the size and placement of muscles.
Anyway,
Scientists can design a movable robotic skeleton that will fit inside the dinosaur replica. and bring the creature to life. While engineers are busy with their task, sculptors make a clay model of the creature that is the same size as the finished replica.
Yep.
This
It's a lot of work.
process can take
A lot of work.
several months. During this time, paleontologists check the large model periodically for accuracy.
And one of the people who was doing that was Jim Kirkland. Jim Kirkland, state paleontologist of Utah nowadays, he was hired by Dynamation International, and he was their, like, on-site paleontologist for a number of years. So yeah. Anyway, those are the same dinosaurs that you're seeing right here in the documentary.
Will not only affect our knowledge of dinosaurs, it may help us to resolve another mystery. How did birds learn to fly? Many animals living in the trees take advantage of gravity to get from place to place.
Like this flying frog.
It's not hard to imagine a proto-bird evolving flight in small steps, from leaping to gliding and finally to powered flight.
We call this the trees down model of bird flight evolution.
Feathers might have begun as a fringe of elongated scales creating drag, helping the arboreal leaper to slow down and maneuver, an advantage enhanced through evolution by even longer scales changing to feathers. This trees down scenario for the origin of flight is especially appealing to those who see the bird ancestor as a small tree-dwelling reptile, but not often to those who see the ancestor as a dinosaur.
I don't know if it was a flying squirrel or sugar
where
glider.
birds came from.
Sir?
The small carnivorous dinosaurs were obviously animals that were good runners. They were predators. They ran along the ground. They flexed their hands. They, could use their arms in a variety of ways. You start thinking about possibilities for evolving flight from the ground up. And I think that's really been the sort of the tension. One group is impressed by what living birds do. Another group is more impressed by where birds came from.
And Lauren Zoxio, thank you for being here. Hello to you
The
too.
human
Welcome,
broad
welcome.
jumper instinctively uses outstretched arms to maintain balance and stability in the air. The ground-up theory for the origin of flight applies this idea to a small, warm-blooded dinosaur already clothed with feathers for
I feel like you saw this clip already.
For increased
in a
stability
video
in
earlier.
running leaps, it evolves long.
And Queen of Cyanide, I don't know why the alerts are not popping up, but there we go.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
Thank you, Queen of Cyanide, for subscribing. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Welcome to the community. Enjoy those emotes. Enjoy not having to watch any ads. Thank you for supporting science outreach and education here on Twitch. I really appreciate that. I do this full time. This is how I make my living. It would not be possible without good folks like you supporting me. So thank you very, very much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Longer feathers on the forelimbs and eventually adapts these feathered limbs as wings. But many find this difficult to imagine.
It's a little hard for me to see what real advantage you get in either flying or gliding when you're running, because either activity will result at least in initial loss of airspeed. So if you're being pursued, you're more likely to be caught. If you're pursuing something, you're more likely not to run it down.
Critics of the running or
He's got a point again.
Flight also say that flight from the ground up would be energetically expensive, and it would be nearly impossible to get up enough speed to develop lift.
We're going to be talking about this next week, though. The wing-assisted incline running hypothesis, or WARE for short.
That would be true.
And Amelia Bedila, I'm glad you're having fun.
We demanded that animals evolve all-out, sustained flight all at once. If you have animals that run along doing, leaps and bursts of flapping, and then getting back down to the ground, running along some more, jumping up, leaping and flapping and doing that, that eliminates that difficulty, because then you get a question of evolutionary improvement through time.
One point that everyone agrees on is that Archaeopteryx did fly. The evidence is in the feathers. The sign of a flight feather is the asymmetry of the veins on either side of the central
sides
shaft.
are different widths.
This arrangement gives the feather its airfoil contour, which produces lift. And when birds become flightless, like the kiwi, their feathers lose this structure, becoming
kiwis.
wispy
They're
and
adorable.
hair-like. This fossil of a single Archaeopteryx feather, identical to a modern flight feather, shows almost beyond doubt that Archaeopteryx was a flyer.
Yep.
But the skeleton of Archaeopteryx apparently lacked some critical pieces of flight apparatus found in modern birds like the pigeon.
They have a very large breastbone or sternum at point at which
Huge
the
keeled
muscles of
sternum
the,
there.
Flight apparatus attach, the power muscles. And also there's a special bone here called the coracoid, which serves as a brace, if you want, to prevent the shoulder region and breast region from being collapsed by the contraction of the flight muscles. Those are two very distinctive features that we see in flying birds today that are missing in Archaeopteryx. The coracoid bone is not shaped.
By the way, does anybody recognize that skull there looming in the background? I forgot to point out that I have my own Deinonychus skull 3D printed here in my office. Yeah. Good stuff.
Like that at all, and there is no breastbone at all. And that causes one to wonder just how well Archaeopteryx could fly.
The modern features that Archaeopteryx lacked are associated with the kind of powerful flapping necessary for taking off from the ground. If Archaeopteryx did indeed fly, yet lacked the flight apparatus for ground-up takeoff, why not assume that it launched itself from the treetops, even if it was a dinosaur?
Climbing trees does not seem to have been one of the things they did very well. That doesn't mean you can say definitively that they couldn't get into trees. After all, goats can get into trees, kangaroos can get into trees, so and lots
People
of other
can get
animals that
into
you wouldn't
trees.
think can do that, do it necessarily for a living. But I think that when you start looking at the anatomy of Archaeopteryx and some of the early birds, and you look at the animals to which they're most related, you find that there really isn't a single arboreal character in these skeletons. In my case, as far as I can tell from the fossil evidence, there's no evidence that birds really spent much time in trees at all before the tertiary sometime. I mean, we're talking about after the age of dinosaurs.
I mean, we now have better fossils of a lot of Cretaceous birds, and it's pretty clear that they were perching. They were up in trees. Yeah. I wonder what Kevin would say about this nowadays, that we've got more fossil birds from the Mesozoic.
Larry Martin agrees that dinosaurs were built for running, not climbing. But he thinks Archaeopteryx was just the opposite.
Steely Dan, yeah.
A
Getting into the
conclusion
trees.
he reached.
Well, I mean, getting out of the tree is an easy part if you've got feathered wings. You could just glide down. So, yeah.
While building a three-dimensional model of Archaeopteryx out of precisely cast bones that he made from one of the fossil slabs. The most striking feature of the 3D model is its posture.
Yeah.
When I started putting the bones together, I found out that I really didn't have a lot of options in the way that I articulated them. And I wound up with a posture that has the back almost vertical. Now, this was quite a surprise for me. I published other restorations of Archaeopteryx, and what I'd always done before, and what everybody else had really done, is that I'd kept the backbone horizontal, much the way that it is in a modern bird, or for that matter in a dinosaur. And this is something that doesn't look like a dinosaur at all. In fact, it looks like...
And I wonder how he messed that up. It almost looks like the way that the hips articulate with the dorsal vertebrae is wrong. But I don't know, like, without seeing it up close, it's really hard to tell.
An awful lot more like a primate. Now, I don't think there's any doubt but what dinosaurs were highly adapted for running fast on the ground. But this animal wouldn't be a very fast runner at all. What it would be adapted for would be climbing trees, because this upright posture lets the Archaeopteryx get a center of gravity closer to the tree trunk.
I mean, that's the thing too, is that like the way that the femurs articulate with the hips, like they go into the acetabula when you've got the fourth trochanter of the femur just going like that, like, or the femur head. It seems like you could pivot the animal on where the hips articulate with the femurs. So like, I don't understand why he's hung up on this idea that it has to be upright, walking around like a kangaroo. It just, I don't understand this at all. I really don't. And yeah, and they were really that small, Queen of Cyanide? Oh yeah, shoot. Here. This is my Archaeopteryx model 3D print. And this, I realized I actually printed slightly too large. The real critter's a little bit smaller than this. But yeah, it's not very big. It's a small animal. About the size of a crow is usually the comparison that you hear in books and stuff. Yeah, that's Archaeopteryx right there. The earliest true bird that we know of, if you accept that it is a bird. Some paleontologists think that it's just a very bird-like dinosaur, not a true bird yet. Yeah. So yeah, it's not a big animal. It's really, really not. It's gorgeous, though. I mean, look at those. It's just positively angelic, I like to say. Lovely. And Mayor Space says, if one wants to be bad enough, one can make all kinds of mistakes. This is true. Yeah. And 6 hours? Yeah, Claire Burr, shoot. We're going to try and finish this today. And then, we're going to try and finish this documentary before I think about rating out, you know? Let's continue.
And that's probably the reason why primates have upright postures, too.
Martin's model is the first ever made of Archaeopteryx from actual bone casts. He hopes it will shed new light on some old questions about the origin.
Oh, and that's funny. Now we realize that the feet are wrong.
He hopes it will shed.
So nowadays we realize that the second toe should be up like this, like on Deinonychus and Velociraptor. Yeah, let's see. You know, that sickle claw, like you see right there. Archaeopteryx also had a sickle claw. Would have looked like this. Yeah, right there. So yeah. But we didn't know that back then. It was the Thermopolis specimen of Archaeopteryx, now held in Thermopolis, Wyoming, at the Wyoming Dinosaur Center, that shows that. That's what kind of helped us realize that's what was going on there.
On some old questions about the origin of birds and flight.
Oh, I think that the long-term effect of the model is going to be that people are going to simply have to abandon the cursorial origin of avian flight. And if they do that, then they're going to
cursorial means running.
How you can originate birds from dinosaurs, which apparently can't get up in trees.
Of course, Martin's model won't prove anything until others have had a chance to confirm or deny its accuracy.
Yep.
The way it looks may depend a great deal on who puts it together.
Oh, yeah.
But Martin is confident that his experiment will produce the same result, no matter who performs it.
Well, personally, I think they're going to be stuck with the model pretty much the way it is. Eventually, I'll be happy to supply copies to anyone who wants to try to fit it any other way.
Here's something stranger than science fiction. Prehistoric fact.
And the real Zach Hula, thank you, real Zach, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Casey Sinowert says, I mean, seriously, in what universe do elbows work that way? You know what it looks like? It looks like... It looks like this. Impractical on a motorcycle. Yeah. Impractical on an Archaeopteryx, you know? Yeah. Whatever, though. I don't know. Weird Adult uneasy rider. That is really, really good. Nicely done. Nicely done. Yeah.
Hi, everyone.
Weird Adult. That's great.
All right. Who's first? All right. Come on, guys.
Finding experimental approaches to problems in paleontology is not an easy thing to do. Nonetheless, a team of experimental biologists from Northern Arizona University, Harvard, and the University of Montana is trying to do just that.
There you go.
Are we going to see Ken Dial in here? Is he in this?
All right, Ken, here we go.
They've trained starlings to fly in a wind tunnel.
Very cool.
They hope that by learning precisely how birds fly, they'll be able to gain some insight into how flight evolved in the first place.
Is that Ken Dial?
Okay, birds down. All right.
I personally have been dissatisfied with the various theories that are available to us. I'm one who requires...
It's Ken Dial. Holy cow. Back when he had hair and a mustache. You're going to see him next week, too, in some videos. That's so... I didn't realize he was working on wing-assisted incline running way back in 1991. That's awesome.
Requires to measure something and watch it move. That doesn't mean I get any better information than these excellent paleontologists that help interpret the fossil record for us. But I think by obtaining empirical data that we can really hang some numbers on and watch how these things act in nature, in other words, with living birds, perhaps we can get closer to the truth.
All right, here we go. You ready to record? We're at 30, ready.
To learn what's going on inside the flying bird, they insert a fine wire, the thickness of a human hair, into a particular muscle, and then record its pattern of electrical activity while recording the flight on slow-motion film.
Wow.
Combined, the data reveal exactly what the shoulder and breast muscles are doing during different phases of the flight stroke. They've also taken X-ray film to study the function of the skeleton during flight.
Very cool. This is
knowledge
advanced stuff for
biomechanics will then
for
be
1990. Wow.
With the same kind of information about its closest living relative.
And we'll just let him get forward.
The alligator.
When an alligator walks, it uses the same bones and muscles
Alligator on a
of the shoulder and
treadmill.
forelimb that a bird uses to fly. It's the basic reptilian design from which the bird's wing evolved.
Yep.
As the research reveals more detail about how the shoulder evolved into a wing, it may also provide a better understanding of what Archaeopteryx could or could not do, whether it was strictly a glider, for instance, or whether it could, in fact, take off from the ground.
We don't really know precisely what was going on with Archaeopteryx in terms of his function. We certainly have some good insight into its structure based on the fossil record and the limited specimens that we have. But who knows? Some more fossils may show up that'll help us. Perhaps an analysis of not only how a modern bird's shoulder works, but the workings of a variety of reptilian forms may give us some additional clues.
This work is still a long way from resolving any questions about the origin of flight. For now, the goal is simply to understand the problem.
All right, looking good. You have to understand that you're talking to a couple of biologists, and biologists, by their nature, are interested in any living organism, how it works. There's nothing more beautiful to me than a flying bird. The precision that the wing must move under the...
G. Baker, thanks for dropping in here. I appreciate the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
Command and the influence of the nervous system is amazing. And that in of itself, I think, is worthy of our study.
The best hope for new information about the history of life is probably the same as it's always been in paleontology.
The fossils. We need more fossils. Yeah.
Here in the panhandle of northern Texas, a formation of ancient rocks from the Triassic era has recently yielded a surprising new piece in the puzzle.
Is this Proto-Avis? This was a red herring. Oh boy.
A team of students from Texas Tech University has been working a rich bed of fossils from the earliest days of dinosaurs under the guidance of their teacher, Shankar Chatterjee.
Where's brush? Brush. Oh, yes.
The fossil bones are scattered through a layer of mudstone.
Yeah,
they're down 225
It's a
million
jumble.
years ago.
These bones did not belong to the same animal.
Excavation is slow and tedious.
Yeah, leave it like this. Yeah. We'll find more, you know. I think the bulk is still inside, so.
One day, they were exposing a new section of the bone bed, not expecting to find anything until they reached a certain depth.
In that side, bones really do occur in a layer, about 6-inch thick layer, and they do not occur below or above this layer.
He's got a cool shirt he's got.
So we are pretty confident that we'll not find any bones. Still, we are careful enough.
Then something caught Chatterjee's eye.
Cool shirt too.
Little bones. Yeah, sure does. We brought a little piece of rock full of fine bone fragments. They are hollow.
Proto-Avis, yeah. Very suspicious, Dr.
Irfino. We didn't know, so we put it aside.
It took months to remove all the bones from the rock matrix.
The jumbled up bones from different creatures. These are not all bones of the same
began
animal.
to piece the skeleton together. He was amazed at what he saw. At first, he thought it might be a small dinosaur, perhaps the smallest ever found. But when he started studying the bones in detail, he found characters that were more like those of a bird more modern than Archaeopteryx, even though it was 75 million years older.
Yeah.
To Chatterjee's eye,
Not so.
this animal had vertebrae and a pelvis more bird-like than those of any dinosaur or Archaeopteryx.
I think the pelvis actually turned out to be part of the skull of another animal. Yeah, Casey Snort says, how do you know when it's the same animal? I mean, you'll have bones of the same size, they'll fit together properly, they'll be in articulation. These were found jumbled up, like, I think some of these were from meters away. They may have been from different horizons and stuff. It's clearly not the same individual creature. They didn't even all come from the same place.
It had a breastbone with a keel for the attachment of flight muscles.
Proto-Avis nemes picasso. Mayor's face, yeah.
To birds, including a flexible upper jaw.
If you look at any dinosaur skull, what you will see, there are 3 holes here. This is orbit or eye socket. This is the upper hole.
Temporal fenestra.
And this is the lower hole.
Post-orbital fenestra,
And
yeah.
these holes are separated by bony bars or struts. So as a whole, the skull is very rigid. On the other hand, in birds, what happens, all these bony struts, they're all gone. So, since the bony struts, they're all gone, now
I think it's a vulture skull right there.
the upper jaw
Yeah.
very easily. No dinosaurs
Cool how they can do that.
do this. This is
I think we do have some dinosaurs that could do that now, which is really funny.
a very,
But
very
yeah.
important character. And this is such an important character, I think I can separate any birds from any dinosaurs. There should not be any confusion.
So, Shankar Chatterjee was against the idea that birds had evolved from dinosaurs, and yeah, but he later came around? Because he's still around today. he's basically admitted at this point. You look up Protoavis on, say, Wikipedia. It's a problematic taxon known from fragmentary remains near Post, Texas. Yeah. Let's see, we go down to the bottom. I think it's near the bottom it says this. But Chatterjee himself now says, like, oh yeah, I don't think it is a bird. Anyway, it's interesting stuff. I think he was asked about this recently, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I don't think it is a bird anymore." But anyway, it's a bunch of like jumbled up pieces. Proteus as a chimera, yeah. And Luis Chiappe, who is himself an expert on the dinosaurian origin of birds, he says, except for a few elements, the available material of Protoavis is extremely fragmentary. Chatterjee's interpretations of certain bones are questionable, and even the association of elements into specimens and then into a single taxon seems difficult to support. This... Holy cow, this is like... I don't have an alarm siren or anything like that, but in scientific writing, this is really calling someone out. So scientists generally, when we're writing in a scientific context, it's like very reserved, very tentative. This is like a shot across the bow. This is like really, really calling him out here. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, pieces of the skull appear to be those of a coelurosaur, while the femur and ankle bone, cataloged under those numbers, suggest affinities to non-Tatnuran theropod, so different kind of theropod dinosaur. And at least some vertebrae are most similar to those of Megalonychosaurus, a Drapanosaurid. Yeah. Anyway, so this is just a jumble of pieces of different critters together.
Chatterjee is convinced that this was a bird. He calls it Protoavis. If he's right, it would replace Archaeopteryx as the earliest.
And it's Jogun, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
Bird, and perhaps pose a serious challenge to the dinosaur ancestry of birds. Because Protoavis is nearly as old as the oldest dinosaur, and you can't be as old as your ancestor. No one is more surprised by all this than Chatterjee, who has always supported the dinosaur bird hypothesis. The National Geographic Society, which supports Chatterjee's fieldwork, asked John Ostrom to look at Protoavis and see if he agreed that it's a bird.
I reported to National Geographic that I did not know where else to categorize it. That bird class is the best I can do for you, but I'm very concerned, very skeptical.
With that endorsement, the Geographic Society announced Protoavis to the world. The reaction from the scientific community splits along familiar lines.
Psycher Chatterjee brought Protoavis to the University of Kansas for a week, and I had a chance to study it in detail during this time. And I think there can be no doubt that Protoavis is much more similar to a bird than any of the postulated dinosaur relatives are.
Oh,
and
boy.
In fact, it may be that
look.
it's best just to call it a bird.
There have been many such in the past. This is just the latest one. New fossil finds have attempted to unseat Archaeopteryx from its perch for years and years. And each time, they are accorded a great deal of fanfare by people who discover them, and then they seem to disappear from the picture pretty rapidly.
That's exactly what happened with Protoavis.
In fact, when 3 years passed and Chatterjee still had not published his findings in a professional journal, many scientists grew skeptical.
It's really important for the public to understand the way science works, is to come up with an idea, gather evidence towards it, and then subject it to peer review, criticism, and testing by your scientific peers in the community, which so far has not had the opportunity.
You should be very careful And it takes time, it takes time to understand simply the anatomy. It takes time to compare. It takes time to, know why it is a bird, why it is not a dinosaur. And I think it is a bird. It is so far the earliest bird. And to prove it, I have to look for all the evidence. And that's why I'm so careful. I'm, taking so much time. But
again, you should read the Proto-Avis article on Wikipedia if you want some more information about this. There's the article right there. Proto-Avis is not really taken seriously at all anymore by paleontologists.
Chatterjee's paper has been accepted for publication by the prestigious Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society of London and will be out in the spring of 1991.
Yeah, it didn't fare well.
Proto-Avis may prove to be a fatal flaw in the case of the flying dinosaur. Or it may be...
And Patrick Crusader says, I have that book right here. Oh, and shoot, my earbud just died. Been streaming for a long time today. Plug this back in. Backup headphones. There we go. But, this is that book right there, The Rise of Birds. I got this in Moab, Utah. Last summer. For like $4. Ex-library copy, good stuff. Yeah, so in this book, Chatterjee, kind of builds his claims that he builds on his hypothesis that Proto-Avis is the earliest bird. It's a bizarre book, just not. Yeah. There we go. This is one of the best blurbs they could find for the back by Larry Whitmer. Proto-Avis has remained in a rather strange limbo where many scientists have simply ignored it. There has never been a serious, published analysis of the fossils by anyone other than Chatterjee. Perhaps one of the most positive outcomes stemming from the publication of this book would be broader interest in and closer scrutiny of these important fossils. In any case, The Rise of Birds will surely be viewed by history as a critical document in the debate on early avian evolution. That's not stirring praise for this book. That's not a rigging endorsement. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. Like Kevin Padian was saying, this is important to understand about science, is that, you can make all kinds of claims in science, but they have to be, evaluated by other scientists. They've got to be peer-reviewed. You've got to have other people look at your fossils, and still hasn't really happened with Proto-Avis.
Just another false lead. In any event, the debate will continue.
Well, I think Sankar is in a difficult position in some ways because a lot of the dinosaur specialists have been very dogmatic about their position on the origin of birds. And because of this, it's extremely hard for them to back down. They're not going to like to do it.
That's the game of paleontology. You go to the field, you find new fossils, you change your hypothesis. We are really trying to understand with very little evidence.
In the Sollenhofen quarries, many clues still lie buried in the stone.
There have been more specimens of Archaeopteryx since this time.
Paleontologists continue their search through ancient rocks, hoping to fill another gap in the fossil record. And they scrutinize material already in hand, looking for insights that others have missed. But
sweater on Kevin.
Evidence is hard to find. Some episodes from the history of life may never be fully understood. But whether birds are the children of dinosaurs or their cousins, the search for their true branch in the tree of life is a continuing process of discovery. And each new insight sheds a little more light on the stunning diversity of life.
Cool stuff. Pretty decent documentary there for 1991. There were some surprises that I really wasn't wasn't expecting. I guess if I were expecting them, they wouldn't be surprises. But, yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. And I guess with that, we kick off Thanksgiving week. Next Thursday is Thanksgiving here in the United States, and paleontologists like me sometimes refer to it as Theropod Dissection Day. So we'll be talking all about the dinosaur-bird link, about the evolution of birds from dinosaurs, leading up to Thanksgiving next week. Really excited about that. And I hope you'll join me for that next week. But for now, we're going to go right into somebody else, hopefully doing some science here on Twitch.
Funding.
Who else have we got on Twitch right now whom we could raid into? Let's see. Oh, Moohoodles is on. Let's go raid into Moohoodles. He's doing some astrobiology, is it? Let's see here. Yeah, nice. We're gonna go say hello to Moohoodles, one of my fellow panelists from the Scientists on Twitch panel at TwitchCon. Anyway, thank you everybody for a fun stream. I hope you had a good time today. I hope you learned something. I hope you were inspired to do some of your own learning, maybe, until the next time that you come back here. So yeah. Everybody, thank you so much. Everybody who's appeared in the credits, cheerers and lurkers and moderators and followers, raiders and subscribers and gifters, thank you one and all for helping keep me here online. Let me continue to do what I do. I appreciate you all. I really hope you have a wonderful weekend. Looking forward to seeing you on Monday as we get ready for Thanksgiving. All right. Thank you, everybody. And take care. Bye-bye.